Week 3 of the Beacon World League, and it is time for our players to clutch up if they want to make it to a postseason. To bring you all the action this week, I am Nualaic, and I am delighted to be joined by two of NCSA's finest. First of all, everyone's second favourite Canadian export, but I think he's catching up pretty quickly on maple syrup. The 5-time world champion, Carl Jr. We are very excited to have you here with us today.
Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure, and I'll do it with Neil, one of the best American player. He's really, really good, so it will be a good day.
Yeah, you're getting gassed up. I mean, hey, it's got to feel pretty good. I can't imagine that happens to you very often.
Nope, never. First time, one-time thing from Carl.
We are looking forward to it, Neil, as well, of course, having you here. And I think we're just going to dive straight on into it because we have a lot to talk about. As mentioned, this is week 3 of the Beacon World League. League play comes to an end today. Let's take a look at the Div 2 standings. Now, Div 2 mention, I'm saying league play comes to an end today. There are 2 matches that will be played tomorrow as well, so we will not have completely final results by the end of the day. But to kick things off, I think we have to take a look at the top of the leaderboard here because there are 3 players in contention for those top 2 spots. The top 2 players at the end of league play will get automatic promotion to Division 1 for Season 3. And at the moment, Manta and Charles are tied for first and second. It has been a great year all around for Charles there, Carl.
Yeah, it's great. It's great to see him up there. I had the chance to play against him in the last NA Cup, and he's a player that is super, super fast, but I think he's lacking a bit of consistency by times, and if he works on that by playing a lot of matches, he'll be really good. So it's really cool to see him up there and challenging the European guys. We don't have a lot of people in the West that are able to do it, so it's always great to see.
Yeah, I love what you say there. He has the time, but the consistency may be lacking a little bit because I think that shows. You can see the results there from round 3 for both Manta and Charles, where they played each other, where Charles walked away second after, definitely being in a position to win the match, but still got 3 of the match records. So they actually tied on points, both of them getting 12 points from that match. But speaking of the consistency there, Neil, 2 Eternal players, Manta and Jacka, both sitting in the top 3 at the moment. And of the 3 players up there, I do think Jacka might be the most consistent, and he has to play both Charles and Manta, Charles and Manta this week.
Yeah, he's playing both of the top 2, and I think we have to give credit to Jacka where it's due because he has had the best player driver rating all 3 play days. He's been at the top. So I think if he brings that same performance now against Charles and Manta, he could be in the lead. And I think Manta got a little lucky last weekend with Charles crashing out that finish. And if that was the case, Manta would be tied on points with Jacka right now. So things are to play for everyone here.
It's going to be super exciting. Of course, top 2 super important for Division 2, but positions 3 through 6 not equally, they're also important. Those players will make it through to the promotion and relegation tournament against 4 players from Division 1 with 2 spots in Division 1 up for grabs for Season 3. Carl, at the moment, you've got Noisy and Scarperp sitting in 5th, 6th place, but they are being chased by the players just below.
Yeah, I mean, I think it will just be close in the end, obviously. If I'm being honest, I haven't followed really all the matches and the form of the players, so I don't really know what will end it up, but I'll cheer for my boy Noisy, yeah. Just for
Carl, if I'm being honest, I have followed all the matches. In theory, I do know the form of the players, and I still have no idea what's going to happen.
So that's good.
Yeah, it's dramatic.
Yeah, it will be nice to follow, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, having had a look at the Div 2 there, I think we might as well move on. Talk a little bit about Division 1 as well. Our top 16 players of Season 2 as well. And it is equally as dramatic here at the moment. But at the moment, Neil, there is a clear number 1 in Division 1.
Yeah, EPOS has been killing it. The match with Stuffs was amazing. I mean, it was such a tough match. Heartbreak for Stuffs. It could have been a very, very nice match. And it was, and then the match after Epos had against Masa and Grenadi with a 99 driver rating, no crashes, nothing, world record in a match. It was a sight to see, and I mean, we'll see how it goes again today against all the BIPC members and BITM members, of that match, and it's gonna go great, honestly.
Yeah, looking forward to that one. The full English match that we will round out today and round out Division 1 with. But Carl, looking down this leaderboard, there's a lot of names that I have to imagine you're pretty familiar with these days.
Yeah.
The top 8 of these players will make it to playoffs. And I think Tween, a little bit borderline at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know what Twin did in his first match, but from what I've seen in round 2 and 3, he'll just be good. And Tween on these maps, well, thing is with Tween, the easier the map are, the better he'll be at the start of the match, because he has a super sick pace, and when he feels like it, he'll just has the same inconsistency. So I'm guessing with his current form, he can just clutch the last 2 matches and go higher in the rankings. Tween is a guy that plays with the momentum, and if he delivers, he'll be really hard to stop. Even maybe for EPUS, but I'm not sure EPUS is too good.
That's a while away yet. I think Tween has a little ways to go. But I agree. Tween has been picking up momentum over the course of the entire tournament so far. So if he can keep doing that and keep building on it as we hit playoffs, I'm excited to see how far he goes. The final player then that I want to talk about in Division 1, Neil, is your teammate, Nixotica, who I think is in a pretty tight race. Could end up in playoffs by the end of the day. Could equally end up in the promotion relegation tournament.
Yeah, no, his performance has been good. He has been one of the first people to find these new lines on the maps, like bug slides and taking the triangle CP inside. He was one of the first people to find these lines. So, of course, his commitment's there, his performance is there. He's very consistent. He just isn't getting those match records, you know? He's always there fighting for second place, first place, but there's always that one player in a match that is the pace player, takes the points, and takes that extra match point on every map. And I think that's what's holding him back. So if he can maybe get some match points today with that consistency, maybe even just 2 or 3 match points, he could really fight for that top 8. And I'm excited to see a Damascus player up there.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing how that goes for an Exotica. But before we get into our first match of the day, I do want to talk to you a little bit about the map pack, because it has been interesting so far this season, but there's one map in particular that stands out above the other 4. One map in particular has been banned 3 times as much as the other 4 maps put together. I am, of course, speaking about the funny yellow map, Maharaga, which has been proving difficult for the players. And I kind of love you two to explain what about it that is making this map so difficult as a comp map.
Okay, I can go, Neil, if you don't mind.
Yeah, please show us.
Well, from what I've seen, it's a transition map with a lot of snowballs and high speed. Like we see, you have an uphill there, and if you fail the transition before, you'll lose it a lot of time. Just with small releases or anything, you'll be far away from PB. So if players don't crash, first of all, which is super hard on a high-speed transition map, then, well, they'll crash and they'll lose confidence. And if they do small mistakes, then they'll be super far away from PB. So I think it's really hard to be consistent and confident on these maps. And only a few, really, I think, can be that good. So depending on who you play, you'll ban it for sure, because your confidence is not there. And for players that are really good everywhere, like usually when I go into a competition and I train all maps for World Cup, I just ban the map I'm least confident on, because with nerves, small mistakes can happen super fast, and this is the kind of map that a small mistake, you'll be in the wall and you'll lose 10 sec, or a small release, you'll lose 1 sec, depending on where you release. So I think it's really hard to be confident on those maps.
Yeah, and I think you've hit the nail on the head as well. We have absolutely seen, I think, kind of 3 or 4 players in each division kind of specialize on Maharaga, and it does mean that, yeah, the other players do have to ban it away from them. I think we're going to see that in our third match of the day, our first Div 1 match, Stuffed up against Grenadi and Josh, both of whom have shown fantastic performances on Maharaga this season. It's a foregone conclusion. Maharaga is not making it through pick ban in that match. But I do want to, just before we move on, then ask Carl, do you think it's positive, negative, kind of neutral, if there is one map in the pack that kind of stands out in terms of difficulty?
I think it's good, because depending on who you play, you most likely see it. It might be bad in the terms that if you never see the map, then why? But I think it's pretty good to have different level of difficulty in a map pack. I don't think it's good to have different styles though, like just the specific styles, but difference in difficulty, I think it's really good.
Yeah, And hey, I think generally speaking, most of these maps do fit the bill of mixed comp pretty well. So we'll see when we get into our matches of today as well, Carl, how you feel about the maps once you've watched a full match on them today. But for now, I want to move on and talk about our first match of the day. We're heading to Div 2. It's an important match for the race for promotion relegation tournament. Noisia, Demo, Javzo, and Scarperp. A lot of them coming in as quite low seeds, but Scarperp and Noisia in particular, Neil, very much in the middle of that race to try and make top 6.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to be a very close match, and I think we also have to bring up the fact that Scarperp is not in his hometown, sitting at his own PC and playing his own comfort right now. So that factor does come into play, and I'm excited to see how he handles that pressure, maybe having worse internet, maybe not having the setup to his own desire. So, I mean, it's going to be exciting to see, but my money's going to be on Noisia for sure. No
I think
what.
for me, what's super exciting about this match as well is kind of Scarperp. You can see it sitting there, combined PBs, has the best, incredibly good in time attack. But Carl, when it comes to actually playing the rounds, Scarperp is one of those players who maybe struggles a bit more with consistency. Once he starts to get inside his own head, he crashes a little bit. I mean, if you were playing against a player like that, how do you approach the match?
I would just wait for the mistake. I'll try to have the same pace as him. Just always be there, be the annoying guy that you can. I won't let him save, basically. I'll just be there, and as soon as he crashes, I have it free. That's how I play the fast and crashy guys. Just always be there, try to match the pace in the start, and then at the middle, you start to risk the end, and just always be there. It's the key. And in reverse cam mode, if you don't crash, you win, basically. So it's interesting, but he won't have he will most likely have the match points, which I guess is making a huge difference in this competition. So it will be interesting. But I'm also quite, how can I say this in English? Like the combined PBs of Yafso are so far from the others. Is it because he has one really bad map compared to the others, or he's just like a more consistent player?
Hey, that is a wonderful question that I'm not sure the answer.
Okay. But it will be great to see. So I'm guessing Yafso will never crash, or he'll barely crash, and he'll be more consistent, and we'll see how it will end up.
Yeah, I think it's you're absolutely right. I mean, how I describe that when I see a player who's fast but crashy and someone else is just putting the pressure on is, they're keeping them honest in the match. Like, hey, we know you can go fast, but we need to make sure that you can do it without crashing.
Yeah, well, fast times usually don't matter. It's only about position, but they matter a little bit in that format because they have points. But like if you do a PB and match or whatever, usually it's, oh well, you got 10 points, there's next round, you'll be in a wall, so whatever. I never look at PBs, and I'm almost never impressed by PBs that are doing a match because it doesn't mean anything. The only thing that matters is the position that you end up with.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be super fun. I am going to come to both of you and ask maybe for a prediction. Now, I know that's tough, but Neil, I'll come to you first. I mean, prediction for this match, who do you think's going to take the win?
I'm going to give it to Noisia. If he has slept like a normal person and has slept his 6 to 8 hours, I truly believe he will win the match. If he's having his demon time moments, it might go to Scarperp here.
Okay, Carl, again, I know you've said you haven't necessarily followed the performance of these players in the tournament so far. Do you want to just agree with Neil? Be like, yeah, Neil sounds smart. Or, I mean, it is Neil. You could just disagree with him on principle.
Yeah, I think I'll disagree just because it's Neil. I'll go with Yafso, the consistency.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good to me. I think we should be getting ready to head into pick bans any minute now. We'll wait and see what the players are doing. It turns out that the players, I don't know how well they've slept, Neil, because we are waiting on at least a couple of them to actually respond to some Discord messages and sort their pick bans out. But we'll get there briefly, and in the meantime, I think we can take a little bit of a look then at the other two players in the match as well, because obviously we've mentioned that Noisia and Scarperp, I think, definitely looking to be the best, but I think the motivator for me, maybe a little bit of a sleeper pick still in this match and in Div 2 as a whole, was Sick playing the seeding, still managed to perform well enough to kind of be a middle seed in Div 2, despite being on medication for illness at the time of seeding. And kind of has, like Tween in Div 1, been building on those performances throughout the course of the season, kind of sneaking his way up higher and higher. with, it has to be said, finally getting a match point in last week's season. So, Carl, you were kind of speaking about keeping people honest, and I'm kind of expecting the motivator to play that role in this match as well. Like, Noisy and Scarperp, absolutely the focus. But the motivator, I think, is going to be there picking up rounds where they push each other too hard.
Okay,
Perfect.
Yeah, well, it makes sense. I'm looking at the ranking right now, and it makes complete sense. I think it will be the match for Scarporp or Nausea to lose, and if they play bad, then the other two players will have a huge shot.
Yeah, and I think the motivator as well, Dark and Dazzle in the next round, and also Skoon. There's a chance that the motivator sneaks up and maybe makes a late push for this top 6. We'll have to wait and see if that is the case. That battle for the top 6, I mean, it's going to be very exciting. As we said, the battle for top 2 should be interesting. But we should be ready now. Pick and bans have been completed. The players have all woken up on time. They are here. Listen, I know Noisy is in a different time zone, but it's gamer hours for the rest of these players, so who knows whether or not they were awake in time. Let's head on in and see what the choices are for this. It is Scarperp with the best combined PBs who will get first choice on this one. Are we going to finally see Maharaga in Div 2? I'd absolutely love to. We won't. Carl, it's that simple. It's banned away immediately.
Yeah, they are not feeling good on it, so it makes sense.
Yeah, Heartleap then picked up. I mean, Neil, I think Heartleap, the most traditional, to me, it feels like comp map in the pack.
Yeah, very heavy with the mix down with grass and dirt, so I mean, it's expected.
Yeah, heading then to Arrogate and Reshiram. Xenogen will be the 4th pick. That, of course, means that Heartleap and Arrogate, the 2 maps likely to decide it. Arrogate, an interesting one, given the bug slide line that was kind of discovered in week 1, wasn't really picked up by anyone until week 2, and it's Div 1 that picked it up heavily in week 2. I'm going to be interested to see if that bug slide line does appear in Division 2 at this point, especially in these matches. And with Scarperp and Noisy, I mean, both players who are quick on their day, if that is something that they feel comfortable going for in rounds. For now, I'm going to ask for one final opinion from both of you. Carl, anything changed about your opinions on how this match is going to go with how the pick ban has played out?
Yeah, definitely. Now everything changed it for me.
Oh, God.
I'm going with Scarporp.
Okay, fair enough. Neil, I mean, do you want to just flip the other way then? Disagree with Carl on principle?
Yeah, I disagree with him now, and I think the motivator is going to win now.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Well, you heard it here first. The desk cannot decide on what is actually going to happen. There's only one thing to do, and that is send it over to the match. Send it to our casters for the first match of week 3. Take it away, Boney.
Yes. Welcome back to, well, our first match of the last week. Kinda. It's not really, because we have playoffs coming in, right? Just the last one for the league. The last chance for some of our players to try and get that spot into promo relegation, but at the same time, obviously, that top 2 still playing a factor. But I'm not alone. I'm joined with Randomize, and I believe this is our first time casting as well, so I'm looking forward to us getting a great match and getting some banter in.
Yeah, I mean, I finally get to cast with you. Very excited. I've always thought you were a good caster, and we're going to have some good gameplay to cast together with. So it's going to be a really nice balance of entertainment and competition. And I have to say, the desk, I feel like they're in a good spot to be confused, because, like we were saying, this is pretty much a last chance for a lot of them. This is the match 4 of 5, and then they have one more after. Pressure is up there. For me personally, on paper, Scarperp and Noisia definitely top 2 in this match. Who will be the winner? I'm gonna be a little biased. I'm gonna say Noisia should be the one who wins. But
Fair.
but I like biased as in part of the region, but also because of the fact that I really do think Noisia can take this. So that's my prediction, but of course we'll have to see in just a few seconds.
Definitely, yeah, because when it comes to Scarperp, as I already mentioned during the analyst desk, right, the consistency has been somewhat of an issue for him, where I myself haven't really been able to catch too much of week number 2, but definitely during week 1 where we saw him play, there were those flashes of brilliance, but just not able to really stick the landing in some of the situations that he found himself in, and just unable to really, cash in on the pace that he is able to set down. At the same time, though, if, from any bias, obviously for me, being Dutch, looking forward to seeing Justo perform well. He's been having a bit of a tough season thus far. So hopefully he'll be able to, get a nice result in for his last match day. Will be, kind of hard for him to make a shot at that top 2, but at the same time, right, sometimes it's also about those personal achievements and whatnot. and making sure you keep a positive attitude towards your performance.
Sure. I mean, who knows? Again, there's always the paper that helps with who we should think is going to win. But Jobso could just. We were so excited to show you the map. I didn't even get to finish what I was saying. But we are going on to our first map, which is Heartleap. And as I was saying, anything can happen. Paper says one thing, but the players will say another. As we have our first mistake into the match, and that will be Noisia clipping the front. And Jobso, excuse me, actually up in front. Exactly what I was saying, how predictions can mean one thing, but the players can say another thing of... If I can say, Boney, it's looking like a good start for Jobso.
Yeah, Jobso making sure he's in the middle of the pack. Scarperp is managing to lead, but the time difference between these players is minuscule at most. Just exchanging these times left and right. Jobso having some issues with that left-right on the plastic. Will have to relegate his spot, and we'll have to fight with Noisia. At the meantime, it is Scarperp versus the Motivator. Both of them looking to get their statement on the match, and the Motivator just trying to find some space, some room to get past Scarperp as he goes quite wide. There's just him getting more and more distance away from the Polish player, and it's going to be a hard one for the Motivator to, perhaps get past him, but there's always that ending, right? That finish is very treacherous, very troublesome. It may look easy, but if Sarbertland landed, that's going to be a great start for his match, and he does make it, but just barely. That was precarious. But he does manage to get in the end with a 111.9 to open up the match, pick himself up that match record, and set the bar for what is to be expected. Division record being that 111.4 coming in from eCircuit Mania from Charles. So definitely some room for improvement, but a good start. Definitely
good start for him, and Noisia was able to bounce back. He was in 4th place for a majority of the time, was able to push into that 3rd place position, which is going to be important because this was Noisia's pick. So you would really want to make sure that if you're the one who picks this map, especially as he was the first one, sure, a map got banned, but I'm pretty sure that Noisia was never going to pick Maharaga. So now we really need to see Noisia make some moves on his own map pick, which I think would be a really big help. And as exactly as expected, Scarperp and Noisia up in front. Scarperp with a good lead, and Noisia just trying to follow right behind, not too far at all. Scarperp seemed to break away a little bit. Better lines coming out of every exit speed into the jump, and Noisia lines that up a little rough and makes a bump, allowing the Motivator and even Jobso to push up, but he'll be able to hold on to that 3rd place. The Motivator trying to find any openings he can. And I'm actually watching into the back and seeing Jobso is looking to push and fight Noisia in the back, but Noisia does take an early jump and still be able to hold on to that 3rd place.
Yeah, what a tight finish there at the enemy. Scarperp just doing a phenomenal job, taking charge of the situation at hand and making sure that he stays at that 100-point position. But I mean, despite the mistakes, Noisia and Jobso's minor mistakes happening on both sides. Still leading up to that close finish. Unfortunately, Jobso right there once again taking the brunt of the attack. Now already at minus 20 points. Needs to get a clean round in. It's only been 2, but it can already be a hit to your confidence, right, going into this map, and especially with the map being as tricky as it is, as hard as it is. It can very much lead into that lack of loss of confidence, if you will. It's definitely been looking good for him, but at the same time, sticking to landing is what Scarperp seemingly has worked on, right? From what I saw from week 1, this week he's been looking phenomenal and just doing a great job to keep that fight for 3rd place. The Motivator giving us a nice spectator view of what's happening at the front, but just not part of the fight, not part of the conversation, and barring any mistakes, we'll end up in 4th place. Well, you know what? Ask and you shall receive. Scarperp there with a small touch. We'll fall into 4th place. as the player set up for those last couple of turns.
Oh,
Yes.
man, everyone is just touching ever so slightly right there towards the end. And it's going to look like it could be a free jump, for Noisia. Finally being able to get that first place that he's been looking for in his own map pick. But yeah, the Motivator and Jobzo putting a huge, Scarperp and Jobzo was putting up a huge fight up in the front. And then both of them, with the slight little wheel touches, just threw him right in the back. The Motivator, which is collecting those positions and went from 4th to 2nd, just like that, and was able to save a lot of his points just because of the mistakes from others.
Yeah, there's a lot in that as well, right? It's obviously that point that you may gain for that match record is something that these players will have on their minds, but just that loss of points is going to play a factor, right? If you can salvage a bad position, you can keep that pace up, then obviously by all means you're gonna go for it. Ooh, Noisia, unfortunate touch right there on that turn in, will fall down into 4th place because of that. Scarperp at the same time. If it wasn't for that small touch that he had, I think he, just based on pace alone, is looking like he is going to be the strongest on hard leap here, despite Noisia picking into it. I mean, knowing that he is that's second player to do the pick bans, and Maraga being that, well, somewhat obvious first ban at this point. I'm not sure if he was aware of Scarperp being able to pull out these lines that he is at the moment.
I mean, Scarperp has shown time and time again what he could pull off in this league, and Scarperp just putting. Ooh, I thought that was a 0.7 on my screen for a second there, but Scarperp with a 0.9 in being able to pretty much solidify that 0.8 for now. But there is always a high chance we will see this map again. But Scarperp will get that extra match point for now.
Yeah, I mean, damage has been dealt to, well, pretty much all players, but Scarperp coming out on top for now on 90 points. Just so unfortunate 66 points after one map. That is brutal. It's going to be a tough one for him to, bounce back from that. He's going to have to be looking for at least a first place, maybe 2. But he's been struggling to just get into that top 2, despite the fact that he has been so close to getting in there. It's really just been minor mistake that's just been leading into it. And with this being week 3, with the maps having been out for over a month at this point, players having had a lot of time to practice on it, those mistakes that we saw during week 1 that players were able to get away with and still manage perhaps even a second if not first place, we're no longer in that era. We're past that, and these minor mistakes in Div 2 will cost you quite a bit. And yeah, you can see that right now with Justo just being the last one at the moment.
Yeah, no, I agree. And that's one of the things that these guys are going to have to watch out for. Mistakes are not really be working too much. But speaking of mistakes, another map that's prone for it, let's check out Arrogate.
Welcome to the age of cybernetics.
All right, into map 2 we go. Arrogate is set up on the table to get our second round of our match underway. He also looking to recuperate some of his losses at the moment, as our players are making their way through these first couple of turns. Which, for those who haven't really played the maps, it is cruise control, it is reactor booster. There is the amount of control required for that is surprisingly accurate because of the that constant speed that you're dealing with. And so far, at the end of that exchange, Yasuo, the one to fall behind by about 0.4 of a second, still in position to perhaps make something happen, but we'll have to hope for perhaps some lost lines, some lost time on our players, and especially descending right. We've seen be brutal to our players. Ooh, Scarper with the bug slide. Does he manage to save some time with it? I mean, it is minor time save, but
yeah,
look for now to be ahead.
Yeah, it looks like it's working. I mean, it is in line, And if you can get a good exit out of that, it's really what it is. It's just how much exit speed you can get out of it. And it worked really well for Scarperp, who put himself from pretty much tied for like second, third into first place. And just like that, 113.2. Pretty good, solid statement right there from Scarperp.
Wait. Yeah, solid ending there as well from our top 3 players. Just everyone managing to keep their speed nice through that engine off section. And yeah, just getting across the finish line with no problems. Jeffso coming in 4th place did have some issues just setting up for that jump, crashing into the wall. So yeah, he was bound to be in 4th place, especially with the way our other players was able to navigate their way through that finish. And I mean, it's a lot of navigation when it comes to this track, right? There's not that many transitional jumps per se. It's very much control over the car. Under different effects, whether it's cruise control, whether it's reactor boost, whether it's engine off, just a bit more out of perhaps our players' comfort zones. But for now, everybody doing a phenomenal job and making their way through the track. We'll see if we get another bug slide out as we head into our second half here on Aragon.
I think one of the things that I love about this map is the fact that there's all these effects and stuff, but then there's moments like right here where all it really is players just releasing. You don't really see a lot of maps out there in competition where you're actually forced to release. And Scarper gets the bug slide and almost doing a barrel roll there. Somehow survives that one. Unfortunately for Jobzo being relatively far back, it's looking like it's going to be a battle between the Motivator and Scarperp going towards the end here, as they need as much speed as they can build up going into this jump here, and then onto the no engine. Scarperp got a nice low landing a little bit sooner, but the Motivator will not be able to cook up enough speed at the end there, and a 113.3. So it's not going to beat Scarperp's current match PB, but it's still relatively close to it.
Yeah, Scarperp is doing a phenomenal job here, just keeping the walls up, keeping everyone out of that first place that he has been able to get. Well, I think at this point it's five first places he's able to get. I mean, he's on 90 points still, and we are heading here into round number 3 on Arrogate. So that's 7 rounds going underway. He hasn't really shown any signs of slowing down. There's only been that one mistake so far, but other than that, he's been just doing a phenomenal job. Clearly has been shaving up some of his errors somewhere along the way. Is in 4th place for the time being, but only by about 0.2 of a second. And if he is able to get that bug slide off once again, I wouldn't be surprised if he could nab himself a 1st place position. But so far so clean. The Motivator keeping the lead, releases a bit more. Seems to allow Noisha to get in a bit closer, but not enough to really make up that much time. Scarper setting it once again, slides his way around. Ooh, doesn't convert as well as he would have liked, and for now, we'll be in 4th place as we are heading towards those final few jumps.
Yeah, this is a really tight match. Usually Scarperp is in the back, and then does the bug slide and gets up in front. Everything looks beautiful for him, but today, for this round, it's, we got a 3-man tie going off that jump, but Noisha has the worst jump out of all 3 of them. Ooh, the Motivator goes a little bit high, and Jobzo was able to finally get himself into the fight. That is a beautiful snipe, and Jobzo is going to need that moment. That was huge for him to be able to push, and he's been losing so many points on this map, and finally he was able to push himself all the way up into 2nd place. And that's going to be very important, because one of the things is, even though he gets last chance, he has the lowest points, just can't come last place. You could lose all your points, just never be last place ever again. So maybe that's Jobzo's strat, just let everyone feel like they have all this, and then he's going to take off. Who knows?
Oh, yeah, just lull him into a false insecurity, catch him sleeping, R.A. Scarper thinking like, don't worry about it, it's all good. Sure, I crashed. What about it? But no, it's definitely... This is what Justo needs to set up. Needs to make sure at least one player every round when he's in last chance to crash. And that way, hey, it's all going to be good. It's all going to be fine. And we'll be able to get all those ladder points. But no, yeah, major mistake there from Scarper. Behind by about 10 seconds. Definitely will not be able to maintain that perfect match, map record, I should say, that he has been able to in these past couple of rounds. So Noisha, Jeffso, and the Motivator now looking to catch in one of those 1st places, making sure their points don't drop down by a singular point. And it does look like Noisha is going to be the one to do it. Just needs to stick the landing right here. Had a slight crash in the previous round. Gets the landing down neatly this time around. Let's see, not going too high. Gets nicely across the reset block and into the finish. 13.5 is going to be the time for Noisha. So that match record will stay in the hands of Scarperp, and depending on how the match goes, may be able to defend it just because of his previous performance. But I would say a 113.2, solid time, and I don't think if we do come back, these players, will have an easy time beating that.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is I don't even know if we're going to be coming back to this. The pace that currently Scarperp is driving and forcing the amount of points out of his opponents, there's a high chance that we will just play maybe... It's almost looking like last week with a certain person who took on 2 big players and wiped the floor in like 4 maps. Totally not hint nudge to someone.
I'm blanking on names right now, but this definitely
I don't
sounds familiar. Yeah.
Not trying to rub it in or recall names or anything, but it's starting to look like that.
Recorded, something like that. Yeah. Sounds
I don't want to hype up his ego any more than it needs to be. We'll let the scoreboard do that for him. But it's looking like a relatively one-sided battle at the moment. Scarperp sitting at 80 points, Noisha in second with 61, and Demotivator at 53. Jobzo, unfortunately, down to 38. He just this map alone can put him into last chance if he cannot bounce back, turn it around something, because it is looking rough. So
yeah, it is quite tough. We'll see though. Reshiram, the next arena to do it in, and we'll see. We'll be able to come back. Check it out.
Ooh, so we are having a little technical difficulty.
You know how we roll.
You want me to take it?
Go.
All right, here we go. We are moving in to Reshiram, and this is going to be a very important 4 rounds for Jobzo, as he's going to try and survive and avoid getting a last chance, because, again, it's only 4 rounds on this map, and if he unfortunately falls into last chance, he falls into last chance going into another map, so he could be losing a little bit of that warm-up. So this is the time where you want to be able to bounce back, and just like that, man that's up in front, Scarperp, makes a big mistake, and Noisha's the only one who goes for the inside CP, and it's working out for him. He's up in front and doing really good, 0.5 ahead of second place, and pulling away as Jobzo was able to take over Demotivator, and Jobzo's actually really looking like he's trying to push. He may have heard me say something, and it's looking good for him, but here comes the scary turn. Ooh, it took out the Motivator, and Jobzo will look like to take second place, but you got to deal with this bounce and turnaround, and it can get a little scary, but it works out for both of them, and Noisha will start this one off with a 107.2.
Yeah, so with that, Scarperp, another blow dealt to him. Just getting a bad start, I suppose, out of that slide. Because of that, dropping down into 4th place. Fortunate for him, the Motivator making a bigger mistake later on in the track does allow Scarperp to mitigate the damage to a 3rd place spot. But also, I can assume quite happy with that 2nd place. 1st place, definitely Noisha, just looking solid right there. Keeping half a second between him and his components. That is very, very impressive indeed. We'll see if we'll be able to repeat that success. For the time being, though, Scarperp in the lead, the Motivator in 3rd, Yelso in 4th place. And I know we didn't catch it on stream, but Yelso unfortunately did drive off the block right there, going for a reset. So we are left with 3 players in the running. Never mind, make that 2, as Noisha has some issues on the ice, and Scarperp getting that inside line on the checkpoint will mean that he is looking to get ahead, but losing some speed actually will allow the Motivator to get back in. We've got a close fight in our hands here for that 1st place. The Motivator wanting to deal some more damage, wanting to make sure he stays on that 43 points But Scarper, for now, keeping the door locked up. The Motivator is just going to have to get a crowbar to get in.
Oh, coming around that corner, and it works out for both of them. And Scarperp actually got a really good exit out of there, so it puts a little bit of a lead there, allowing him to not lose, though. He had a worse bounce, but somehow was able to recover in time and be able to beat the Motivator by 0.12. That was a little scary because he had a little bit more elbow room, and he lost it towards the end there.
No, it's definitely was a bit of a precarious one, but I mean, at the same time, the Motivator, knowing, he had guaranteed second place, it seemed, with the distance between him and Yasuo and Noisia, will mean that his points going down by not as much as he would have liked, but so far, still that big gap between first place, Scarper on 73 points, Noisia on 54, the Motivator on 39, and Yasuo on 24. I mean, that's a lot of differences, and it's really been coming down to some great driving on those first couple of maps from Scarper. Scarper, this map not looking as clean per se, right? Already 2 mistakes on his hands in 2 rounds, and just unable to really capitalize on the lead that he has been building up. Ooh, the Motivator not getting a lot of speed out of that checkpoint. Well, I should get into second place, but misjudges the line right there. We'll have to respawn, and yeah, it's a bit of a tough one for Yasuo and Scarper. So Noisia and the Motivator now for first and second. And the Motivator once again finding himself in this position. I don't know how he keeps doing it. Last time, the first round, he hit that turn right there. And this time around, it's pretty much the same as he was against Scarper. Just right behind Noisia this time. And looking like another second place. Nothing to complain about. But at the same time, you kind of want more.
Oh, and I have to say, Noisia with a 0.2 again. Looking good with consistency-wise, and Noisia can probably save a little bit of his life here if he can keep pulling out these 0.2s, because right now everyone is just making mistakes left and right on this map, and Noisia has been the one making the least amount of mistakes, knocking on wood, hopefully not going to just curse him right there, but that is going to be the most important thing. And funny enough that you say, the Motivator is always the first one to make the mistake. So from then on, he just trails a little bit behind everybody and then somehow pushes all the way into second place every time. There's our first mistake actually coming out of Jobzo, unfortunately. So Scarperp and the Motivator are going to be tailing Noisia here as we are going to go into the ice. The Motivator makes a mistake and just can't recover from that at all. So Noisia and Scarperp now up in the front, battling it out. They both go for the inside checkpoint turn. You have less exit speed, but because there's another drift coming up, it ends up working out for you anyway. Noisia is falling a little bit behind. The Scarperp was able to get a better exit speed, and it's still working out for him, even though Noisia is trying to close that gap any way possible. Coming into the last hard drift here, and it looks like they're pretty evened out. Nope, Scarperp has just a bit of a better line. So now the final bump here. It's Noisia has more exit speed, and
it had to be a wall.
Oh my goodness!
That light on the wall just really solidified that pace. I mean, they've been exchanging first and second places between each other. The Motivator, no, not like this.
Oh, you have to finish.
Like this.
You have to finish. That's a -12. Oh no!
Oh, what a way to end Reshiram, though. Motivator, who just did a great job right there, honestly, throughout those first 3 rounds, just getting into those second places. But, I mean, that kind of, that saving of point loss just kind of, fell apart because of that DNF. Our first DNF, I will say, of the match thus far.
Yeah.
And that -12 definitely gonna come in and hurt him. May cause him to end up in last chance right a bit earlier than he may have expected. We'll perhaps give a lifeline to Yasuo, who at the moment is at 10 points. So unless he is able to first place every single time right now, there's little chance that he won't end up in last chance first. But Noisia, that point difference has slimmed down by a lot, just 5 points between the two. Scarper's still in the lead, but Neusha, his performance in Restaurant really helping him out there.
He's right there. And honestly, that was the most important snipe that Neusha can go for, because of the fact that if he didn't snipe, he would have lost that match point on that map. So because he was able to snipe, he was able to solidify his match point. Because mathematically, there's no way we're ever going to see that map again. So
yeah,
that is going to be really good. But we're going to be checking out the last map of the rotation, Xenogen, right here.
Humans, what have you learned?
And we are just getting started into the last map of the rotation. Xenogen, the map where there's so many tight little corners that you have to drive through. And one of the maps that I feel that really uses penalty grass in a pretty cool way. So I'm excited to see how these players have been able to work on from the past weeks and maybe improve some of that time, as Demotivator, unfortunately, will hit that wheel. Boney, I have not really
wheel
been...
against the wall.
Yeah.
We're wall wheeling right now. That's one of these new strats. We've got bug slides, right? We've got the gorilla grip. We've got some wheel walling. It's going to be the new strat. I already know it. It's only usable on Desert Car Plastic. There you go. Desert Car Plastic. That is where we use it, and I'm sure anyone is buying it. Regardless of what our new strats may be, looking at the race itself, Jopso will be quite happy knowing that Neusha and the Motivator have been making these mistakes. Just needs to make sure these lines past these engine off sections go the way that he wants to, but it is so tight right there, and I feel like Xenogen is a very good example of a map that rewards accuracy, right? Just knowing that those small little angles, those narrow blocks,
Wait.
if you're able to control across that, then that would be great. Ooh, the Motivator still coming into fourth place there, though.
Yeah, that was important. That was very important for Jobzo. He was in a nice second place, makes the big mistake, but then Demotivator misses the finish line. Excuse me. So Jobzo now has that extra round. At this point, mathematically, unless he gets first place, he is going into last chance. So this is his penultimate last chance, unless he gets that first place. And the way Scarperp and Neusha have been driving that map, it's going to be hard to call whether or not he'll be able to do it. But Jobzo has been able to pull some things out of his sleeves that we have not seen in the past, and we're starting to see in this match. So hopefully this will be the time that he starts pulling all the bunnies out of the hats, all the cards out of his sleeves, and start just getting those ace of spades as he goes into first place every time. But Neusha currently right now is up in front and not allowing him to do anything. Scarperp makes a big mistake and falls back 0.6 behind the leader and falling even further back. So this will be good for Demotivator, as he has 13 points, so he's not going to get that 10-point. Oh, Neusha tags, but he's able to recover a tiny bit, but he's going to be slow through the rest of this one. This could be the point, the moment where Jobzo can save those points. Maybe he pulled out that ace of spades right here, right now. He's just going up against the Motivator, but the Motivator with a better exit, it's going to be hard for Jobzo. I don't know if he's going to have all that speed. He will, but unfortunately, just like that, will go into last chance.
Yeah, just having that bad line right there before those jumps onto the finish allowed the Motivator to pull away from him, sending Jopso right now into last chance mode. And because of the Motivator getting first place as well, he's at 13. He could technically DNF and still, be that singular point away. That has done tremendous work for him, and he'll be quite happy knowing that he'll be safe for at least a couple more rounds. But obviously, with just 13 points remaining, that axe is looming over his head. But for now, Jopso with the red number on his car, and usually that means a good thing, but in reverse cup mode, that is not the case at all. It's all about not getting into last place, and where Jopso has been looking better here on Xenogen, it has still been somewhat precarious, right? There has been those losses in speed, but with Scarper crashing right there, that may be the saving grace for Gelso, who does slot into third place for the time being. The Motivator quite a ways ahead, actually, right now. Looking like he is coming into his own, with Noisia just hunting down him at the moment. 2 tenths behind. We'll see how he'll do through these grassy engine off sections.
Yeah, no, they make it work out, and the Motivator starting to lose ground against Noisia. Noisia's really trying to creep his way up into this last bit here. There it is, a beautiful line coming out of Noisia. Noisia's going to be able to fight for that first place and save some of his points. Oh boy, he makes a mistake. Wait, did he just... Oh, he didn't get double sniped. Oh no, he makes a mistake there. But I mean, Noisia has such a good lead that... Wait, where did Jobzo make a mistake? I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Oh no!
He unfortunately hit one of the cinder blocks going into that second jump onto the grass because that lost just too much speed, allowing Scarper to overtake, and the rest is history. And yeah, with that, Justo being our first player to go out, it was the writing on the wall, right? But at the same time, you do hope to see some fight coming out of him, and there was definitely that, but unfortunately, just not enough for this lobby right now. So the Motivator, Scarper, and Noisia will be our 3 players remaining. The Motivator still on that 13-pointer at the moment, looking untouchable, and Noisia hitting the wall right there. Motivator once again having that potential to perhaps keep his points at 13, whereas Scarper and Noisia have been dropping down more and more and more. This may be a bit of a reverse sweep from the Motivator happening, who gets a beautiful inside line there on the plastic with Scarper sliding out. And this may be a perfect round from the Motivator and a perfect map with that as well. Just not losing a singular point. He just needs to stick the landing. That's really it. He has so much distance on his opponents right now. It's just his game to lose.
Yeah, but Boney, the question is, even though he has a good lead, do you push for that match point? And I'm really curious to see if the Motivator is going to go for it. I don't think he's going to get it. Point one off, almost 0.09 off of getting that point, and that would have been big for him because he's currently in that struggle zone. Because now now that Jobzo has been eliminated, everyone is going to start actually losing points. So the Motivator is not in that nice safe, like, oh, let me just keep getting first place and minus zeros. No. Now you're in that position of like, oh man, now I'm even draining in points, and that's going to be scary. So it was that moment where he had a chance to actually steal a match point, get that extra point, even if he falls in third place, so that you would, if I remember, it would be 9 points plus 1, so you would be able to at least walk out with 10 points. Again, this is very important for everyone because you are looking to try to get into that promotion match at least, even if you're not going to be the top 2, because there's a battle on the top 2. I don't think anyone else is going to get in that one, but like just to get into promotion relegation, like that'll be huge for them. So even getting that 1 extra point can make all the difference.
Yeah, I mean, the Motivator as well, at the moment, 10th place in the rankings, and right now already looking at gaining 6 points. I mean, we are going to go back to Hard Leap right now and, have these players to duke it out. But this time it's 3 players remaining. There's bleeding on all sides, right? The players are getting tired. They're getting worn down, and going back into our first map, it's going to be a question of if the Motivator is going to be able to keep that momentum that he has been building up on Xenogen, or Scarper unlocks his second wind and decides to wreck house. But yeah, I do think that last map has done wonders for the Motivator's confidence. That sure, there's 6 points possibly to be gained, but if he can deal just enough damage during these rounds, despite him, if he ends up in these first places, just losing 2 points over and over and over, that's still going to be enough to, make that perhaps a double, if not triple, last chance situation.
Yep. So this is going to be a very big moment for all 3 players, but definitely for Demotivator. If you are down at this position, you really need to avoid losing points. Even if he gets in last place, it's only -9. So it won't be the worst thing for him because he won't be in last chance, at least for a couple rounds. But if I were Demotivator and Noisia, I would actually be trying to steal that match point. To try to get that extra point off of Scarperp, because this is going to be do or die, in my opinion, going into match 5 for them, because some of them are going to have some rough matches up ahead. So this is their chance, but unfortunately, the Motivator will make a mistake, and Noisia and Scarperp are going to be up in front. This is a chance for Noisia to try to steal that point. Scarperp went a little wide. I thought he was going to hit the wall, but he ends up working out there. Yeah, I don't know how he was able to get that turn just in time, but he does. And this was another spot where some people make mistakes. And Scarperp is pushing. He went really close to that wall. Again, close to the wall. Might have a little bit more exit speed coming in here. Noisia will jump first and make the mistake. I saw it coming. He couldn't make the jump. And just like that, first to last place with one jump holding him back.
Just pushing it so hard right there. Just trying to deal that damage. But unfortunately, that's going to cost him 9 points instead of, that 6 that could have been. From that, 34 on Scarperp's side, 21 on Noisia's side, but yeah, that fight was beautiful to watch right there. This is really where, there is no longer that room for, I could, navigate or perhaps goes by to, the extent that you could in a match. It does seem to be coming true in their playstyle, right? Just perhaps those nerves, those wanting to get either the match record or at least, dealing that damage to Motivator right now, just looking for a first place, but not really able to navigate his way through. There's a lot, perhaps going on in these players' minds just to make sure that their first match of the day and with that, their potential final standings to be as positive as possible. Scarperp and Noisia once again just duking it side by side. Scarperp again losing some speed on Noisia throughout that turn, but the Motivator this time not with the mistake and simply just lacking a bit of pace and is able to take advantage of a mistake from Scarperp, but then hits and then
going on?
It's hit after hit. Haymakers being thrown across the floor. KO for Scarperp as Noisia and the Motivator make their way across the line first and second. That's not going to help the Motivator as he will be in last chance, but Noisia will be quite happy knowing that Scarperp is going to have to deal with a -9. So the Motivator's plan, just not get in last place, right? That's it. That's the name of the game. That is what he is playing. And with 25 points and 19 points on Scarperp and Noisia's side, there is that potential. And Noisia as well, picking up that match record just now.
Yeah, he did, but the Motivator ends up touching right at the beginning. Oh, that's not going to be good for him. He's going to be fighting from the back and Boney, and it's going to really come down to whether or not we have a round from last. I was waiting for Noisia just to not make the finish line and just make that the ultimate haymaker round, but Noisia was able to clean that one up. But yeah, it's going to come down to any mistakes. I don't know. I have to say a little bit of my bias side is kicking in right now, so Boney, I'm gonna need you to jump in on this one, man.
No, that's A-okay, as the Motivator right there does not fumble the ball, sees Noisia, sees Scarperp, just not getting the lines down correctly, and he is taking advantage of that immediately. Noisia does finding himself to set the hunt up and go after the Motivator, but for now ahead by a 1/10 of a second, that may be enough to seal the deal. Final couple of turns coming up before the finish. Noisia getting the inside line over the Motivator's outside line. Is that going to be enough? It does look like in terms of speed, Noisia has it. Just needs to cross the finish line and beats him to the line. The Motivator, though, it's not going to be too worried. Has the save right next to the last chance. Will stay in the match. Scarperp with another -9 right there. And Noisia with that will be taking the lead in the match by just a singular point as round 4 is on our hands. Heartleap match record has been going the way of Noisia, but that also means that for every one of our players, this is the last chance for them to get that additional point.
Yeah, this is it. This is the last round to get that additional point. Noisia able to snipe that one away. Oh, but he makes a big mistake. Where are you going, Noisia?
Yeah,
that's not the scenic route. Oh, you don't want to go that way, but unfortunately his car just lost control. His malfunction somewhere in the car, I swear. It wasn't him at all. Unfortunately, that will drop him all the way into last place. Again, the Motivator gets to feel that nice, comfortable cruise ride now as he's about 4 seconds up ahead. Ooh, he makes a little bit of a bump. Scarperp up in front. I need to buy everyone tinfoil hats. I am so scared of my caster curse. And it just never works out for me. I can never just compliment
Give him a good luck charm.
Yeah, I need to give him 4-leaf clovers or something. But yeah, the Motivator's still in second place. Maybe only 3-second lead, but now it's coming down to Scarperp. Whether or not he wants to try to steal that point back, it's going to come down to here. I don't think... Nope. Yeah, no, we will nowhere near close that. Unfortunately, will not get that point back. But still going to be in contention with 2 points, with Noisia with also 2 points going into that. But that is a big point loss for Noisia, who was sitting nice and comfortable in first place and just fell right into second place again. But a little bit of an uncomfortable second place, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, as he is on 8 points right now. So another last place would net himself a beautiful last chance badge, which is definitely not something that you want. But the Motivator at the same time, though, because of these errors that have been occurring, has been just getting away from this potential third place and has been setting himself to perhaps get away out of the match with 9, perhaps even 12 points. Scarperp is also only on 14 points. That lead that he has built up across those first 3 maps evaporated. Gone, disappeared. It didn't happen. Didn't see anything. It's just very much a bit of a roller coaster where you had those high. He is very much riding those lows, and the dominance that he showed off at the start is definitely starting to fade. Maybe the nerves, right, and maybe being aware of that situation leading to him making some issues. Oh, failing the bug slide during warm-up as well. That is not a sign of good things to come. So
hang on a second. I came from the performance world, and they always say when you make mistakes before the show, that means the show's going to go well. If you do everything perfectly before the show, then the show goes wrong. So I've always believed that it kind of translates over into Trackmania. It's a little bit of, you're competing, but it's a performance. You're showing off what you could do with the car. So maybe that was the right thing for Scarperp. Maybe we'll see him solidify that. Yeah. He was like, let me just yeet this car off the map, and everything will work perfectly for me.
We'll see though if that's gonna be working out for him. 14 points, still in first place as we get ready to start Arrogant once more. We've found the keys to the track once again to finish out this match, because I don't want to do math on stream, but I'm pretty sure that we are set to close out the match here in these last couple of rounds. So Arrogant being that last venue to do so. Scarperp Fernaldo is in last place. The Motivator in first is going to be very happy to, not be in last, because that's all he can do. There is no more points. There is no more, maybe if I can get into the second and then I can lose points. No. It's not get in last and get the match record. And at the moment, he's doing both, which is very positive until you hit the wall. I said nothing.
Tinfoil hats, my friends. We need it. Unfortunately, just like that, hugs the wall a little bit too much. Pretty much looking like he could be out of this race. Scarperp up in front. Noisia trying to find his way into this one. And Noisia was the one who made a relatively rough mistake here last time with this jump, not making it. Trying to go for that low jump, and it works out for both of them. And it's looking... Wait, we got a mistake.
Motivator?
We got a mistake out of the Motivator.
The Motivator's alive?
We made a mistake out of Scarperp, and the Motivator was up in front. I tried spitting out 100 names at the same time, and that's... I also want Monkey
Mine
Mode.
goes in overdrive.
Nothing went in my brain there for a second. I apologize about that. But somehow the Motivator stays alive for another round all the way to the last second. A mistake happens. How is he doing it? What are the PayPal links? I have to find out. But he is doing wonders right now by just staying just enough consistent to be able to stay alive this long. But yeah, it's looking like we could actually there could be a potential, I think, to see one more map. I have not seen 3 maps on the revisits before. So this is pretty intense. The Motivator, unfortunately, back all the way behind the two players.
Part
But
of the tactic. We've seen it. We've
yeah,
seen it
we've
happen.
seen-
This is the cooking process. Scarper not going for the bug slide there anymore, by the way. Just so he is probably feeling a bit too, unsafe
Oh,
in
no!
doing that.
Made the mistake.
The reactor helping out a lot there, right?
Oh yeah,
It does allow him to still be in second place, but hitting those cinder blocks right there does give the motivator a bit of motivation, if you will. Gets more speed as well, hitting into the jump. And
Scarper's
Scarper
out.
with a clip. Is it actually the motivator still staying alive? Is he able to send another player into last chance? He is. Our match leader for most of it is going to be ending up on last chance. How did the motivator do this? What is this angel that he has on his shoulder? Right? It's
Oh
what a
my
situation.
goodness!
What a. This is the world. This is the world we live in.
I'm speechless. How is he still here? The
just sticks
motivator,
around.
he's just been sending these vibes. Like, we're worried about caster cursing. He's enchanting something in Polish right now. He's just saying all these words, and like he's like I don't know if anyone's watched like Harry Potter, but like he right now is like Professor Quill and Professor Snape, just enchanting and putting curses on these players' cars right at the right moment, because somehow he is still alive to the point where the person who was leading almost the entire time, that is Scarper, is now also in last chance, and he is in last place right now. I don't get it. He's going for the bug slide again, and this may be a big moment for him. It works out, but no, he ends up hitting the corner and lifting his wheel, but we have everything's going wrong. Scarperp is all the way in the back, but who knows? Maybe Scarperp has some other curses in French that will work out and put one of them in the back. I can't tell you who's gonna win anymore.
It's gonna be hard to say. It does seem like the motivator is the one with luck on his side. The RNG gods have blessed him, and he just needs to stick the landing right here to eliminate Scarper from this match. I don't know how, I don't know why, but it is going to be the motivator for our top two, with Scarper, who is going to take up third place, accept those 6 points along with the 2 match records. And is the motivator going to take another name? Is he going to take down another player? As Neusha is on 2 points, he would have to do it 2 times in a row. Just 2 first places. That's it. That's all he needs to do. And while, when there are 3 or 4 players, those first places have been somewhat hard to get by. Right now, it's looking very, very positive for him. With a start like this, and Neusha not getting as clean of a start, motivator is set to perhaps take down another player here and pull an upset, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, if I was the motivator, you gotta cruise it out. I know you could fight for that one little point up in front, but you cannot make a mistake. And it's one of those, do I go for that extra point, or do I go for the few extra other placement points, I would say. But I can't believe this. Scarperp was in first place almost the entire match, and the motivator, it just... I said it earlier in this match that even though you go last chance, just don't be last place and you'll be fine. Everything is fine. Oh, they both go safe.
Oh yeah, I saw the speed loss on Neusha's side, so I did expect him to avoid it, but I didn't saw that the motivator also lost the pace. It's not gonna hurt him because of that, and I suppose that is that angel on the motivator's shoulder. And this is why I don't do math on stream. We are gonna go to another map. We do have double last chance, and while Neusha will be able to get those 2 match records still in, I mean, motivator, it's like I don't know what happened. First half, right, just middle of the pack. Keeping up pace, but not quite landing. And it wasn't until Xenogen that he really started to show off what he was capable of. We'll see, though, if right here on Reshiram, our return will be the place where he'll be able to solidify this potential first place. As, well, the last couple of times we saw him here, he was able to get second places over and over and over. Either it was Scarperp in front of him, it was Neusha in front of him, but unable to really stick the landing. He just has to do it once now. He has that potential. I don't think he expected this situation, playing those first couple of maps, but here he is.
I don't think anyone was expecting it, to be honest. I really thought
It's not in my
this-
pick'ems. It's not in my pick'ems. I'll say.
It's not in my pick'ems. It's 100% away from my pick'ems is ruined right now. So I don't even care at this point. I'm just blown away by the fact that he has become the lone survivor, just slowly trekking through everything that the world can throw at him and somehow still surviving, as this is the final round, and it's going to be here on Reshiram. I mean, this is currently Noija's, I would say, best map of the 4 from what we saw in the first rotation. He does also have the map point on this one, so it could be, you know, does Noisia come into this one a little bit cocky? Does the motivator, you know, feel unmotivated? Who knows? You know, like, this is one of those moments where it really comes to that attitude. So we're going to be starting this one up now. And Boney, feel free to take it away.
Will do. I mean, it's the motivator's chance right now to demotivate Noisha's chances for first place. Perhaps that has been the power he has been employing this entire time. You didn't guess it. This is actually a hero shooter, and the motivator is just pulling his ultimate at the moment, fighting it out with Noisha for the time being. Both players side by side making their way through the track, and it's really going to be a question of who's the first one to make a mistake. Noisha decided to go for a bit more of an outside line, a bit more speed heading into the ice, but doesn't look like it's going to be helping him out. But the motivator sliding out on the dirt and pretty much giving the round to Noisia. It's going to take a miracle right now for the motivator to capitalize from this. Despite that, I mean, very, very impressive that he was able to make it this far, being able to be, you know, one of the players to stop this initial match leader from taking a potential first place. Honestly, it just came down to that first mistake, right? And in this situation, it just turned out to be a big one. So it's going to be Noisia just closing things out, no mistakes on his end, and perhaps, won't be beating his match record either, just driving a 107.7. And with that, the motivator sticking around for 3 maps in last chance. Reshiram being the place to finish it up on, but what a way to finish it. Unable to fully capitalize on this Cinderella story, if you will, but still walking away with 9 points, which is probably way more than he expected.
I mean, this was like the one perfect moment for Noisia to have all that happen to him, because he already had that match point on this map. So he didn't have to even make the push. He didn't have to do anything. As soon as the motivator made the mistake, it allowed him to get that pretty much free win. But, you know, GG's all around. The motivator played out of his mind that whole time. I have to give him the credit.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the motivator, I think, definitely the star of the show, if you will. Perhaps, unexpected. But hey, that's how it goes. That's the fun of the game. I'm very curious to see what the analyst desk thinks about this. And, take it away.
I think that we all think that it is devastating that the motivator did not manage to actually complete the comeback and win that match. But I do want to, before we throw it to break, because we are running behind time, take a very quick look at the rounds results for the rest of the matches that were going on at the same time. Of course, I think our eyes are immediately going to be on that match that was happening between Jaka and Manta, where Manta comes out on top with 3 match records. Carl, he's looking great to finish top 2.
Yeah, it's been a great match, and the fact that Scarport did 3rd, I think it will be really close for the top 6 now in Division 2, so it will be good. But yeah, like 6 clutches by the motivator, and that was a great match to watch.
Yeah, Neil, I need 1 sentence from you on the fact that Brain, after coming 4th, and 3rd with no match records in his previous 3 rounds, has just won a match with 3 match records.
I'm not surprised because I did predict him to finish first. So,
well, there you go. Neil's a genius, and that's the note that we're going to throw to break on. Don't go anywhere. We will be back very shortly with our second match of Div 2. Welcome back to Division 2 action for the Beacon World League Season 2, where, well, this could be it. This could be the decider for our top 2 for the end of it and that automatic spot for promotion. The highlight of this match, I think, has to be the fact that Jacka is about to take on Charles. Jacka, having just lost his matchup against Manta, this is a must-win situation for him, Carl.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Charles against Jacka for sure. It will be the fight to follow, and I'm really rooting for Charles. You gotta represent us, man.
Yeah,
no pressure. No pressure.
No pressure. It'll be fine. Now, unfortunately, I do have to mention again, Charles's last match, his round 4 match, is not taking place until tomorrow night, so we will not be 100% locked in on the seedings, or on the placements before then. But I still think it's fair to say that whoever wins this match does move into one of those top 2 spots. Breaking up the party potentially a little bit. Brain did just win that last match with 3 match records, Neil. I mean, he's an outside shot, but he could be a disruptive force here.
Yeah, he seems very confident today. I mean, 3 match records, 12 points. That's a lot of points. And if you have that confidence going into the next match, Charles is going to play his first match. He might be a little cold hands, you know, all that pressure. He's going to crash a lot. You know, might see an upset.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we are ready to head on in to our pick bands and see exactly what maps we're going to see in this one. I'm just praying for Maher. No. Well, okay. Immediately, Maharaga is taken off the table by Charles. There will be no yellow map on Div 2 on stream today. But we are heading in then to Xenogen, then Heartleap, then Reshiram and Arrowgate is the order that we're going to take things in. Carl, I'm going to ask you, quick prediction, who comes out on top?
Charles. I have to go with Charles.
You got to go with Charles.
Yeah,
Regional pride on that one. Neil, are you feeling the same way?
Always, baby. Carlitos
to win the whole thing here, move into one of those top 2 spots and deny Eterna the perfect sweep of the top 2. I think we're about ready to head on over to our casters then for our second match of the day. Thank you very much, Carl and Neil. We're going to hold on for a brief second as we prepare the casters because they're useless. I can say that because one of them is me, spoilers, for the next match. I am going to ask you then, just for one final prediction while we wait to get that prepped. Carl, do you think that Charles is going to find this match easy? Is it going to be close, or is he just going to blow Jack out of the water?
I think it will be double last chance. I hope so.
Double last chance.
I hope
Fingers crossed. I mean, we nearly saw triple last chance in that last match, Neil.
Yeah, we did. That was very close. So happy for Demo to just come back, and what a finish there.
Honestly, of course, the Motivator is streaming his POV, so if anyone wants to catch the rest of that action, I mean, the Motivator now making a strong push, potentially, for the top 6 as well. So if anyone is interested in that as well, you can head on over, check out his stream. Of course, G-Geek also doing a French stream of Div 2. But now, Carl and Neil, I am actually kicking you off for real this time. Goodbye, we will see you after the match. For now, we join Babs on the caster desk.
Hello everyone. I'm so excited to be back for week 3. That was an insane match to kick it off. I was really enjoying that, watching with everyone, and watching the Motivator almost complete the comeback. But of course, it doesn't mean much as we're heading into our last match of this game week, and our last match of the league phase for Division 2, of course, except that match for Charles happening tomorrow evening. But this one has a lot of importance, as you said. We're highlighting that 1v1 almost between Charles and Jacka, and maybe Jabzo and Brain trying to be that outside force that is going to decide the outcome of both of those players.
Yeah, gonna be super interesting. I think unfortunately we don't have massively high hopes for Jabzo in this match. Look to definitely be struggling a little bit in that first match that we had on stream. But there is, I guess, a chance that Jabzo could maybe get something done. I mean, at this point, very much in a nothing to lose situation. Jabzo is definitely out of range of breaking the top 6, but with no pressure on at all, maybe now Jabzo starts to step up.
I mean, potentially with nothing to lose, you know, you just want to go out there, give your all for your last performance. It could be the last time that we see him in the Beacon World League, at least for this season. So why not just head out there, put out your best performance on track, and you know, be an element in the match.
Yeah, hopefully. Should be exciting. I am interested to see how Brain does in this match, of course, as well. Now, I think it has to be noted that, sure, Brain did win the last match, 3 match records as well. Not the most difficult match that we've seen anyone have in Division 2, up against Skoon, Random, and Linko, who are currently 14th, 15th, and 16th in the standings. But Brain could still maybe get something done here. I mean, there's confidence to be had in winning a match, no matter who it's against.
Yeah, especially at this level. Obviously, you know, they're towards the lower end of the table in terms of that match, so he did win. but you come out of it with confidence on a high, having obviously had a good performance if you're coming out with 3 match records and a win. So you're going to want to try and carry that into the next match, and you know what? You're going to look at the guys ahead of you and you're going to think, bring it on. Same sort of scenario as Javzo. It could be the last time that we see you. It could be the last time that you get to play on this stage. Try and go out with a bang.
I did ask the other 2 analysts, and I need a very quick answer from you on this one, Babs. Do you think it's Jacka or Charles in this match?
I'm going to go with Charles.
Well, it might be Charles. We'll find out. It's time for map 1. We're heading to Xenogen. Yeah. 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 Well, I'm still here. I'm still here. Oh, Jesus. Well, I guess we'll
wait. Maybe it didn't work with you. Wait. Let me try. We're heading to Maharaga.
Humans, what have you learned?
All right, well, we nearly got the whole thing, but the match started, and so we're going to have to just jump into the action, and honestly, I'm okay with that. It is round 1. It is Xenogen, not the funny yellow map, Babs. I mean, trying to will it into existence. I can understand that match. Charles leads the way for the moment, but there are 3 players right behind him, and Charles no longer leads the way, hits the flagpole, and drops to 4th.
Absolutely. He's going to be fighting from behind the pack. The 3 players ahead of him are locked in a tight fight for those first, second, third positions. Brain trying to keep up with the pace of the 2 J's ahead of him, Javzo and Jacka, as Jacka is going to clip on that transition ever so slightly. So we've got the 2 underdogs at the front, but as I said, that Javzo has made a clip of his own, and he's going to drop it to the back of the pack, and is going to leave Jacka in striking distance to try and claim that first spot from the Equinox German player ahead of him. Is he going to be able to make it happen?
I mean, we said maybe Brain comes into the match with a bit of confidence, and that does seem to be the case. Clear by a couple of tenths of second place at the moment, but there is time to be gained at the end of this map. Jacka gets a lot of penalty grass, and it's a crash from Brain, which has allowed Charles, after his early crash, back into the round. That is a round win for Charles to kick things off. Jacka sits in second place, and I have to say, I think that was Jacka's round to lose by the end, as Brain crashed out. Charles had crashed out. Jacka just ate too much penalty grass.
Yeah, I think at different points during that round, each player had a moment where they were first and they were leading, and they had the opportunity to take that first spot at the end and the -0. But too many people fumbled, and in the end, it's our 2 favorites who finished first and second.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe not exactly the fashion in which he expected it to go, but start as you mean to go on. Charles picks up the round win. Jacka sits in second place, and it is Javzo who does make a little bit of a clip early on. Charles, also with a falter, is sitting now in third, and once again, Brain leading the way. I mean, it has to be said, he was doing very well right up until the end of that map, and if Brain could walk away at least in touching distance of first place by the end of this map, I think he'd be happy and excited for how the rest of this match is due to go.
Yeah, absolutely. He should be inspired by the performances of some of his peers, like the Motivator in that last match, where, as long as you stay in the match, you've got a say in what happens, and that's exactly what the Motivator did and showed very well. Almost took first place in that one, and Brain might be trying to replicate a similar performance this time around. He's in a heated battle with Jacka at the front of the race as they go through the penalty grass. It looks like he got it slightly better. No, he's going to go a bit wide on the exit, which means he has to take the longer line around into the plastic, but then this transition is very important. It looks like both players got it very well. Jacka actually has a bit more speed. He looks to consolidate that first position. Brain needs to not make a mistake as he goes through the finish comfortably ahead of Charles, who again, because of that early mistake, is not going to be at the front. He's going to have to try and correct some of those mistakes quite quickly. We've seen that happen in previous matches, and it has cost him the win on some occasions.
And one of the things that we were talking about in the lead up to today was definitely that Jacka, of those players competing for top 3, Manta, Jacka and Charles, it's Jacka who has the least amount of match records from previous matches. His consistency was doing him very well in winning all 3 of those opening rounds, but wasn't really getting the pure pace. So sitting currently on match record on map 1, gotta feel pretty good, but you can see it there, 111.5, 0.7 off the division record that Charles holds. There is headroom there for any of these players to snipe that away on one of these remaining rounds the first time through, or of course when we revisit the map later in the match.
Yeah, and look, of course, with Charles being having a map in hand, there is a 7-point swing between those players currently, with Jack is sitting on 50 points and Charles on 43. So I think Charles is going to look to come out of this match and sort of know what the task at hand is going into tomorrow for himself.
Uh-oh.
At the moment, his task is just to stay in contention on Xenogen, because for the moment he's made a mistake in every single round. It's only round 3, of course, but you don't want to make this a habit.
I mean, the first round made the mistake, still managed to win. The potential for the others to let him back in is absolutely there, but it is Brain and Jacka that have been in control of the map so far, and it is Brain sliding out a little bit through that corner. It's giving Jacka full control of the round. It's a better line from Brain, who carries more speed than Jacka. Not enough to make up the difference at the end of the track, though. It looks like, barring mistake, Brain's gonna have to go low, but adjusted well on the fly, and everyone else too far away to get anything done. Jacka improves the match record by 4 tenths, and it's going to be a lot harder for anyone to snipe that away now.
Yeah, and look, we'll most likely see this map again in the rotation because it is the first map we're playing. It will come around first again next rotation, so you expect Charles would have an opportunity to, you know, fight for that match record once again, but with 1 round left on first rotation, it's not looking ideal. It's not the most impressive time from Jacka, but it is a solid one. So if you can't get a clean run, if you can't get a fast run like you would want to, you know, it could stay up there. It could stay pinned to the leaderboard on the top left of these players' screens, because don't forget, they are well aware of the times that they have to beat.
All right, this is a better start for Charles, who is at least in contention at the start of the round, and with Jacka currently trailing in 4th place. That's exactly what you want to see if you are Charles at the time being. Javzo sits in 2nd, has also been making mistakes in each round, but this time around looking much better off. Brain sits in 2nd. There goes Javzo into a pole. I'm sorry for mentioning him. Brain is still in 2nd, but a little bit wider, allowing Jacka a chance maybe to sneak back up on him to try and think about the overtake. Jacka may have had to release ever so slightly there and is once again drifting away from that top 2. Strong round so far from Charles.
Yeah, and our most consistent player in the match so far has been Brain. He's been in that top 2 pretty much every round that we've seen him, but he has struggled with this transition right here. Looks like he gets a lot of speed, however, on this time around, and he is within a car length of the Colombian ahead of him. Is he going to try and snipe him on the line? It might be difficult. Charles had to not replicate his mishaps of last week, and he stayed calm, kept his cool, claims the first spot.
That's a big recovery round from Charles. He's gotten away with things a little bit here on Xenogen, I think. 2 round wins for Charles, despite one of them coming after he'd crashed into a flagpole in round 1. Means that he is only slightly behind Jacka leaving the map, and a bit disappointing, I think, for Jacka, who it feels like should have been well clear by the time the map ended.
Yeah, and a different sort of fate for the 2 other players. Brain, surprisingly, quite consistent, and up there actually challenging for the win in some rounds. So maybe, you know, that high that he was on from his previous match could be leading into this one, and if that is the case, it could make for some very exciting rounds going forward, and could be a bit of a nuisance for Jacka and Charles. On the other hand, Javzo, it looks like it's been a difficult start to the match. I don't know if his mental is really in it this time around. Might be difficult for him to play a part in this one.
Yeah, we did question, you know, now that the pressure's off, is Javzo just going to pull out a massive performance? Unfortunately, the answer is kind of looking like no for the time being. But there's still plenty of maps to play. We will be heading on to our 2nd map of the pack, and there's a lot of Trackmania left to be played. Brain currently still within touching distance of 1st place. Now, if he can stay there, hang on, and potentially make things exciting on last chance, as the Motivator did in the last match, remains to be seen. But it is reverse cup mode. Anything is possible once the pressure starts to pile on at the end of the match. Once things start to get a little bit spicy, it becomes anyone's game. For now, we prepare ourselves to head into map 2. We prepare ourselves for Heartleap.
It's map number 2. It is Heartleap. How will our players fare on this one? A beautiful creation by Roxy that we see time and time again every week. It seems to be a bit of a player and fan favorite this season, so we've seen it quite a few times in most matches that we've actually covered. on the mainstream. There's no early mistakes from all of our players. Looks to be a close one on this first round on the red map. Everybody goes nicely into this drift. It was a tight line for Brain, but actually comes out first going into that engine off. Makes it a little bit easier with that lesser speed from the drift to avoid the engine off and not clip it with the head of your character model. It looks like a bit of a no slide there for Jabzo. He's going to be the first to make a mistake in this round and leave it to a 3-horse race. Brain once again challenging these two at the top in Charles and Jacka. Charles with a little bit of an adjustment there in that dirt line and opts for this wide line on the banking to get more speed. You see how it pays off now, and he's going to claim that first spot, but can he keep it to the end?
Yeah, it is 3 players neck and neck, less than a 10, 17 thousandths separating them. With the last checkpoint, that looked like Brain potentially sliding out of contention. He's a couple of seconds down now. Jacka has the edge, but Charles is wider on the dirt. He carries more speed. He overtakes as they enter these final drifts. Jacka potentially hoping for a mistake from Charles at the end. It's Charles to the line, and it is Charles who picks up the win in round 1, locking in an early match record. And honestly, that's going to be a relatively tough time to beat.
Yeah, solid time to kick things off here. I was just thinking there, seeing those two players go into that drift neck and neck. It's a bit of an odd situation for them. This match is less of a 1v1v1v1. It's more of a 1v1. You know, you've got one player that you're basically competing against, and you know you need to beat them. They know they need to beat you. It makes the task a little bit more difficult in certain aspects. If you have, you know, a bad map, if you have a bad few rounds, you see that margin grow, and it really is a mental game to stay in it.
And one of the things that Carl talked about before the first match of the day on the pre-show was when you're up against someone who is quick but potentially prone to making some errors, best thing to do, settle back and let them make those mistakes. You know, don't push yourself too hard trying to match the pace. Just sit there and take advantage. And I kind of feel like that's what Brain needs to start doing a little bit more in this match, because he's there on the pace. He can keep them honest and not allow Charles and Jacka to safe, but he doesn't need to be pushing himself to the point where he's making mistakes in order to do that. And if he can pick up the wins, if he can pick up when they drop the ball, I think Brain is in with a chance still in this match. I'm not sure he has the top pace to match them though, as Jabzo managing to catch up to Brain, who made a little bit of a wobble earlier in the round.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a line of players as we go in to this last outside dirt. It's clean from pretty much everyone. A bit less speed for Jacka. He'll be hoping to stay ahead of the 2 players behind him as long as nobody makes any mistakes. Charles has a clear lead. Will he beat his match record? Yes, he does. It's a 0.6, but Jacka misses the finish, and that is going to be the first major point swing that we're actually going to see between these 2 players, as it should be a -10 for the Eternal player.
You could see it coming. Jacka went high and he went late off that final beam, and that means it's a much narrower gap that you're trying to hit to the right of that checkpoint, and he just could not get far enough left to sneak on in. -10 for Jacka, who drops now to 75 points, 11 points behind Charles, and only 11 points clear of Brain, who again just needs to put himself in that position to take advantage of mistakes like that. Unfortunately for Brain, not convinced he's going to be pushing for any match records in this match. You can see it. Charles has basically every division record in Div 2. You just got to be there and try and pick up the points.
Yeah, but you know, we've seen it time and time again in Div 1 and a lot in Div 2, where these players who just have that sort of consistency and just can control, you know, their nerves and stay in the match and do what they need to do and do it right, you know, they'll stay in contention, and towards the latter stages of a match in Last Chance, that can be ever so important. But for the moment, Jabzo and Brain are going to leave R2 at the front to fight it out once again. We see those different lines. Charles gets more speed into the drift, which means he has to brake even more to compensate for that. Jacka is still within striking distance. He goes for that aggressive tight line, but he's going to have less speed out of the reactor now. You see Charles has the upper gear. Jacka has to take a nice outside line, but it looks like he's just safing it. He's going to be comfortable taking this second spot unless there is a mistake from the Colombian ahead, but it looks like he's quite comfortable on this end. He very much so is. It's another 0.6 for him. Jacka has to settle for his second place, and Brain and Jabzo are going to close it out.
Absolutely, and Charles is looking great so far on Heartleap, having gotten the 111.8, 111.6, 111.6. The consistency is there, and I'm not going to say that that's what we're worried about for Charles, but I'll say after Xenogen, I was getting a little bit nervous that maybe he was getting big match jitters, getting stuck in his own head a little bit. Seems to have cleaned that up here on map 2, and as we head into our final round of it, it has been domination from Charles so far.
Yeah, very much so. Heartleap really playing into his hands. And I mean, he's manifesting it, he's making it happen, he is driving those times that the others cannot compete with. And I think that's what Jacka especially was worried about, is the pace that Charles has. And also, he has the bit between his teeth. You know, he had a disappointing defeat to Manta last week in that 1v1. And he's going to try and correct things this time around. Once again, it's Javzo who is going to crash out early in this round. Brain is on the tail of Jacka as they are looking ahead to the Damascus Gaming player, but they're not going to be holding hands anymore as Jacka is clipped on the outside dirt. Charles is going to go for that wide line now. This time it's Brain who's going to clip the triangle CP. We have a bit of a carbon copy from last round. However, Jacka is a little bit further behind this time, and Charles looks very comfortable at the front. I wonder if he's going to be on another match record. We're heading into the end of the map. Jacka is going to make an additional mistake, just comforting the lead that Charles has. He avoids the engine off, heading onto the beam, turn early, he gets into the finish. It's a comfortable 0.8. He's again followed by Jacka. Just not really good enough for the Slovenian player so far.
Yeah, Javzo is going to crash out, and that should give Brain a chance to take the third place. It will. Javzo is going to take another -10 already after 2 maps, down to 29 points. This could end up being a quick one if we lose Javzo as early as it looks like we're about to, as everyone else will start losing points all that much the quicker. Great performance from Charles on that map. I think we just have to say it again. That was 2 11.8s, 2 11.6s match record, 4 wins. Just nailing his points up where they were, and he's feeling very, very good as we head to map 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Comfortable performance for Charles. I mean, he's been good on Hartley for the most part, except when his mental hasn't been able to follow his pace. But there, it was really comfortable, and what was very impressive from him, definitely coming out of map 1, is that he started off shakily, but he was able to recover. If you're sort of bleeding points like that, you don't want to start hemorrhaging if you're losing your mental, and he was able to sort of clean things up, as you said, and actually he's extended his gap at the top.
Yeah, and if you're Jacka, I think you're starting to maybe get a little bit nervous about that 1 match record you have back on Xenogen, because we're going to revisit it. If Charles gets back to Xenogen and he's feeling more comfortable in the match, all of a sudden, the point that you have managed to pick up for yourself, potentially under threat. We'll have to see if Jacka can threaten on map 3 and on map 4, maybe pick up a couple more match records there. Those ones are protected. Those ones feel good. You're not getting to challenge them later on in the match. And I think Jacka is going to need to find a way to pick one of them up, as we will get ready to head to map 3. It is going to be Reshiram.
You know how we roll. Straight up madness, you know how we roll.
Well, it looks like so far Charles has got things under control. Can he keep that momentum and keep it going on Reshiram? It's another technical track, another mixed track also. It could be in his favor. He does have the division record once again on this one.
Yep.
And will he be able to show that pace? Will anybody be able to contend with that pace if he does? But if he doesn't, who is going to be the person who is going to claim those -0s and those points? As maybe he's trying to prove my point just there.
Yeah, that's a big crash from Charles early on Reshiram. Brain's going to clip as well. Jack and Javzo are through. It's J&J running away with things in round 1. Javzo's going for the outside line. Jacka is taking that lower inside line, and it's a mistake from Javzo. Jacka has the freest round of your life. Really, hang on, Charles is going to DNF. That's disastrous for him. That's a -12 on its way. We'll see where the points end up at the end of this round. The only question remaining is how hard is Jacka pushing, because this is obviously guaranteed match record at this point, first round on the map. But what kind of match record is it going to be?
We're going to find out very soon as he heads through the last checkpoint. He gets a decent bounce on the plastic. He's straight through the end. It's going to be a 107.4. So it's comfortable. It's a good time to start things out on. but if I'm honest, I expect
Beatable.
it to be beaten.
Yeah, that's a very, very beatable time. I'd be disappointed if we don't see them go faster. And 107.4, Charles might make it to the end. He will. I have no idea how he's managed to avoid the DNF, given he looked about 40 seconds behind everyone else. But he survives, finishing 17.3 seconds behind Jacka up at the front. Of course, that is also the other thing. I mean, obviously, I don't think Jacka knew how far down Charles was in that round. But when someone is kind of nearly 20 seconds down and you're at the front, sure, you can save to the fin, but why not push? Why not try and catch them with the timeout?
Yeah, and then you might catch yourself out if you do crash and you end up behind,
True.
one of the players
True.
who is trailing, and you could rue those mistakes, because coming to the, latter end of the match when you get to, map 5 or even map 6, those extra points can make all the difference. For the moment, it looks like Charles has cleaned up his act in this round. He's leading the pack quite comfortably, ahead of Brain again, who's going to go for that triangle line, as is Javzo. Javzo fails it once again, as we saw in round 1. Brain is fighting for second spot with Jacka, but it looks like Jacka has a better line. Going into the end here is Charles, who's going to clip, and he's going to leave the door open for the Eternal players, who once again potentially pick up a -0, but Brain is going to try and steal that off him. Will he be able to? The player from Equinox has been in the mix all match so far, but it looks like it's a bit too far away from him now. As long as there are no mistakes on this plastic bounce, it looks like it's clean from both players. What is going to be the time from Jacka? Is that the same time as he set in the previous round?
Like, I think about 200ths faster. It's very, very similar, though. He's consistent on that 107.4, and that's half the map gone already. Charles, having made a mistake in both of those rounds, now drops down to only just in front of Jacka. 2 points ahead now after a comfortable lead has evaporated rapidly. And Charles is going to have to be aggressive in these final 2 rounds. I mean, he wants that match record, and all of a sudden he's given himself no time at all to pick it back up, and that means potential here for Jacka, who's looking very comfortable, to continue to close that gap, to maybe even overtake Charles in these last 2 rounds and start to carry an advantage into the back half of the match.
Yeah, and I was about to say that Jacka could find an ally in Brain, as Brain has shown that he has the pace to compete with both players. And if they do make mistakes, he will sweep up those points very comfortably. So if ever Jacka is in first position and Charles does make a mistake, 7 times out of 10, as it may be in this situation, there'll be either Javzo or Brain to pick up that second spot. So it will be additional points that Charles will be losing. He's on a nice tally at the moment, but he's looking to maybe lose his spot in first position in this match, as Jacka has looked great in these first 3 rounds.
Yeah, frankly, Reshiram, kind of a disaster for Charles at the moment. Could pick up and salvage a second place this time around, but he's only going to have 1 round left to try and snipe that match record point, as Jacka leads the way. Need no mistakes at the end here. Looks clean from Jacka. Charles a little bit to the left. Javsa's going to crash, but still make it across the line. Match record improved again by Jacka. It's now a 0.2, and this has been Jacka's map from start to end in the same way that it was Charles's map on Heartleap.
Yeah, and look how quickly the tables have turned. Now it's Jacka who's going to take the lead of this match. And I wouldn't say he's in the driving seat, but he's opened the door and he's got 1 foot through the door. He's got 2 match records so far. He's leading. It's a slim advantage ahead of Charles. He's probably going to need, an additional match record on one of the following maps. But for the moment, it looks like a good start. We were saying after Heartleap that it wasn't looking that great. Well, in 3 rounds, everything has changed.
And everything I said in the last round about Charles wanting to push, wanting to get aggressive and maybe take that match record away still holds true. The difference being there's even more pressure. A single round to get it done, and at the moment he trails Jacka. Both of them taking that low line through the turnaround checkpoint. It's Jacka who maybe had it slightly better, although Charles maybe carried more speed. Doesn't matter now. They've both scrubbed it off through that drift. Charles jumps low. He's getting aggressive on plastic, and he manages to overtake the lead from Jacka for the time being. But again, the speed differential favoring Jacka, who's a little bit wider on the exit from the plastic as he continues to hold that lead. It's a 10th.5, but Charles is going low every chance he gets. He is trying to find a way through, trying to find a way past. We head to the turnaround, and it is wheel-to-wheel racing. Charles has the better of it. Charles to the line. He will snipe the round, and he'll snipe the match record as well.
Well. That's exactly what he needed from that 4th round on Reshiram. I didn't expect it to happen so convincingly, especially with the intensity of that 1v1 with Jacka. Really an impressive round from both players. Jacka can be proud of his performance on Reshiram, but maybe that final round might tarnish it slightly, because that might give Charles some confidence heading into our next map.
That was it. It really felt like Jacka was leaving that map with the match record, one that's untouchable then for the rest of the match, potentially. Leaving it as well with a lead over Charles. Instead, it's the 2-point lead for Charles. It's 65 to 63. It remains a 2 match records for Charles and 1 for Jacka. And the one that Jacka has is Xenogen. It's the map we're definitely heading back to. It is the match record most under threat. That could have been so much better for Jacka, just a falter at the end.
Absolutely, and our next map is going to be Arrogate. It's one that we've seen cause fireworks already in our previous matches, and with this new line coming in, are either of these players going to try it? Are they going to just try and safe and hope for a mistake from the other one? Really, how is that going to work out? Because we know that Charles has the division record on it without the bug slide. What can he do with it?
Absolutely, and I think that's been particularly interesting, is how fast Charles can be on the map even before that line became common practice. We'll find out soon. For now, let's get ready. It's time to head on into Arrogate.
Welcome to the age of cybernetics.
Well, we're heading to Arrogate. This map is really a beast. I've spoken about other maps being daunting previously, but this one comes straight out of the Mind Palace of Kerberos, and it's one of his finest, and our 4 players are going to be attacking it. However, one of them is in last chance. It's Javzo. He hasn't looked great all match, and he might be looking for an early exit in this one. Not the best start, quite wonky there from the Dutch player. He accompanies Brain into this first reactor turn. And they're a little bit behind our 2 favourites, Jacka and Charles, who are ahead. But Brain is looking to get involved in that fight.
Yeah, he's definitely up alongside there. And as much as we've been talking about the Jacka and Charles match, Brain was in there early. But just like that crash, he has slowly been falling away from the front leaders as well. He is now on 22 points and starting to look like it might be the 2-horse race up front that we always expect it to be. 2-horse race most definitely this round. Jacka goes for the bug slide line. Charles does not. And we'll see what the difference is. Jacka has definitely held on to the lead there. I don't think he really gained that much. Charles touches, but he is reactor. It's not the end of the world. He's still going to be close behind, but the gap extends to 4/10. The question becomes, does Charles maintain enough speed to make it to that uphill? He's trying to take as much speed as he can from that drift, but in doing so he clipped. He has to safe, and he might even lose position to Brain, who there he goes past having made that jump. Jacka looking to make it to the finish line, will do so cleanly, wins the round. Brain second. Charles looking for a third but crashes out. Javzo takes third. He stays alive in the match, and Charles loses 10 points.
And the fact that Javzo is still in the match at this point means that Charles is just losing more and more points for getting last position.
Oh no. Hang on. He's okay. He's okay.
He does. He finishes. And he insta-DNFs after crossing the line. He wants to get straight into the next one. He wants to forget about that first round because, I mean, he was slightly in control. Then Jacka pulled out the bug side and it seemed to all crumble for Charles from then on.
Yeah, interesting that Charles hasn't decided to, I guess, practice the bug slide line. You'd expect him to be pulling it out if he had felt comfortable on it, if he'd been working on it during the week, but wasn't present in round 1. Is it in the back pocket, or is he just not prepared for it? And if he isn't, then all of a sudden Jacka does have the edge here on Arrogate. I mean, it's 2 or 3 tenths a round, but we've seen how close some of these rounds can be. That 2 or 3 tenths could end up mattering. It's a better start for all 3 of the front runners this time around. Javzo, there's work cut out for him if he wants to stay alive in the match for another round. But Charles, Brain and Jacka are within a tenth of each other as we head through this no breaks, the NASCAR section. And Charles leads from Jacka as we head for the bug slide.
Oh, Jacka clipped. He had to abort his mission halfway through. He does not go for the bug slide, and he finds himself shoulder to shoulder with Javzo, but unfortunately that's at the back of the pack, and the action is happening ahead. It's Brain who's trying to hunt down Charles, but he's not alone. Jacka is now going to join him as we go into this drift. Charles failed it in the last round. It looks very, very clean for the Damascus player this time around. It's a 3-horse race behind him. As long as he can keep the finish clean as well, as he did crash out last time, it looks like it's a lot of speed. He's going to make it, and actually Javzo, does he stay in? No, Javzo clipped at the end. It's going to be the end of the match for the Dutch player, whilst the head Charles is going to claim that match record from Jacka.
Yeah, that's so heartbreaking. You can still make it into that finish, but you clip on the way through, the back of your car flips around, and you end up crossing the line half a second after you thought you were going to. That'll be it for Javzo, not only in this match, but for the Beacon World League Season 2. His last match wrapped up now, and he will be heading on home without managing to make an impact on the top 6. He will not be heading to the postseason. Two players still looking to potentially avoid the postseason themselves, although for completely different reasons. Charles, after a disastrous last round, the -10, or the disastrous first round, I should say, the -10, has a much better round 2, picks up the match record, picks up the 0 points, and is closed back to within 4 points of Jacka. Brain going low is going to clip on the exit, and it is Charles versus Jacka for the lead.
So now, as we're approaching the bug slide, Jacka got a very cleanly first round. He's got an advantage this time around, although he did have to abort in round 2. He doesn't go for it, and this time it's Charles who attempts it and gets it cleanly, but not clean enough. I think he did catch up a little bit of time, but it wasn't as much as he would have liked. So now we know that both players have it in their locker, but are choosing to pulling it out strategically. You know, they don't want to try it
do not
in
look
every
comfortable
round.
with it. Neither of them looks
Absolutely.
particularly comfortable with it. That was not ideal from Charles. It wasn't ideal in the previous round from Jacka, but it is more speed from Charles as we head towards the exit. Both of them over the engine off, heading for the reset block. Charles still gaining, but he's run out of time. He's run out of track, and he will run out of points ever so slightly. It's a -6 for Charles as he comes in second. Brain, meanwhile, will drop to only 2, and I think he is not long for the world.
Yeah, potentially. He's shown that he had the pace on the other maps. He's just struggling a little bit on this one. Arrogate, the mistakes can accumulate and you can find yourself behind the pack quite quickly. Actually, very, very quickly in the first turn, if you want to do that as well. But I feel like this round is extremely important. Jacka hasn't had the best start. He is about 2 car lengths behind Charles. And if you look at the top of your screen, he now only has 1 match record to Charles's 3. And this could be the last time that we actually see Arrogate in this match. So if he wants to claim this one back, well, he has to do it now. There's no time like the present. And Charles has understood the assignment. He's staying in first place. He looks comfortable so far. But of course, looking ahead to the bug slide, who is going to go for it? Who's going to try and pull it out?
We'll figure it out very shortly. I think Jack is the player that needs to try for it here. Charles is in a position where he doesn't, and it will in fact be Jack who's going for it. That's much cleaner. Charles chose not to go for it. He felt safe. He was not safe enough, and it is Jack now with the lead of the race as he is about a nose ahead of Charles. There is nothing in it. That was the great equalizer.
It feels like it's a 1v1 that could be deciding the match, but Jacka is going to clip on the same drift that Charles clipped previously. Brain is too far behind to have an impact on this one. It looks like Charles is going to be ahead. He's going to go through the finish nice and cleanly, and actually he's going to improve that match record to a 0.1, and that's without the bug slide, I might add. So another nail in the coffin. Unfortunately, it might be for Jacka unless he can clean up his act going forward. Brain, it doesn't really matter if he finishes. He's going to be last chance anyway, and he's going to try and have to fight for his life in this one as the other two are fighting for the glories ahead.
I think it's over for Jacka. I think it's done. Because that is 2 match records he can't touch, Babs, on Reshiram and Arrogate. He might lose this one on Xenogen, even if he holds on to it. He was 3 points behind Charles coming into today. Even if he beats Charles in this match but doesn't improve the match records, I don't think he's going to be able to close the gap enough to Charles.
It's almost like he finds himself in that position that Brain and Javzo were in at the start of this match, where nothing to lose. You know, it's either you give it everything and you try and claim one of those top 2 spots, but it's going to take the performance of a lifetime. Or, you know, you're going to fall back into the promo relegation spots.
Yeah, it's just based on the fact that Jacka lost that match against Manta, only picked up 1 match record. We kind of said it at the top of the day. I was saying, I think there's a world where even if Jacka wins both of these matches, the fact he hasn't been picking up as many match records as his competitors all season long could come back to bite him. And I think that has now absolutely come full circle. I think even if Jacka wins this match, and it's exactly what I was talking about, with the consistency, it is currently Jacka leading in terms of points over Charles, but Charles just has enough of those match records on pure pace. Charles has managed to pick up more points than Jack over the course of the season, and that could just end up being the difference maker.
Yeah, absolutely, and he might be carrying that confidence into the promo relegation battle, but of course you're not going to be coming up against only Div 2 players there, you're going to be coming up against Div 1 players, and that's a whole other basket to be dealing with. So at all costs you want to avoid that, but it might just be the destiny of Jacka.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. We said Jack has 1 match record remaining. Can Charles take everything from him, even his last remaining match record? Charles didn't look great the first time we visited this map, but we are getting ready. We're going to head back to Xenogen. Big round. Big round. We're going to have to see how this goes, Babs, as I do think Charles needs to clean up. I mean, look, Brain technically still here. We did see a great fight back from the Motivator.
Very much so.
But I don't think that Brain is in kind of a similar position as the Motivator was in the last match. He was much closer to the 2 front runners.
Yeah, he's got his back against the wall a lot earlier than the Motivator did in that match. And, you know, he's just looked like he's been fading kind of throughout the match. He started strong, but it might have been that the others started slowly. And it looks like this might be the round that actually sends him out of the match. And further ahead, we kind of see confirmation of what we were seeing. Charles had a poor performance on Xenogen the first time around, but straight away he's looking to correct it this time. He looks like he's on a good time. Is he going to claim that match record? Is he, you know, going to get through the round without making a mistake? I don't know.
Okay, look, frankly, I think that Charles is in a position where he can lose this match, but if he takes 4 match records, he's guaranteed a spot in the top 2, pending some results tomorrow night, sure. So I think if you're Charles, you just send it every round, and if you win the round, great, but otherwise you just look for that match record, and you pick it up in round 1. That is 4 match records for Charles. I think he might even manage to have tied up Jacka after that round, and he will eliminate Brain at the same time. Fantastic round for Charles. Great performance on the final day from Brain as well. Very impressed by how he has played things out, but unfortunately will not be breaking those top 6 spots either, despite the win in match 1, despite a very impressive 3rd place in this match as well. Closer, I think, than it looked on the final scoreboard. That'll be the end of the tournament for Brain.
It definitely will be, but it is not finished for these 2 players. Charles looks like he's comforting his place in that top 2. He was disappointed to be missing out on Division 1 through seeding, but this time he's trying to correct those mistakes in league play, getting himself into Division 1 through the matches in the league phase. He had a stumble last week. He's corrected his mistakes. He had a bit of a stumble at the start of this match, and he's corrected those mistakes. He needs to do more of the same next time around if he wants to be competing with those Division 1 players. But somebody who's going to be doing that a lot sooner than he would have anticipated is Jacka. He said that he was up against it this week, and it might depend on the other players if he makes it through or not. And you know, that was more than true. He's been valiant through this match, but it just looks like Charles is coming into his own, and there's nothing left for the Eternal players to fight for.
Yeah, looking a little bit tough at the moment. Charles will lead the way across the line in this round. No mistakes. He has cleaned up his ends, and he's also set a new division record. If Jacka thought he had a chance to strike back, to maybe sneak this one back away from Charles in the next round, Charles does his best to put it absolutely beyond reach. That is a 1:10.6. That is a fantastic time for Division 2. Honestly, strong time even for some of the Div 1 stuff. And looking ahead to the promo relegation tournament as well, it almost feels like those are the kind of times that we're going to need to see these Div 2 players starting to hit consistently if they want a chance in that tournament.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the benchmark for Jacka, and both of these players they're kind of playing out the rest of this match and looking forward to the matches to come. Whether that be in the near future or further down the line. Charles, however, after that division record, it's a mistake, and that's something that he personally has to correct. He's spoken about his own battles with his self-confidence. He tried battling with a pole and he came off worse.
Real bad. You know what would be real bad, Babs?
What would be bad?
A DNF. DNF would be real bad at this point of the match. It would not work out great. And, well, we'll see. I mean, Charles, he's not that far away for the time being, but he has lost enough time that he's most definitely not going to be catching up to Jack in this round. That'd be a very funny caster curse. Listen, I'm not sure how much I still believe in the caster curse, but that would be a very funny one.
I mean, I would add it to the list of memorable ones for sure. At the moment, it's Jacka who's racing towards the line. It's a comfortable 1:11.4. It doesn't look like it's going to be quick enough to get Charles a DNF in this one. He makes his way through the triangle finish about 7 seconds behind the Eternal player. Again, you know, is he just playing for fun at this point? Does he kind of know the position he's in? That he's almost done enough to guarantee himself his goal at the start of the season. And same thing for Jaka. You know, you kind of want to pick it up. It's a confidence thing. We spoke about it for Brain coming into this match, but it could be similar for Jaka. You kind of want to close this one out on a high, and if that means beating Charles, even if it's not on match records, but just outright within the match, that could be what he needs to give himself the confidence heading into promotion relegation.
It'd just be so true to type for Jaka on how he's played this season as well. He has been the king of consistency, I think, in Div 2. He's just a little bit unfortunate to have run into his teammate Manta and Charles, who both have the pace and are good enough on consistency to make that to make life that much harder for Jaka as well. Still, fantastic performance in Div 2 this season, you'd have to say. I mean, was not that far off making it into Div 1 on seeding. Charles, Jack, and Manta, none of them really were. They came close in the end, but none of them were quite able to break that top 6 in open seeding and make it into Div 1. Charles, he's on his way to rectifying that mistake at the moment. He's on his way in this round to pick up another round win, to drop Jaka by another 8 points and retake the lead in this match. No finish mistakes. He's definitely corrected those from last week when he was up against Jaka's teammate.
Yeah, he realized that might not be the best thing to do, especially in pressure situations that might decide the outcome of a match. But anyway, he's getting them right this time around. Maybe not so much in the first rotation, but definitely in the second rotation, looking really, really comfortable. I said it when he played against Manta last week that there was no chance. Charles was comfortable. He's going to close it out. He's got the pace. He's got the consistency. And then we all kind of know what happened then.
Yeah, from there, it unfortunately went very sideways very quickly for Charles and that final round. Well, the issue was he was a little bit too far to the side. It was less a sideways. I guess it was still a sideways issue. You know, side, something there. Sure. There's something there. I'm not going to work it out because, hey, I don't have to as we get ready to head back to Heartleap another time. If I'm being honest, Babs, based on what I saw when we visited this map the first time around, it's not about to get a whole lot better for Jaka.
You know, Charles looked even more comfortable on Heartleap. It looked like it was even more of his sort of dominant pick. Of course, we know that he chose to ban Maharaga, so he wasn't able to then decide the order of the maps that would be played. But it kind of looks like Heartleap would have been the one he would have picked if he didn't ban Maharaga. Just because of the pure consistency and pace that he does have on this one, that, to be honest, I don't think anybody else in Division 2 has been able to match, let alone Jaka.
Yeah, particularly interesting is that this is the map that Jaka picked. No, that's a lie. I tell an absolute lie. Xenogen was Jaka's pick after Charles banned Maharaga. This was Brain's pick. Brain picked Heartleap. I apologize for misinformation on this one, but yeah, you're absolutely right. It has favored Charles nonetheless. Jaka had been struggling a little bit here, at least in the first rotation. Charles could get it done on this rotation. He just needs to win all 4 rounds on Heartleap. This match is done, and we head back from, well, the end of Season 2 for Division 2 into our analyst desk. And if he does it, as we get ready to head into the game, this would only be the 3rd time in Season 2 in Division 2, Babs, that someone has managed to win a match with all 4 match records.
Yeah, that just goes to show sort of the increase in player quality and player level that we've seen this season. Less of a disparity where you have, you know, the players like TMGL players like Tween at the top and others at the bottom. There's really been sort of a homogenous layout of skill level and players, and obviously they've had different goals, but some have been more upset than others might be from their performances, and some might be overjoyed by their performances. I know Brain had a great first match this weekend. This time it's Charles who has made an early mistake on his favourite map that we were just talking about. It's Heartleap. But Jaka is going to lead him towards the second half of the map. Charles goes a little bit less wide on that banking turn. Carries a bit less speed. And actually, he's going to clip on the side there. It looks like he's going to be out of this one. It looks like same old Charles as we're heading to the latter stages. Somebody in chat said if I've cast a curse Charles, then it is all rigged. And I really hope he does not prove them right.
Yeah, it may have happened. Jaka way ahead in this round, and it is going to be an easy round win for Jaka. 112.1, not really putting Charles's match record at risk, but it does guarantee, I believe, that we are going to see match 4, or map 3 for a second time, unless Jaka wins the next 3 rounds on this map. No, even then we'd see map 4. Yeah, we're going to see map 4, Babs.
Matt's on stream. We all love to do it.
Map 3. Oh, I can't speak.
Map
my lord.
3.
Map 3. We're going to go back to Reshiram. That's the main thing that we need to note here. Reshiram, we're going to see it again.
Nua, I'd like you to answer me. What is 9 plus 10?
It's, God knows, 21.
It's 21. It's the points that both Charles and Xhaka are on in this second round of Heartleap. We're making our own fun on the cast, even though the players are giving us a great show. Charles is leading us. It's a difference from the first round. This time it's Charles who has the few car lengths advantage on Xhaka.
Yeah, it's just a slight edge to Charles. Slightly different lines through that grass section. We've seen much bigger disparities in line through that section in some other matches. Some players really do go for the low line on the inside of that grass, where some do take all of the height out of it. Not a huge difference between Xhaka and Charles, but the map so far working out for Xhaka on this second visit. He's found his way past Charles, who, it has to be said, I think has been better on that particular turn than Xhaka in every single round. He gets a lot more speed exiting the dirt. It's been the case again, heading towards the end. Charles with the lead, Xhaka with maybe a little bit more, but not enough. It's 36 thousandths and Charles just holds on.
Yeah, and Xhaka looked to be on a really solid time. Maybe not the ending that he would have liked. Of course, he didn't crash or anything, but it just wasn't as fast as Charles's end. I wonder if you transplanted that last drift from Charles onto Xhaka's run. Would it have been close to a 0.6?
Maybe. I do still think it's that outside dirt leading up to the end that Xhaka is really struggling on compared to Charles. It's where he seems to be losing a tenth or two pretty much every single time. He's just not as brave as Charles on that turn. Charles gets very close to the outside. Xhaka just not quite able to match that level of aggression, pushing the car as close to the wall as Charles can.
But for the moment, it is a tight round. This time around, Charles is edging out a bit of a lead, and it's going to extend increasingly further as Xhaka has made that mistake. He pinballed off the two walls on that drift. It's a bit of a home run here for Charles. Doesn't look to be the fastest times. Some of the lines have looked a little bit wobbly, but to be honest, that's enough when your opponent has crashed. I talked about earlier in this match how it feels like a 1v1 with some added elements when both players who are third and fourth are in the match also, but this time around it's the pure definition of a 1v1. It's Charles against Xhaka, and there's nothing else to say about it. So when one person crashes, the other person most likely is going to take that round. And this time around again, it's looking to be Charles. Is he going to end this one comfortably? What is going to be the time? It's going to be a 0.8 again. Quite comfortable, and Xhaka, yeah, settling for another second place.
I feel like Charles could have just done that 4 rounds in a row. Would have been fine. We might have wrapped this match up already. It's still going to be a close finish. Xhaka does have a chance to fight back in this one, but it does have to be said, I'm not sure how much of an impact that will ultimately have on the overall standings. Xhaka, do or die time. You got to win this round. Frankly, you got to win this round and probably get sub 111.6 as well if you want a chance to make top 2 this season. Can he get it done? It'd take a miracle.
Yeah, it kind of looks like it's set in stone, but can Xhaka change whatever that engraving may be at the end of the league phase? No. The answer is going to be no. That's a clip straight out the gate from the Eternal player. He's going to struggle with the gears through the grass section, and Charles is going to slip away into the distance as he has done so many times already in this match and on this map. Once again, it's just probably going to be a solid time. If he did those every single time, as you said, it would have been enough, and to be honest, it's still going to be enough.
It's still going to be fine. He's going to win this round. He's 7 times ahead. That is an insurmountable lead for sure in Div 2. There's no possible way that Xhaka will ever make it back into this round. Charles never crashes the end of this one and sends us to map 3, sends us back to Reshiram with Xhaka still alive. Hey, it's getting closer to actually being true, as Charles has managed to hold on to this lead. He will head to the finish line, and he will not crash the finish. It's last chance for Xhaka. There is one more round to go, at least, but it'll happen on Reshiram.
Well, Reshiram, the first time we saw it, it did swing in the favor of Xhaka, but Charles was the one who closed it out, and then pretty much from there kicked on into the rest of the match and looked pretty dominant, pretty comfortable. Xhaka this time around kind of finds himself in a similar position that he was the first time around, where his back is against the wall. He kind of has to push it. But to be honest, he doesn't have that extra motivation of what he had to gain at the start of the match. It's slipping away a little bit.
Babs, I've decided. I'm excited either way. Charles is on 9 points. Jacka needs to win 3 rounds in a row. If he wins the first one, I'm going to get excited. I don't care whether or not it looks like Jacka can actually make it to top 2 anymore. Who cares? This is about pride. This is about Eterna. This is about feeling confident heading into the promotion relegation tournament. And I want Jacka to do well there. I still think he's shown a performance this season that could cause some damage in promotion relegation as well. He just needs to beat Charles here. And then I'm Jacka all the way through the offseason. I am a Jacka fan.
Well, Jacka's going to have to hope that Dark, Rotrex, and Henkan, who are the players who are in Charles's match tomorrow, are also Jacka fans, and that they can maybe.
That's true. They
pull
could
a
all just beat
surprise.
Charles. Maybe they could
Absolutely.
put, like, if Jacka wins here and then Charles comes 4th tomorrow night, then who knows? Who knows?
Who knows what could happen? Because, yeah, we've seen upsets before, and, you know, Charles has been on the back end of those at some points. We're hoping that doesn't happen again tomorrow, but of course his performance today kind of is going to fill him with confidence. He will be confident going into that one. You never know what will happen, but to be honest, I'm still going to stick to my guns, and I think Charles will be the one coming out on top.
Listen, that's the safe bet. But safe bets, they're for cowards, Babs. We're Jacka fans on this broadcast now. I've decided. I told you, well, okay, I said I'd wait around. He has to win a round first. He has to give me something to cheer for. He has to give Twitch chat something to cheer for as well. We'll see if he can get it done. We head back to Reshiram for what will be the final map on broadcast for Division 2 in Season 2 of the Beacon World League. Make it a close one, boys.
It's Jacka from Slovenia from Team Eterna against Charles from Colombia and Damascus Gaming, and they're neck and neck after the start. Going through this drift, we've seen mistakes before. They both risk it seemingly equally. They're going to carry a similar amount of speed into this bug slide turnaround. Jacka tries to exit a little bit earlier than the Colombian, and he's going to pay for that. He's going to have less speed going into this alternate line that they're both going to opt for. And going into the second half of the map, he has time and ground to make up, but Charles is going to make it easier for him, and he's going to bonk the wall and just going to take himself out of it.
Hey, here we go. Jacka's on the way. This should be Charles dropping to 1 point, and maybe Jacka can even get a match record back. He was very close to Charles's match record on this map. I mean, Charles only beat him by 0.03 of a second in the end in order to take that one away. What's the time for Jacka in this round? It's a 1:192. Oh, he's so close. He's 200ths away. This is it. This is for pride. This is Eterna looking to salvage something from this match as Jacka drops Charles to 1 point. He has 2 rounds to win, which would mean 2 chances to take that match record.
Is there a little bit of a beacon of light, I might say, coming into Jacka's room as he looks up to the top left of his screen and sees the time that he just set and probably thinking, oh damn, I can actually do this. And maybe that belief will be enough to take down Charles, but he has to beat him at least twice. Once again to send him into last chance, and another time to bury him and take that first spot. But for the moment, it's Charles who has had a better start to that second round, and he's leading almost comfortably. It feels like Jack is going to have to hope for another mistake, and there's only so many you can count on.
But Jacka, he's going to pull out the run of his life on the back half of Reshiram. It's going to be flawless, the best we've ever seen. I have faith as he jumps low, he clips the plastic. It's over. Well, I can't believe that I ever believed. I have been let down. I am hurt. Emotionally, I would call myself damaged now, Babs. It's done for. Why am I even here?
Well, I hope you have insurance because, well, Charles has insurance. His assurance is the assurance that he's going to be heading to Division 1 most likely, and I'll say that, most likely after his performance. He's going to beat out Jacka, and he's going to beat him out with a 0.9. He wanted that match record, Jacka did, but Charles is going to say, you know what, I'm going to keep it. Not only that, but I'm going to beat my own time.
Yeah, absolutely. Incredible stuff there from Charles. I think he's done enough. 16 points for only the 3rd time in Division 2 this season. And one of the other ones was, in fact, Charles as well. So a great performance across the entire season. We're going to go back to the analyst desk. Babs, goodbye. Get out of here. I need my analyst back very quickly on this one. We're going to say hello to Carl and Neil. Neil, Charles did it, and to be honest, I think that's good enough. I think as long as he doesn't absolutely troll his match tomorrow night, he should be going to Division 1 next season.
Very easily. I'm so happy for my fellow teammate here. He showed it. It was a little rough at the beginning, though, at Jacka having the lead for a little while. It was scary. It was getting rougher and rougher, and then at the end, Charles pulled it off. He has so much pace at the end, and it's just wonderful to see.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, Carl, you kind of talked about it a little bit. You know, if another player has the pace, you maybe need to sit behind, let them make the mistakes. But with the match records up for grabs, and with Jacka really needing to get some of them in this match in order to keep the hopes alive of making it to top 2 in the league, he didn't really have a choice to try and really play his play style.
But he did at the end. He tried to, like in the final 2 rounds, he did a very nice time that was close to Charles' time, but Charles just did a sick time in the final round. But it's really, really good for Charles. I don't want to jinx him, but he'll be in Division 1 next season. And again, I don't want to jinx him, but it's really important for him to play against the best European players. And that will improve way more. And it's really good. And I think it's really deserved from what we've seen. Really nice fight between those two.
Yeah, well, hey, listen, if you want to jinx him, you can jinx him to his face, because we are joined by Charles for an interview after that win up against Jacka. We'll get him on in just a second here, and we will be able to ask him exactly about how that match went in the last round. It has been a solid performance the entire way through, and I do have to say I do feel a little bit for Jacka, who has had a very solid performance throughout this entire season, and I think is just about going to miss out on top 2 by the skin of his teeth. But ultimately, hey, for there to be winners, there do have to be losers as well. And I think that is unfortunately the case that we have found Jacka in. With the upside that his teammate does manage to go through, it does look like Manta will have locked in one of those top 2 spots. We do have Charles joining us for an interview. Charles, thank you very much for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you here, and congratulations on the win over Jacka in that round.
Hey, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here again. So, finally getting the good win. That feels good.
Quick question for you, Charles, on that match. I know usually with how your tournaments go, having played with you for a while, you usually have cold hands going into your first match. It's usually a lot of stress for you, and you've told me many times that, oh, I have cold hands, I have cold hands. How was it going into this first match? Because you skipped the first match, you didn't have it, so how was it feeling this way?
Yeah, so guess what? I had cold hands. Yeah, during the first map, Sanogen, it was all warming up. I was warming up before, but I don't know, something gets into me during the match. Just gets really cool, and so it takes
Charles,
a
I hate to
little
be
bit.
toxic. I think we could tell that you had cold hands on the first map.
Okay, yeah. It showed, and it was annoying, but really good fight between Jack and I at the end.
Good to hear.
Yeah, absolutely. Carl, any questions for Charles, or are you just happy to? You're just sitting here basking
I
in
have a
it.
question. First of all, congrats, Charles. It's always good to see European players losing.
Okay.
Yeah, my question is, I think it was when your opponent was in the last chance, you had a massive lead. Well, not a massive lead, but a close lead, and you felt that left drift. I don't know if you remember.
Yes.
Were you feeling really hard on yourself right there, or it was like, oh, I'll just finish it the next round?
That specific drift has been a struggle for me, so I knew it was gonna come at some point.
Okay.
It did at that one round. I knew I had 2 more rounds to get it, so it wasn't a big deal for me. So I managed to keep it.
That's good then. Congrats again.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations, Charles. Of course, one more match to go tomorrow night. I think, look, we're all expecting you to do well enough at this point to lock in your top 2 in Division 2 for the end of the season, secure that automatic promotion as well. So I am just going to go ahead and ask, is there any players that you are looking forward to playing in Division 1 in Season 3?
Okay, I'll be honest, Division 1 is a little bit scary. I'm looking forward to get my ass whooped by all the top players, but it's just gonna be really nice to just be there and push myself as much as I can.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic. Charles, once again, thank you for joining us. Anything final that you want to say to the Beacon viewers before we let you go?
I mean, shout out to the DOs for this Beacon. It's an amazing format as well. So it's been really fun to play. So yeah, just keep enjoying.
Yeah, we do love the TOs, and I think that's a great note to send ourselves to break on. Thank you very much for joining us for the Division 2 Beacon action. We will be back after the break to wrap up league play for Division 1. The matches only get more exciting from here. The stakes only get higher from here on out. Do not go anywhere. Division 1 after the break. Division 2 is done, but in Division 1, it is all still very much to play for. The playoff race has never been hotter. Players will be fighting for their lives, trying to avoid the promo relegation tournament, and we've already seen how good some of the players heading into that one are. We just got to dive right into it. Our first match of Division 1 for the day is a banger. Frankly, they're all bangers, but this one is going to be great because we have Grenady, we've got Stuffed, we've got Josh 1248, and we have Richie 1308, but he's dropped the numbers for our broadcast. Grenady, Josh, and Stuffed, all three coming through the open seeding, Neil, and all three of them are currently sitting top 6.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, unfortunately, they weren't here. Or Josh was in Division 2 last season, but he has practiced so much this season to get better in mixed as a full-speed player. It's nice to see him in Season 1, Div 1 now. Grenady, unfortunately, did not play last season. Stuffs also. These are two names that for sure will always make Div 1, and I mean, they've just made the competition go so much higher, especially Stuffs, who has been probably one of the world's best players, especially in mixed, and now he's kind of just proving it.
Yeah, Carl, I'm going to come to you and ask this because, listen, I hate to say there's your generation of Trackmania, but there's, you know, the last generation, the players who started with the older games, right? And Grenady is representing you in this match up against two players of the new wave, Josh and Stuffed, both coming through, and both of them very scary. I mean, are you worried for Grenady in this match?
I think so. Yeah, I am. I've played those guys a lot, except maybe Josh. I only played him once at a monthly. Grenady and Richie are consistency king. Like, they won't make a lot of mistakes usually. I don't know their forms right now, but they'll always be there. They are always annoying players to face. And Stuff is like the guy who can do WR, then crash into a wall, then can do WR. So if Stuff is on a good form, then he's unplayable basically. And depending on the map pack, Josh, I didn't see a lot from him so far. So I don't know his form yet, but I'm excited. I'm expecting a close match between Grenady at least in the top.
And I think, look, talking about it, we said the race for playoffs is obviously very important, Neil, trying to break top 8. But equally, the race for top 4, very important, because the top 4 seed directly into the upper bracket. You guarantee top 6 in the tournament overall and an easier path to the grand finals if that is the ultimate goal. And currently Stuffs is second, Grenady is third, and Josh is fourth in the overall standings. I mean, if you're talking about top 4, this is it. This is the make or break match.
Yeah, the points are very important here, especially for the people playing here, because we can say like, oh, Epos is so far ahead. He doesn't have to perform that well to secure his top 4 spot. But let's say if Stuffs has a really bad match, or Grenady has a really bad match, and Masa on the other hand gets 12 points plus all 4 match records, we're looking at a shift in the top 4, and being in the lower seed can really mess you up here, and it's gonna be tough. So they need a good match, and they're gonna hope they can equally devise those match records with each other and get all the points they need to stay top 4.
Yeah, this is it. Grenady looking to help Massa out maybe with a good performance in this match. Give him a chance to break into the top 4 tonight. We're about ready, I think, to head on into pick bans. I will tell you, again, there was a gentleman's agreement between Stuffs and Josh that if Josh managed to get a 0.9 on Heartleap during the week, then Stuffs would not ban Maharaga. Bad news, everyone. That's a really difficult time, and Josh has not managed to do it. So as we head into pick bans, we are fully ready to see Maharaga instantly banned away by Stuffs. And yeah, there you go. Easy. It will be then a second pick for Grenady. And Neil, I'm kind of interested from this point out because Arrogate and Reshiram, I think Arrogate in particular is a map that a lot of these players don't want to see first or second.
Yeah, especially with that bug slide. I'm not sure if they even trained it that much. And here we see Josh does pick it. Maybe he has trained the bug slide. So it'll be cool to see. I'm surprised by the Reshiram pick from Grenady, honestly, because it's so tech heavy with a wheel player. I was expecting like either Heartleap or Xenogen, you know, especially with the dirt and plastic sections.
Maybe he just doesn't want it as a finalist or as a last chance, but I'm not sure if it's the first map that is being played as last chance.
I think that's fair. Like, it's normally, I think, map 2, you know, ends up being the one that is the decisive map, and so he's just trying to avoid it being that second map, even if that's at risk of still having to play it twice. He's just happier with it there.
Yeah, I don't think it was his strategy then if it's played twice. I think he just likes the map.
Yeah, could be as well. We'll see anyway how it goes for them once we get into it. Before we send over to casters, I just want to get a prediction from you. I mean, it's a hard one to call, but I think I personally lean Stuffs, and I'm going to ask you, Carl, is that same way?
Yeah, but I'll choose a different player for the sake of it. I'll go with Josh.
Okay.
Here. Yeah.
Big performance for Josh. Neil, how are you feeling about everyone's chances?
Yeah, I think if we're all just doing different picks, I will say my heart will go for Grenady here.
Okay. I will remind everyone watching as well, there is still a 4th player in this match, and I'd feel bad if we didn't mention him. Richie, do some damage, brother. I believe in you. You got this. We're going to head to casters to take it away for Division 1. Bads, looking forward to this.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it as well. We're ready to get into our last matches of Division 1. This is where you need to keep your nerve. This is where you need to perform if you want to make it into those playoff spots. And that top 4 is going to be extremely important if you want to be in the upper bracket and have an easier journey into the grand final of the Beacon World League Season 2. Yes, we're talking about it. We're manifesting it. It's only a week away, and those players that know it, Boney, I'm excited to get into it. I hope you are too.
Definitely. It's, I mean, I've already been struggling through my pick'ems, right? When it comes to the Division 1 matches that we've had thus far, and this is no exception. I mean, we've got some Titans duking it out amongst each other, and not just that, they already do find themselves quite high in the leaderboards at the moment, so this will cause a massive shift depending on how things go. And I think it's going to come down to these match records, but for now, our first match to be played, our first map to check out is going to be Reshiram.
You know how we roll.
We're heading into Reshiram. The guys on the analyst desk were talking how it might be a bit of an interesting pick from Grenady. Obviously, a bit of a, I wouldn't say one-trick pony. It would be a disservice to say that about the big player, but obviously very good on Maharaga. And with it off the table, he decided to go for Reshiram. Will it pay off? Well, let's see. It's not paying off for the moment for Richie, as he's been the first one to make a mistake in this match, and he's going to find himself a long way back, our leading 3.
Yeah, it's I mean, we'll say Reshiram as well, being that pick from Granati. It's also whenever I see Stuffs playing this map, which has been in week 1 and week 2, he's been absolutely dominating on this one, just setting, you know, just times left, right, and center. We can see it there on the Circuit Mania layout as well. He does currently hold that world record, and it was against Epos, I believe, that, you know, that was the only time he was outmatched on this track, losing the match record, and it doesn't look like he's slowing down any way whatsoever. Looking to already set up a nice clean time. Richie actually going for the DNF. I guess his start was that rough that he decided, you know what, this ain't it.
Yeah, not the mental you want to be starting with in a match of this caliber. It is Stuffs who's going to be taking that first time. It's a 106.5. For reference, the fastest time that we saw from Charles in that previous match was a 106.9, and that was on the very last round of the match. So we're starting off pretty quickly, I would say.
Yeah, definitely. It's already just punches being thrown. I mean, Richie, we've got the lows of the lows, right, at DNF, but at the same time, the highs as well, coming in with the match record already being put at a nice high bar. But I do believe with the players that we have, that is still something these players are going to be able to navigate below. So, you know, don't see it as set in stone for now. It's, you know, it's written in pencil, but somebody may come along and decide to put their name on the block. For now, though, still stuff showing off why Reshiram seemingly is his playground, and him holding that world record, having the lead by about a 10th of a second. Everybody going for that different line on the checkpoint, but Gennady having to go for the respawn as he missed it. And with that, 3 players remain. Richie also one to fall, and it's Stuffs versus Josh, but this is a bit of a one-sided affair.
Yeah, and if too many rounds just go the way of Stuffs early in this match, and you could see him run away with it. Let's remind everyone, he is currently 2nd overall behind Epos. He's on 41 points, and a good performance here could solidify his place in that upper bracket going into playoffs. That's a clean bounce here. What's the time going to be? It was a 0.5 in round 1. He goes one better. It's a 0.4 and a new division record from the Dutch player from Wild. He is starting off strong on Reshiram.
Yeah, wanting to fly those red, white, and blue on the scoreboard right there. I mean, it's very interesting whenever we do see Stuffs playing. That is pretty much what the World Division and match records tend to end up like. It's just all Stuffs, and that's it. And it does look like he wants to keep that momentum going, just going faster and faster. It's just impressive to see him do this in rounds, and where he may have had that ban right in Mararaga being that's, you know, as we have discussed, obvious ban. Gennady picking into this one first may not been the best choice, because what if the situation does go that way? What if we end up on our second run through Reshiram, and, you know, you're basically giving Stuffs a bit of a free map, if you will, to a certain extent, just based on his performance. Not the best bounce, so is lagging behind a bit for this round, but even then, there's still that danger.
Yeah, still in with a shout on this one. Will he pull it off? Will he get those few tenths that he's lacking? It's an unexpected leader at the moment. It's Richie, but he is fighting for that first spot, and he's swapping it with Grenady and Stuffs. It looks like Stuffs had a bit of a wonky lawn in the plastic, but he is carrying speed into this one of the final drifts, as it's still anyone's round. It's Grenady leading us into the final plastic bounce. Is he going to get it well? Is he going to get it better than his opponents? It looks like he may have, but no, it's going to be Stuffs just ahead of him with a 106.8 despite that early clip. How does he do it? He makes it happen despite the early mistake.
Yeah, just knowing exactly where to find the speed in every one of these turns. That's, you know, and even with the mistake, right, having that, as you mentioned, right, that wonky line on the plastic, but still able to keep control over his car. It's one of those things that very much defines a good player from a great player. It's just, you know, how do you deal with the mistakes? How do you deal with, you know, things not going exactly the way you've practiced? It's in the way that they can recover is what makes that difference, and Stuffs is no exception in that regard, and it's what's been allowing him to thrive as well, right? Because we all have bad rounds, and he's just able to make the best out of a bad situation, and not just the best, get first place. Again, in a similar situation as last time. Very curious to see if he's going to be able to repeat that success, but for now, Josh won't be able to join the party.
Yeah, Josh. Ooh, there was a big mistake from Stuffs as he was joined by, I think, Josh again. So Josh is going to remain in 4th place despite Stuffs crashing into the wall. And it looks like those two are going to be picking up the minor positions. And it looks like it's clear for Grenadi to take 1st place. Richie seems to be safing it. Oh my god, Grenadi has clipped and he's had to respawn. He just does not want to win the round. It's Richie now who has a golden opportunity to take a -0. And somehow Stuffs has found himself in... Oh my god, he's crashed. What the hell is happening? He bounces off the bouncer. Stuffs gets first. What is happening? How does this happen, Boney?
Butterwheel. Yes, their wheels were suddenly very buttery, just lost control.
Oh my god.
I mean, somehow Richie found the one spot that the bounce block does not bounce. That's really it. That's really what just happened. I don't know how, but yeah, he just found the sweet spot, right? Just dribbling on the court, and he's finding that that's what, like, this doesn't work too well. It's just unfortunate that it happened in such a chaotic round where seemingly everybody was faltering along the way. It's just a shame that he wasn't able to just keep his composure up until the end. Despite all that, Steph still comes out on top, still at 100 points after 4 rounds played. I don't know how he's done it, but he got away with it.
Listen, I think he made a bit of his own luck in a sense. He had 2 first good rounds where he was just better than his opponents.
Yeah.
3rd round, there was a small mistake, but like you said, he was able to recover, make the best of it, and he still came out first. The final one, I'm not even going to try to explain it. It just kind of happened, and it seems like it's laid out for him pretty much to continue on from here. But is he going to be able to do so? Because, of course, that was his performance on Restaurant, but we've still got a few more maps to go.
Yeah, and we are just setting things up for our second map. It's going to be the beautiful green map with all the tech in the world. It's going to be Xenogen.
Humans, what have you learned?
Well, Xenogen, if his performance on Reshiram was good, well, it feels like this map may have selected him at birth because he's just been dominant on this all season. Xenogen has kind of been a map where he has been a level apart from everyone else. Even Epos was struggling to stay with him last week. Will he be able to replicate that performance this time around? And will anybody be able to catch up with him? Josh and Grenadi are the ones who tried to challenge him on the start of this round, as Richie has fallen a bit further behind.
Yeah, had a bit of a bad start right there, already on that, that turnaround downhill, losing some speed. So because of that, trailing behind, giving us that POV. Grenadi with a bit of an unfortunate touch there as well, losing grip of that three-way fight happening at the front. So it's going to be a fight between Josh and Stus for the time being. And Josh is on him like honey. Honestly, just can't get rid of him. Is looking for any way, right? Just take a left, take a right, shake him off, but Josh holds on like a dog to a bone, and where now the space is starting to occur, Josh is still hoping for any spot to overtake here.
It looks like Stuffs is on a really solid time, so the fact that Josh is able to stick with him here is quite impressive. But what exactly is the time going to be, and will it be able to be converted? Does he make any mistakes on a finish? No, he's not. It's going to be a 1:10.5. Once again, similarly to Reshiram round 1, he's only 0.1 off his own division record.
And already questions coming in whether or not Stuffs has been infiltrating, right? As his humanity is questioned at this point, but something that nobody can question is his score lead, still with the triple digits, still on 100 points, 2 match records to his name, where everyone else is just, trying to survive. He is striving. It's one of those things where I remember a comment as well, but I was directly to Stuffs as well. Like, there's Division 2, then there's Division 1, and there's Division 0, and there's Stuffs, right? That's where Stuffs hangs out, probably alongside Epos. Just, having a great time, and they're just playing in the kiddie pool, it seems, at times. It's also impressive to see how consistent he can be despite the maps being as hard as they are, right? I'm still trying to get like silver on some of these, and I'm not necessarily a good player, but it just goes to show how hard these maps can be, and the fact that this is the pace we're seeing in rounds, right? Stuffs, Richie, Granati all doing a phenomenal job at the moment. It's just impressive to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. This time it's Richie who finds himself in a similar position to Josh last time around, but he's going to get a bit of airtime on that transition. It means he's going to fall behind the big player that is Granati, who's going to look to try his chance at the impenetrable Stuffs, but it's going to be another match record. It's a 0.4 this time. It's just faster and faster. He's been perfect for the moment. Stuffs, he's just continuing his dominance in this match. You know, Granati last week, he had a match against Epos, and that was one of the most historic, performances that we've seen from a player, let alone in the Beacon World League, but in competitive Trackmania as a whole. And I can imagine that could have been a bit of humbling for Granati. He'll want to avoid having a similar situation this time around. It's Stuffs who's looking to inflict the damage, however, but it's just as painful to endure if you're a player like that, and if you're expecting to be at the top of the table and you just can't compete with the pace of those around you. But what really can you do except just try your best? Josh is doing that exactly in this round. He's the one who currently sits third and who's fighting Granati for that second place. A -0 here could make all the difference.
Definitely, it's while Stuffs may have that perfect 100 points at the moment, the fight for second is still very much underway. Richie the only one losing ground on it, but Josh doing a phenomenal job here. Shift player just keeping Stuffs away. The pace is great, and we already know. I mean, I haven't seen an obvious mistake on Stuffs' side. It's really just been Josh cruising forward through the track. Granati trying to keep up, but still stuck in that third place. Maybe able to make it happen on the last turn right here. But Josh getting across the finish line, driving a 0.4. I think in any other match, and that would have been match record, but Stuffs 4,000s faster, still retaining that match record. But at the same time, Josh is the one to, draw first blood there from Stuffs. He does bleed. He is not a machine. But even then, look at the points: 96 Stuffs, 61 Josh, 57 Granati, and 37 Richie. And all players, put them, apart from one another, great players. But it just seems like this is probably a matter of, that practice, right, and just raw pace.
That's exactly it.
He makes a mistake. How is he still close? What is he? Ridiculous.
The path seems to be laid out for the Dutch player. I mean, he's at a 0.5, a 0.4, and then another 0.5 in that round 3. It's this time Granati who's going to clip on that transition there. It actually leaves Richie and Josh, an unexpected duo, battling it out for that first position. And actually, it's Richie in first position here. He hasn't had many successful rounds so far. He's only on 37 points. It's only map 2. A -0 here could stop the hemorrhage and maybe start to clasp some points back on the two that are ahead of him, being Granati and Josh. But for the moment, it's Josh who's trying to fight back. Is this transition good from the British player? Yes, it is. He does ground some ground on Richie, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough as long as Richie does not make a mistake. But Richie crashed. It's Charles 2.0, but Richie reverses into the finish. He still gets second. Granati comes home in third. It's Stuffs who made an additional mistake, but he makes it as well. Oh my god, I got so much deja vu from that moment.
That would have been devastating as well if because not only hitting the finish right there, but Granati getting very close to overtaking there in the end. That definitely hard dropped, right? Just breath taken away, like what just happened? Okay, I gotta scramble, get over the finish, right? But yeah, not the fight that I expected to occur, right, with the way this match has been going. But Richie and Josh showing that there is still life in them, right? They are not just gonna take this one lying down. And Granati still somewhat stuck right middle of the pack, hasn't really been able to get into his own there. It's still Stuff's match to lose for the time being, right? And knowing that these last two maps that we've seen will most likely be the ones, right, we're gonna go back to, makes it that there is, if somehow Arrogant in the map afterwards will cause some issues for him, there's still that safety, that drawback, and I'm very curious to see how Richie, Josh, and Granati will deal with that.
Yeah, listen, Josh drove a point 4. He showed that, these players can match that pace that Stuffs is setting. Unfortunately, he's setting it every single round, and that's something that's really difficult to match. So, it's like I said, Grenady, Josh, Richie, in this situation, you just have to drive your best. You have to drive your own match. Forget about what's happening ahead. But what's coming next is, of course, a very difficult map. It is Arrogate.
Welcome to the age of cybernetics.
All right, another beautiful intro right there. This time for Arrogate. I wanted to say yellow for some reason. That's Maharaga. Our blue map. As we are underway once more, we've seen that the machine can bleed. Grenady with a. Oh, sorry, that was Richie. Richie just having issues with his starts. Right, it's really been stopping him from performing as well as he could have. I mean, there is still that fight for first that seemingly always goes the way of Stuffs, but 14 points lost over 8 rounds. It's honestly good business, right? Could have been better, obviously, but I think knowing the way the lobby is, he'll be quite happy with his performance. As Josh also falls by the wayside there, and it's only Grenady left to stop Stuff's domination.
And they're both going to go for the bug slide. Stuffs is going to get it clean. Grenady is also. Josh and Rishi are too far behind to really have an impact unless there is a mistake from these two up in front. But Stuffs looks really comfortable. I'd like to point out that he did set a new world record, a 112.0 during the week. So obviously very trained and very comfortable on this map, including that bud slide line. Grenady is as well, but as we head to the finish, it is still Stuffs leading. He's going to bring it home comfortably for another first place. They seem, just impossible to avoid at this point. Grenady half a second behind Josh. That's going to be a costly mistake. Is he going to make it to the finish? A -12 here would be extremely disappointing for the English player. He's only got 5 seconds. He's just not going to make it.
No, just cutting it. Unfortunately, not close enough. So another DNF will be on the board. So -12 going to Josh there. So I think Richie will be quite happy with that, right? Knowing that the gap is shrinking. Grenady, though, still in 3rd place. I mean, that feels a bit odd to say, like, Grenady in 3rd place, right? Knowing a player of his caliber and what he is capable of. But it's really just goes to show how tough these maps are and how high the pace is in Div 1. Richie there with an unfortunate clip will be falling by the wayside once again. So looking like another -10 going his way unless there's a major mistake on the other players' side. I'm very curious to see as well if Stuffs will be able to perhaps match that division record from Epos, right? Because that was our world record being set live. Now, we know Stuffs is able to do it offline, but curious to see if he can do it online. And we know he has that capacity, though. With a clip like that, a clip, unfortunate line over the dirt, I don't think this is going to be world record.
No, it doesn't look like it's going to be.
Sorry.
It's going to be the right. Sorry to spoil the ending of this, right?
Yeah.
But mistakes can still happen on this end. We saw them happen earlier. He goes really wide because he got a very good drift and enough speed to carry him to that line. It looks like he's going to keep it clean once again. What's the time going to be? It's going to be a 0.8, which is still very impressive considering the mistakes that he made in that round. And to be honest, that nobody really behind him could challenge either. Richie, a similar fate to what Josh had in round 1, except that he's going to be able to get across the line for only a -10 and not the additional 2 points that you lose if you do DNF. Stuffs is still on 86 points. It's just extremely impressive. It looks like the fight is more between Josh and Grenady. And let's not forget that Josh beat out Massa, Grenady's teammate, in the first match of the season. That was 2 weeks back. It seems like a long time ago, and these players have come a long way since then. And Josh has remained at the top of the leaderboard. Of course, Grenady and Josh, 3rd and 4th respectively, behind Stuffs, and you can see the disparity in level on these maps between all of those players. Actually, as I say that, I've kind of cursed Stuffs as he is going to make a clip.
Yeah.
And he's going to fall behind the pack. It's going to be up to the 3 ahead to fight it out for the top positions.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely going to hurt Stutz's average point loss thus far. But at the same time, I think that he can deal with a -10 from time to time. So for now, Josh looking to keep his 42 points on the board, and Granati and Richie on the hunt in pursuit. Because of Richie's, not making that mistake early on that he has been somewhat suffering from this race in general. You can now see what his pace is like, right? What he is capable of. But for now, it does look like a conga line towards the finish, and it's going to be Josh, Granati, Richie. No changes in position there. Stuff's taking the -10, taking the L, but Richie -7, put himself on 9 points. And I mean, with the points in general, it does look like the French player is going to be our first one in Last Chance. But hey, Last Chance does not mean you're just down and out. It just means you don't end up in last. And I mean, the motivator is perhaps an example of a motivational story in that regard. I'm going to keep using that. All right, that's just fun. Who knows? Maybe Richie has that, right? He has that angel on his shoulder the moment Last Chance comes in. But I think that is what he has his eyes set on for now.
Oh, I have a beautiful image of the motivator on Richie's shoulder at the moment.
Yeah,
just
yeah.
Taking a little sip of the vape and telling him to keep pushing, as anybody who watches the motivator stream would understand. But for the moment, it's back to normal proceedings. It's Stuff's leading, it's Richie in second, Grenadier in third. Josh has made a mistake and he's fallen back, and actually Stuff's has had a bit of a wonky transition there. He's going to opt for the safe line along with the French player, and Grenadier, who's done the bug side line, is going to claim first, but just for a second, as Richie is going to fight back, and he's going to be battling the German for that top spot for the remainder of this map. It's Stuffs who's lost additional time. He's about half a second behind the 2 players ahead. Who gets the best drift? It looks like it's Granati. He can attack the corner earlier than the DNF player, and actually Richie looks like he has quite low speed. Stuffs is going to be catching up to him. Do they all get the finish clean? It looks like they do. Stuffs is going to look to snipe Richie, and he does on the line by 100 of a second.
Look at that risk as well, right? Just finding himself jumping a bit further to the left, at risk to hit the finish, but somehow, some way, he finds himself just lining it up perfectly. And instead of a -7, making that a -4. Still not a really good round for Stuffs, right? -14 overall, honestly, a bit disappointing. But hey, we're all human, right? We're all human. He's only on 72 points. Oh, never mind. Everybody is like on 30.
No, I mean, what's so impressive to me about Stuffs, and the thing is, in Trackmania, there isn't really a meta. You can't really find a different way of playing the game. You're either good or you're not, and that shows in the times that you perform in the race. But for Stuffs, when I watch him play, it just seems that in his lines, there's a lack of hesitation. He's on rails. He knows what he's doing. He knows what his fingers are going to do on his controller, and it's going to show up in the screen in front of him and on the map that he's playing. And it's just the same scenario at the end. It's Stuffs who comes out on top. Of course, it wasn't the case last weekend, and we'll be hoping for some more of that action as we head into next weekend. But for the moment, we have to decide who actually is going to be playing a role in those matches before playoffs.
Yeah, it's still 2 matches remaining for now, but as we're heading into the sunset of our last track of the day, we will be enjoying this match on Heartleap. Well, my bias is still ongoing hard. The Dutch player Stuffs on 72 points as we start off our 4th map, Heartleap. It's looking like a bit of a wild party for now, but Josh, Richie, Granati all have their eye on the prize still, and Richie, currently on 2, could technically keep himself outside of Last Chance for the time. But Josh having the lead on round number 1. Richie, Granati, and Stuffs just a little bit behind, and our first player to fall is going to be Josh, left with 3 players. But what a close start to kick things off here on Heartleap.
Yeah, absolutely. He said coming into this map that we were looking at the sunset, well, it's been lights out for Stuffs since the start. He has been the best player, and he's looking to turn off the lights for his opponents. And as long as he stays in first place, Richie will be the first to fall into last chance, as he's only on 2 points, and he would be losing 4 for that second position. But he is currently battling Grenady, denying any points that he can. Going to give him an extra chance in last chance ahead of these players once we go into the next round. But for the moment, it's Stuffs who keeps it clean. He has a very nice drift going into the end. Grenady replicates that line and claims second spot ahead of Richie. It's a 0.2. It's a theme that Josh has on these maps, is that he does 0.1 off division record in the first round.
Right. I mean, it's just, goes to show what for Stuffs in this case, right, is just his average pace, right? He just drives within a third of his world record times, which happen to be, just his PBs. I mean, that's where we usually see our players, oh, I got a PB, nice. If Stuffs PBs, that's world record. But even then, he doesn't seem to, need that. Like, as you mentioned, right, earlier on, his lines ooze confidence, and it just makes things look effortless, right? Even this sector right here, through the grass, that is so precarious to navigate through if you're not quite sure about how your car will handle through it. But Stuffs tries in those situations. You can see right now as well, 2 tenths ahead of Richie and Grenady. Josh with an unfortunate mistake, and Richie now hitting the wall on the dirt will mean that Stuffs is still enjoying himself, and Richie, I think, will be happy with Josh's mistake, as he is on last chance, but safe for the time being.
Yeah, that's it. It's a different race for Richie at this point. It's just about staying in the match, and when you know that one of your opponents has made a 3-second mistake, you know that you can safe it and just bring it home without any mistakes. Of course, that's easier said than done on these maps. Well, Stuffs is showing very well that it is quite easy to do if you are Stuffs.
Sure, yeah. Just drive division records.
Yeah,
as you do.
No, it's 0.126, just beats his own division record, only 0.2 off his online world record. Stuffs is just really on another level in this match. He's got 4 match records now. He's got 72 points, 42 points ahead of his closest opponent being Grenady, and really, it's only going one way for the Dutch player. The fight is behind them, and for the moment it's Josh who's been on the back foot compared to the big player Grenady, as he had made 2 early mistakes in the previous 2 rounds, and he's going to have to correct that if he wants to be potentially getting a second spot. But that's not a correction. That is just even worse than what he has previously done. And once again, Richie finds himself in a similar situation. Josh has made a 3-second mistake. He needs to keep it clean, and he just needs to let the others do what they want to do ahead.
Yeah, it's for now, Grenady also somewhat solidifying his second place, right? Making sure that he only loses the 4 pointers, allowing Josh to drop further and further in the rankings, and just let Richie and Josh fight. That's fine. That's cool. That means in Grenady's situation, that's 9 points. Probably won't be more with the pace that Stuffs has been driving, right? It does seem like he has a vice grip on these match records, even beating the division record along the way, and in this round it is no different whatsoever. Ooh, a mistake actually from Grenady. Still makes it in though, but yeah, Stuff's another 0.1 coming out as if it's nothing. I think it's just practicing. I think it's just it's just, this is warm up for playoffs, right?
Yeah,
that's what we're doing. Yeah.
We spoke about Jaka and Charles in that previous match, how they both had different fates, awaiting them, and that they were just playing out the rest of that match in preparation for what was to come later on. And Stuffs might be doing exactly that. He's got this lead. Most likely, he's going to win out this match ahead of the other players. And one interesting thing that I would like to remind everyone of is that the overlay that you see on the top left there, whenever a division record is set, well, the other matches see that as well. So other matches would be aware of the times that Stuffs is setting. And you imagine players like Epos ahead of him, who we might meet again in playoffs, will be looking at that and thinking, okay, he's on it this week, and I need to be on my A game next week as well. But for the moment, Richie is finding himself in second position. A player has made a mistake, but this time it isn't Josh. He's in 3rd place. Grenady is further behind, 0.8 behind, but once again, it is Stuffs leading the way. The DNF player, Richie, is trying to follow in his footsteps, but Josh is fighting for that 2nd spot. A bit of wider line for Richie. He's going to carry more speed than Josh. Crucially, he's going to take that 2nd spot. Josh does a bit of an adjustment with the brake tap on the outside dirt. Keeps the line clean. Grenady is getting closer, however, behind him. DNF player Richie is very wide. Can he keep it clean until the end? Yes, he does. It's another 0.2 for Stuffs. And actually, that's the first time that we've seen no major mistakes from any of our players. Just clean driving. Some cleaner than others.
Yeah, it's really just been a minor touch here and there, but that's pretty much it. Honestly, good round from all players. This because of Stuff's driving in 1st place, it does mean that everyone else is losing points, putting Josh into last chance, and Richie doing a phenomenal job keeping in the match, keeping in the rounds, and it's been part, Josh and Grenady falling behind, and part just him driving well. It sometimes may come down to pace, right, and just making sure you can just keep your car going, but it always helps out if somebody makes a mistake, especially in last chance mode, where all of a sudden that pressure that you may have had, right? Ooh, I need to make sure I get this line nice. Oh, I'm just, maybe a 10th ahead. If not, that just alleviates that stress. You don't need to worry about 1st place anyways. That's, Stuffs is taking care of that. Don't worry about that. You just need to not come in last. And Grenady now on 16. Getting quite close to him being in, perhaps making a triple last chance. Who knows?
This is where you can really get caught out with this format. In normal cup mode, sometimes you might feel like the person who wins in the end is kind of undeserved. It's not really in their hands whether they win the round, whether they eventually win the match. But in this one, if you stay in it, it's because you finished ahead of the opponents and they've been the one to make the mistakes. So you can't really blame anyone for that. So if you do end up in a tricky situation and a double or triple last chance and you are the one who falters, well, really, you've got no one to blame. So, as you said, Grenady's going to be trying to avoid that. It really can happen. All of these players, some have been more consistent than others, but all of them have the pace to beat each other. So on a round where, imagine Grenady, Josh and Richie find themselves in a triple last chance, who have you got your money on? Who do you bet on to keep it clean and stay in the match? Because that's a realistic, opportunity at this point.
Definitely, as we also are making our way back to restaurant here, as already mentioned at the first time around on this track, Stuffs just shines on this track. We can see it again, the East Circuit Mania stats there, showing us just stuffs, and that's pretty much it, right? That pretty much tells the story of what happened our first time around. And if memory serves me right, it was Richie who had the most trouble keeping it fully clean, right, with that 4th round. Being that unfortunate no bounce on the bounce. Still not quite sure what happened there. But this time around, everybody looking quite clean. Stuff's way ahead, though, just having a stronger start despite Richie, Grenady, and Josh. All of them doing a fine job for the time being. Everybody does hit the checkpoint, but Grenady with a bit of a mistake could mean Josh and Richie are safe.
Yeah, Grenady seemed to lose the gear through that checkpoint. Lost a lot of speed because of it also. It's Josh and Richie who are ahead of him. Richie, really, in this position, he should be comfortable. He should be able to safe it for the rest of this round at least. But we saw, as you said, that first rotation, he made some mistakes which were uncharacteristic of his playstyle. And actually, he's letting the 2 players behind him catch up a little bit. Stuffs who makes the mistake. Richie might even end up winning the round. Yes, he does. He comes across the line with a 107.0. There was a clip from Stuffs as he drives by the carnage of cars falling through the risky finish. Uncharacteristic from Richie initially, but then uncharacteristic from Stuffs in this match at least. That's a mistake. He probably won't be regretting, as he still has 62 points. But it does mean that he sent Josh into last chance, and now Josh might be the first one going home.
Yeah, it's with Josh and Richie there as well, keeping ahead of Grenady's, the crash from Stubbs wouldn't affect the result of that. It would have mainly caused Grenady to lose more points there. But for now, Grenady on 9 points does mean that that potential triple last chance is less on the table as it could have been. And Stuff's there making another mistake. It does look like our players for the time being are gonna be able to deal some damage here to Stuffs. I mean, it's still gonna be a lot, right? It's like that boss you're fighting, and then it turns out they have a second phase. when you've already used all your healing potions. That's the situation these players are finding themselves in. But for now, Granati doing a phenomenal job, keeping in first place, keeping Josh just a little bit behind him to make sure he doesn't lose those 9 points. Effectively would mean that the only player to lose points here would be Stuffed. But we'll see if Josh will be able to make it happen here on the ice wall. Going up they go. Granati with a nice bounce right there. Should be able to hold on to first place. And so no changes in points except for Stuffed losing 10.
Listen, Boney, I'm going to say it. Stuffs has made 2 mistakes in 2 rounds. I think the comeback is on.
He's watched.
I think absolutely. It's just not going to be his match here. I think.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say who's going to make the comeback, but one of them is one of the 3. Considering the 2 of them are in last chance, and that Stuffs in that round alone lost more points than Granati has left. But anyway, Granati heads into this round full of confidence, I'm sure, as he is one of the only 3 other than Stuffs who is not in last chance, and he's sent Josh to the back of the pack, so he's the one in the hot seat, and he's made an additional mistake. You saw him trying to adjust, trying to release to make it through that little chicane, but it wasn't enough. Richie is the one who could be the big winner in this situation, and Josh actually a 4th position, considering that he's 3rd overall before this match, could be devastating for the British player. He's going to compound that misery with another mistake, and it looks to be over for the Shift player. That's a really disappointing end to the match, considering that he started off quite strongly and looked to be one of the favourites to finish 2nd behind Stuffs.
Yeah, it's just one mistake, right, cost him the match for now, and where Richie has been doing a great job just keeping up, right, just making sure he doesn't get that last place. The one to feel the brunt of that blow is going to be Josh, our first player to be eliminated from this match, and we'll have to settle for a measly 3 points. Doesn't mean we're not going to get triple last chance. I mean, technically it's still possible, but I somewhat doubt it. But yeah, Richie just making away like a bandit, looking to get a minimum of 6 points because of his performance, and with Granati on 5, all of a sudden he may be trying to get more, maybe looking to perhaps get a little bit more of the pie in this situation, as it's very much possible. We'll see if Stuffs though will be able to repeat what he did in the previous round, getting that first place. We somewhat ignored that as this fight for 3rd is unfolding.
Yeah, listen, that 4th place from Josh could be very interesting. You know, he was on 35 points going into this match, and he's only going to get 3 from that without a match record. As we've seen, there's been a mistake from Richie, so he could be the next person to join Josh in the eliminated players. He might be leaving Granati all by himself to fend against the big bad Stuffs, as he's still on 52 points, and Granati might be heading into last chance. Although if he finishes 2nd or 1st here, he will be on at least 1 point. But Stuffs is looking to claim another round win on Restaurant. He's been really dominating on this map, apart from 1 or maybe 2 mistakes. What is the time going to be from the Dutch player? It's another solid 0.8, but it's enough. It's not as fast, but it's enough to stay ahead of everyone, and crucially, it's enough to stay ahead of Richie, who is going to be 3rd place in this match ahead of Josh. And as I was saying, that's going to be really interesting to see what that does to our leaderboard and to our potential players looking for a playoff spot, because Josh was one of those, and that is a big upset for him to finish 4th in that match.
Yeah, it's especially in this last day, right? These last couple of matches, it's all going to come down to singular points, if not when tied to performance in general. And with how close this top 6 has been in general, it's very, very, very much a tough blow. Having Richie just basically holding out for just 1 round, right? Just one more round would have made the difference. As Richie making that same mistake that Josh has made on the round just before, which caused his elimination. But still, though, congrats to Richie for making it into 3rd place, despite having a rough start. Still salvaging out 6 points is very well done. And with that, 2 players remain, Granati and Stuffs, and where Granati is on last chance, Stuffs has 50 points. Look, I'm not saying Granati can't do it. I'm just saying he's got to play perfect.
Yeah, and I don't.
Entire way through.
I don't want to take away from the performance.
I don't even know. Like, wait, 8, so 7 rounds.
Exactly.
Seven
Yeah.
rounds.
That's exactly it. And I don't want to take away from the performance from Stuffs, but if we look back to that performance from EPOS last week, he ended the match against Massa, Grenadi, and Elcon on 67 points. Okay? Stuffs is sending Grenadi, his last opponent, into last chance when he's still on 50. It just goes to show the level of these players. And these two, compared to their opponents, Stuffs maybe trying to send a message after he lost to EPOS last week that actually, you know what, anything you can do, I can at least match it. And he's trying his best to do that. It is a very impressive performance from the Dutch player. But we are going to be heading into Xenogen, where he continued that performance the first time around, and he's going to be looking to close out the match. It could be this round, the one where he does it.
Yeah, Gennady, first round on last chance, but it only takes one to lose that and end up your match in second place. I mean, Stuffs for the time being still driving a perfect race, despite, well, to a certain extent, he has all match records. He has 50 points. He's got all the time in the world. Maybe our fastest match of the day because of that. But yeah, definitely with Gennady just being a star player himself, I would not discount him. It's just going to be an uphill battle. It's something that could have potentially been prevented in previous rounds, if not for the fact that Stuffs has been dominating, has just been driving amazing records. And this round so far is looking like all in favor of the Dutch player. Swamp Germany looking to take it here, which is, I don't know. I don't know about Swamp Germany. I have opinions.
Well, for the moment, Stuff's opinion is that he's going to win this match, and he's going to do it in style. It looks like he's on a very good time. Granny hasn't made a mistake. He's just not as quick as Stuffed, because quick is enough for Stuffed to send Grenadi out of the match. It's going to be a comfortable victory for the Wild player. He's going to close it out on Xenogen. Really, really impressive from him. And he just beat out, 2 of the top 4, by the way, in that match. And he ended it on, was it 48 points, 47 points? Just incredibly impressive for him. I don't know what there is to say, except that I'm really looking forward to seeing him in the playoffs.
Oh, definitely. I mean, this is pretty much, I would be very surprised to not see him in the finals of it all. It does look like he is solidifying his top 4 with this. And despite a strong lobby, still able to dominate the match. Very curious to see, how our analysts are going to dissect this match, as it's been a bit of one side of the fair. Take it away.
Well, we do have to give props to Stuff. It's an incredible performance, but I do want to mention one of the things that the caster said at the end there. Beating out 2 of the top 4. Unfortunately for Josh Carl, I'm not convinced that he's still going to be top 4. And in fact, I think at this point, his position in the top 8 might even start to come under threat after that 4th place.
Yeah, his next match will be super important, and we're casting it, so it's good. But yeah, Stuff made it easy. It wasn't a match really, like it was just 5 per second and that's it. So really well done by Stuff.
Yeah, and I mean, Neil, at this point of the competition, it does feel a little bit like we have Div 1, we have Div 0, Stuffed and EPOS in a league of their own. Grenadi looking at the top of Div 1, though. I mean, if we ignore Stuffed and EPOS, Grenadi's doing really well.
Yeah, he's in that Div 0.5 kind of vibe right now. He's hanging on, but still, winning by 50 points when you're starting with 100 points is just, like, astonishing. Like, the performance is just so good. And yeah, honestly, it is just Stuffs and EPOS that we're looking at, but you never know what can happen in playoffs. So
you really don't. And of course, there are still players fighting to avoid that promo relegation as well. Richie picking up the 3rd in that match could give him the chance to avoid promo relegation, climb his way up into those 9th or 10th spots, and potentially manage to dodge any postseason shenanigans and the potential to lose his spot in Div 1. I'm kind of rooting for him a little bit. I think after having been here for Season 1, it'd be nice to see him manage to hold on in Season 2 as well. But we'll talk about that at some point in the future. For now, we are joined by Stuffed after his win in that match. Stuffed, congratulations. Very well done with a massive win in that one. And hey, thank you for joining us as well.
Yeah, it feels good. Looking forward to watching the match back as well.
That seems fair. I mean, you did very well. I mean, almost matching EPOS in the amount you managed to beat Grenadi by, but not quite.
Yeah, I don't think I played my best, to be honest. There were a lot of sloppy rounds, a lot of like -10s that I could have avoided, but a win is a win, so I'm still happy with it.
Absolutely. I'll send it on over. I'll open the floor. Analysts, Carl, Neil, what do you got?
Yeah, I have a big question. How easy it was?
I mean, most rounds I could just save. I think no one was able to match my pace, so I would say pretty easy for this match.
It looked like that. Well, congrats, man. It was impressive.
Yeah, thank you.
That was great, Stoves. Congratulations, man. I have a quick question for you. So now you've pretty much certified you're in playoffs. Is there a game plan? Because you know Epos is going to be your number one. You guys are in your division of your own. You guys are going to be fighting for first place. Everyone knows it. Grenadi's slowly there. You know, he might practice more off stream, play off stream to have more focus. Bosbez played really well, took Josh's spot in the top 4. Do you have a game plan coming into playoffs, or is just pace on, keep going at it?
I think it's doing the same as I've been doing the last week. I played a lot of rounds, which I think really helped my consistency. So I think if I play like playoffs better, then I would play this match while keeping kind of same pace. I think I'll be more than fine.
That's great, man. I wish you the best of luck. That was a great performance. I hope you keep going at it.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. Stuffs, congratulations again. Listen, honestly, there's not a huge amount extra to say after a match like that, so I'm just going to ask, is there anything that you want to say to the Beacon fans while we're here, while we have you on stream?
I just want to say mainly thank you to the organizers, same as Charles said in the interview, for hosting this amazing tournament, and I honestly can't wait for playoffs.
Yeah, well, Stuffs, best of luck in the last match of the day. Massa, Akros, and Tween to take on. Any of them you're nervous about?
I don't think so. I think Massa's warm-up for this match was World of Tompus instead of these maps, so I think I'll be more than fine.
Should be okay. Well, best of luck with that, and congratulations again on the win in that match.
Yep, thank you.
That's going to wrap things up for Division 1, at least for round 4. We still have one more round of matches to go. We're going to take a quick break, and we will be back to finish off league play for Season 2 of the Beacon World League to finalize what the positions are and who's heading to playoffs. We're going to do it in an all-English affair. Join us for that. We're going to take a break, and we'll see you soon. For the final time in league play for Season 2 of the Beacon World League, welcome back to the broadcast as we set up for what is a genuinely important match. We saw Josh finish 4th in that last match, Neil. And with that in mind, he's going up against Epos, he's going up against Bosbez, and he's going up against Wizzy. And he needs to not come last or he may drop out of playoffs entirely.
Very true. Josh is going to need a match of his life here. He's going to need to finish at least 2nd or 3rd with some match records. Tween could overtake him here, and it could be pretty tough. If Nico has a really good match, he could be out of playoffs completely, which is going to be really tough. So I hope Josh really picks it up now.
Yeah, and I think it's really interesting looking at these match records, Carl, the combined pick bans, I should say, with Epos, you know, he's way ahead of everyone else. We expect that, right? But Bozbez actually going to be 4th in the pick ban order. I mean, potentially just hiding a bit more pace offline than some of the other players, but I definitely don't think coming in as the 2nd seed to this league that he's untouchable in this match.
Yeah, no, and their PBs are super close to each other, so only Epos. It will be a fight for 2nd. It should be. But it will be an important one, and if Epos gets first every round, then it will make it super close between the last 3. So it will be a super important match, and well, good luck to them.
Well, best of luck to these players. I'm going to ask for predictions before we even head into the pick ban this time around. And Carl, I'm going to come to you first, and I'm going to ask for your prediction for 2nd place then. Look,
yeah,
we're all
for
going to
2nd
accept
place.
that Epos is going to win.
We'll do a prediction for 2nd place. I went for Josh last match. He ended up 4th. So I'll go with my boy Wheezy.
Yeah, Carl, if we're being totally honest, it's not been a great day for you on the prediction side of things.
It's okay, it's okay. I'm a player, I'm not an analyst.
Completely fair. Neil.
Not a good player either.
Yeah, right.
Neil coming for the title. Neil, who you got for 2nd in this match?
Tough one. I'd give it between Bozbez or Wizzy right now. I feel like Josh is a little mentally mudded. I think. So I think Bozbez. Give some love to my half Indian brother.
Okay, you don't think that there's any kind of buff coming through for Josh in the fact that, you know, he's got to, like you said, tough mental game in the last match, but now he gets to relax and hang out with his friends in a match, you know? Is that going to help him get back into it? Or is that going to be a detriment because it's 3 players he knows really well and he doesn't want to embarrass himself in front of them?
Oh yeah, could be the case for sure, and depending on the map picks, you know? We don't know what maps are going to be picked, and maybe we could see the funny yellow map, maybe we couldn't make another ban, maybe. Who knows what's going to happen? And if the map order works out for Josh, I think he could have a comeback. He just needs one good start to a map, couple rounds, and he's back into it.
Well, let's find out. Let's head into pick bans for the final time in League play for Season 2 and figure out whether or not we will get to see the funny yellow map. Epos, with all of the power in his hands, gets to make a decision. Will he ban away Maharaga? Will he pick something else? What is the first decision on this one? Epos, come on, show us what you got. He bans Enogen. He bans Enogen. Carl, we're going to get to show you Maharaga.
Yeah, we'll see crashes, I guess, then.
We're gonna see some crashes. We're not going to be guaranteed seeing it twice, but it may be the decider. Neil, I think Maharaga might decide this match.
This is really good because this is Josh's map, right? Josh Granati love Maharaga. This is their hot zone, you know, where they're gonna perform the best. And if Josh is consistent with that pace, I think he's gonna save himself a lot of points. He needs those -0s as much as possible.
Absolutely, and I am going to then just come back for one quick run around the table. I mean, you know, we often ask, does it change your minds, the pick order, in terms of how you felt about your predictions? I think Josh getting Maharaga 2nd, this is one of those times, Carl, where it may genuinely change how this match plays out.
Yeah, and if, like Neil said, if he starts well, he can do this. Maybe not against Epos, but against the 2 others, he can definitely do it. So, yeah, Neil used beautiful words there.
Yeah, for the first time in his life, Neil has used beautiful words. We won't let him open his mouth again and potentially ruin it. We'll send it over to the casters for this final game. Boney, let's get on into it.
That's right, Alex. I'm looking forward to this, man. A bit of a battle in the UK, right, if you will, on our hands. I wouldn't be surprised if we're all just hanging out in the same Discord and just having a laugh at the moment. Because despite the fact, right, that we're still here playing a competition, I know what it's like, right? When you're just playing with people you've always been playing with in different types of tournaments and settings, you just gravitate towards one another. So I don't disagree with anyone saying like Epos is going to take it. I feel like that is a very shoehorned in, right? Obviously, why would that not happen? His performance has shown nothing but first places with his last match as well. Just a perfect 16 points. Doing fine, doing perfect, and the only player that seemingly in his way being stuffed also has beaten in matches. So I don't see that what we saw during the previous season with Bozbez being that strong contender. He hasn't been looking as strong this time around, and despite that, I do still think Bozbez will be 2nd in this if I want to throw my prediction into.
Okay, I'm glad you threw your prediction in there because it's not that spicy. It shouldn't be that spicy of a prediction that, hey, our second seed coming into the season, the player that came second, the player that has regularly beaten EPOS in domestic competition at times as well, although I think it has to be said that EPOS has improved. It shouldn't be that divisive to say, yes, BozBez is a clear favorite for a second. But it kind of is, right? I mean, Wizzy has been having a great performance, really stepped up over the last few months as a player in general. I mean, Josh has almost come out of nowhere for Season 2 of the Beacon World League as well. Was a Div 2 player last season, and really was in with a chance for top 4 in Division 1 this season as well. I think, unfortunately, the last match has put paid to that. We'll see if he can hold on to his playoff spot altogether. We're getting ready. We're going to head into map 1 for this final match.
Welcome to the age of cybernetics.
Into Arrogate we go, brought to us by Kerberos, and where, you know, in map pool that consists of hard maps, I feel like that is a name that is not one to skip over, as our players are off the line once again, and I'm kind of missing someone along the way. It does seem to be that Josh had some issues getting off the line, and with their Wizzy hitting the wall, it's the Blue Jays flying out in front in formation, and yeah, strong start for Epos and BozBez, not so much for Wizzy and Josh.
I am going to call it out, much as I hate to do it, that Josh made the same mistake in warm-up as he's made at the start of round 1 here. You hate to see a pattern starting to form where one player is going to be falling behind regularly, and it's another mistake from Josh heading into that no-break section that forces the players to actually just release to get through there. Wizzy and Boz both go for the line! Both of them fail, and I love... Boney, I love that EPOS did not go for the bug slide line there and just sailed off into the distance anyway.
Yeah, no, he's just leaving all the chaos behind him. He knows where he's at. He knows that I don't need any of that. I'm just gonna... He takes the safe route. He takes the safe route.
He's still gonna win the round, brother. He's just behind Boz. He's not got the speed. Boz will win the round. EPOS comes second. Josh needs to get to the finish line. It'll be in 4th place, and Wizzy took 3rd. Hey, great start for BozBez, I guess.
Yeah, now considering the situation, the circumstances, the way things rolled out, yeah, that's, you know, I'll take a 114.9 match record to open things off. Yeah, no problem.
Solidly 2 seconds behind the current division record, held by a player in this very lobby. It was a world record at the time that he said it. Look, it's a better start to round 2 at least. Josh has not repeated the sins of the past. He is actually leading the round off the line.
Learning from his mistakes. Love to see it, right? Sometimes, you know, you just hit that same rock over and over again. Not Josh. Josh is the one who will break the cycle, break the chains. Unfortunately, there's another wall in the way, so, you know, it's going to have to try again once again. BozBez also falling behind through that hairpin dirt line. And it's Wizzy and Epos remaining, and I'm curious to see if Epos and Wizzy both going for the bug slide line, and Epos with the better exit out of it will be taking 1st place, and yeah, we'll see if Wizzy can retake it here. I don't think Epos is going to go for the safe line once again here.
I kind of hope that he doesn't. He still nearly won that last round, and he has, just in the space of 1 corner, pulled out a gap to Wizzy on this one. This time around, Epos goes for the big jump, and he will land it cleanly ahead of Wizzy. Still just needs to hit the finish, and I trust Epos to be capable of that more than I trust almost any other player in this tournament. There's the match record taken back by Epos. A 112.8 is very respectable. Wizzy wasn't that far behind. Josh will take 3rd, and BozBez unfortunately can't repeat the 1st round. Gets the full -10, and Epos is winning the match.
Yeah, it you know, it only took 2 rounds, and we already see a pattern occur. I mean, honestly, the only reason Epos didn't take round 1 was because he took the safe route. That's it. But yeah, it's for the time being going the way I somewhat expected. Epos at the top, Wizzy, BozBez, Josh just fighting in a mud pit, going at it, and at some point somebody is going to come out on top.
Maybe.
we only have 2 rounds just yet, right? Who knows? Maybe
Yeah.
it's a bit too early to say, but Bozbez, not one to learn from his mistakes. Exact same place, exact same crash, and stuck in 4th place because of that. Might be looking for another -10 here. Not what you're wanting, but hey, sometimes you dealt the cards the way they are, and you're just gonna have to deal with it.
Yeah, good speed from Josh through that no break section. He's going for the bug slide line. I think Josh is full dead. He's back behind Bozbez. Will go for the bug slide again. Cleaner from Josh. I tell a lie. It was very clean from Bozbez, and Josh is struggling for speed at the back of the pack at the moment. But meanwhile, up front, both of these players have their foot on the gas, as it is Wizzy and Epos wheel to wheel, weaving through these final turns. They are still neck and neck through the air. Better landing from Epos. Maybe they carry the same speed. There is nothing to separate them as they hit the line. It's Wizzy with his nose in front, and he beats Epos on pace.
Beautiful, beautiful finish right there between the 2 players. Wizzy just getting that no minus for him. I honestly just keeping his composure there, right? Because still a 112.9, beautiful time driven, right? And Epos is not like he was slowing down. It's not like he was taking it easy. Wizzy just was able to show off what he is capable of doing. Same time in the back, Bozbez and Josh just rounding things out. And it's looking like, forever put Wizzy on 2nd place. You're eating good.
Yeah, I'm feeling okay about that. I have started to think of Epos less as a player in these matches and more of a force of nature, right?
Sure.
You kind of just gotta stay composed and deal with him as he comes. And if you drive a 112.9 and that's good enough to beat him, you celebrate. The harvest was good this year, boys. And if he, meanwhile, just drives a 112.2 and you drive a 112.9, there was nothing you could do about it. Hey, sometimes the wind is just gonna blow your door in.
Yeah, you're just gonna have to take it for what it is. Try again next time, but. Yeah, Wizzy seeming to unlock his Ultra Instinct right now, getting a great bug slide there. Epos, unfortunately, just getting it a bit cleaner, will be taking over 1st place for the time being. But yeah, with the way Wizzy has been driving on this track, I do think that he's going to be able to keep Epos honest towards the finish. Bozbez lurking in the back, but a bit too far away to really have an impact on what's going on in the front as we once again set up for the jump over the engine off section, and it's going to come down to these minor lines here. Both players making their way across, but this time around, Wizzy unable to beat Epos to the line, but great times being driven by both players. 0.5s on the board. That's another match record, but fortunately, the pendulum just swinging the way of Epos, as you say. Force of nature showing its way. The weather forecast in this situation is, bit cloudy, and Epos wins just going through.
Sometimes you're going to drive a 112.6 on Reshiram, or on Arrogate, excuse me, and it's not going to be enough because Epos, this time around, to be fair, was only less than a 10th faster. Very impressive performance by Wizzy, who I think is setting himself up looking like the 2nd best player in this match after, it has to be said, only 1 map, because Boney, we're getting ready to head to a map that we've not seen yet today.
Oh, yeah, it's been a long wait for those who have been waiting for it. Every single time the ban has come in, but our time is now. If you like transitions, then this is the time for it. It's going to be the funny map, right? It's going to be hopefully Josh, right, who currently is on 63 points. This is the place where he wants to get back into it. Bozbez is also a strong player on this track, but has been having some issues getting that consistency in. When he wants to be fast, he is fast. But it's been, just every single time that minor mistake, that flip around, right, onto the wall right, that's been hurting him. And, Josh looking to recover some of his point loss here.
Josh needs a big map. He needs to kickstart his comeback. It's time to get loud. We're heading to Maharaga.
Oh my god. Let me show you what I got. Oh my god. Is that bullshit? I think not. Let me show you what I got. Hey yo, who made it? I think God. Oh my.
So So, Boney, as we get ready, and hopefully before the first crashes come in on Maharaga, I do want to very briefly talk about how much and when it has appeared in the competition so far. Because, yes, this map has been banned 72% of the time. Again, that is more than every other map put together still. Bospez is going to clip on the first jump. That's okay. We'll keep going on the stats because I also want to mention that when it slips through pick ban, it does get picked disproportionately in the first two maps. It ends up playing a major role because the players that like this map absolutely love it and they want it to appear as quickly as possible. Josh is one of those players. Unfortunately, Josh has crashed a little bit in the first round and has not immediately gotten to show us what he's made of on this track.
Yeah, already a 3.5 second deficit, but that is where Maharaga comes in, right? That is what makes players not want to pick into it. A mistake here isn't the same as it is on Heartleap or any of the other maps, right? Where you may touch the ball or something like that, and like, oh, you know, it's a bit of a loss, but it's recoverable. Here, so much is dependent on your speed throughout the sections, right? There's quite a lot of speed checks woven into this track, and not just that, this finish as well has been heartbreaking in the past. We've seen many players just shooting a bit too short of the finish, and Epos trying to get past was so close, had the pace. If only the finish was one block further away, the difference would have been made, but Wizzy keeping strong, making sure -0 goes his way, and keeping Epos honest here.
I want to give huge props to Wizzy there for managing to defend. Boz is going to DNF. That's a -12. Don't worry about it. Huge props to Wizzy for defending his lead there because Epos had the better line. He was a little bit wider on that turn before the jump. He got a little bit more of the road border, which gives you more speed and allows you to set up to jump further to the left to the finish, which is the quickest way to get to that finish. And Wizzy, I think, recognized the danger. I think he knew how close the round was and managed to, even with slightly less speed, still risk and still jump left. And he was risking a little bit, not making that jump, but he still managed to hold off Epos all the way up to that finish line, win by 13, 14 thousandths, whatever the gap ended up being. So very impressive end by Wizzy to actually hold Epos off.
Yeah, it's just helping them out. And I mean, this, again, we've been saying, right, Epos, that's first place guaranteed. Wizzy, for the time being, is making me start to doubt, is making me start to think that perhaps there is a way, perhaps there is some path to victory for other players. But for now, yeah, Wizzy being the closest one of the bunch. Josh not able to shine as much as he would have liked, as he does clip right before that transition into the wall ride. And Epos does have first place. Bospez also lost along the way side. And yeah, our top two seemingly set in stone. Epos going into it with a first place 108.7, a 9-2, just 4 thousandths away from Wizzy's match record. Who knows? Maybe Wizzy will be able to hold on to that singular point. I mean, it may make the difference in the end.
Bospez, brother.
Yeah, he's not. He's not eating.
Say Finn. You got there. You have time. You have time. You have time. You have time. You don't have time. There's a slow-mo block. I lied. Oh, that slow-mo block. Intax, as much as everyone has joked about this map in general, I think that may have been the single most sadistic block placed on it for this one moment.
And he's in chat as well, right? He's challenging
of course
people
he is.
to play it now. He's playing now. Really, after that look what you just took away from Bospez. All that confidence just oozing away. It's just completely gone, shriveled, just holding his mouth like, I gotta keep going, man. He's just barely keeping it together. No, Bospez definitely has not been having a good time here, and with a touch there as well. Gonna have to go for the alternative route, having some issues with that, and maybe another DNF, and at the same time, Epos, Wizzy, completely oblivious to the situation and are very much focused on the fight between them.
Yeah, only 7 points separating them at the top of the moment. And I do want to know, yes, no, I understand that the slow-mo block is necessary to prevent the safe Finn just being faster. It was just really funny in the last round as well. Epos and Wizzy are still close between them, going for this turnaround. Better landing for Epos. Wizzy manages not to scrape his wheel off anything. He's still carrying speed, but this looks difficult. He is driving recovery lines right now, and that has allowed Epos to extend the gap. It would allow Epos to crash the finish and lose the round. That's what it's going to allow, Boney, which I was totally prepared for, as you could tell.
I very much could tell. I mean, these finishes these days, they're shrinking by the minute, and yeah, in that situation, for some reason, it just moved slightly to the left, right?
Ayrton Senna moment.
Miscalculation. It happens to the best of us, but Interestingly, right, Wizzy, who has been able to maintain that fight with APOS, is tied up the score between the two. Bospes and Josh have been turning this fight into a third place, 42 and 45 for both players respectively. And with Epos having a bad start, this may be the winds of change we have been looking for. Tornado Epos may be a thing, but Tsunami Wizzy is here to play.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about how potentially Epos a bit of a force of nature. Wizzy plays for Team Wild. He's literally got the power of the Wild in his name. So, you know, I mean, there's something to think about there for sure. Bozbez is having a clean round for the first time in this match on Maharaga. Long may it continue, but there is still plenty of map left to go. That turnaround that's upcoming, we know causes problems occasionally, even though it is consistent, even though the players should be able to hit it. It does occasionally lead to some minor issues. Here we go. Bozbez looking to land on all four wheels. Will do so successfully. He's holding off Wizzy for the time being. Couple of corners left to go, Boney. And this one's looking set as long as no one misses a fin.
Yeah, looking at the pace as well, 105, 106. It may be enough to get past that match record. And Bozbez does, despite having a bad Maharaga. He does walk away with a singular point to his name. So even if the race does end up going somewhat awry, it still means that he's able to set up a solid time and a solid bar for most likely when we get back to Maharaga. But that's for future us. Present us, we're seeing a fight between Wizzy and Apos. And I think it's a fight in a way that we didn't quite expect the way it should go, considering Apos, I mean, last two matches, he's won with, what, 40, 50, 60 points still to his name? This is way different.
While we have the break between maps, I'm going to ask production for something a little bit different very quickly. Can we pull up the current rounds for the other matches? What's going on in the other matches? Because at the moment, Josh is still in a little bit of danger. But the great news for Josh fans is that Richie is dominating over in match 4. It is Nico and Ender who are the biggest risks to Josh right now. And they're not that close right now. Elcon still doing well, so that is important to keep in the back of our minds as we continue this match on. Josh needs to do well in this match, but he's not completely out of it if things go badly for him here. He just needs Richie to continue on that pace.
I mean, that's part of it, right? I mean, you don't want to be relying on performance of other players, but hey, sometimes that is the way it goes, and you just gotta, if it does go your way, hey, that's all good. The only thing you have control over is your own performance. For now, though, Josh still in 4th place, but still everything to play for. We'll see, though, if Hard Leap is going to be the place to do it.
Well, here we go, on to Heart Leap. And the question is, can Wizzy maintain the pace right now? Leading the match. We've had, in a match with Epos in it, Boney, 3 different match leaders, because Bozbez technically won round 1. Can you believe it?
I mean, if I wasn't watching it right now, I would have said, no, what are you talking about, bro? It's A+ all the way. Come on. But reality usually triumphs these fantasies that we may have, right? The things that we don't expect to be real can suddenly become reality. This one is not looking too good for Wizzy, having some issues through that chicane on the grass. And it is a fight between Josh and Epos for now, with Bozbez just trailing behind by about a second. But hey, you know what? Josh makes a mistake. All of a sudden, Epos is completely left to his own devices. He's got full reign of the match, at least for this round.
Yeah, and Boz and Josh both low speed here. I think I expect that gap up to Epos to continue to grow, at least for the next couple of turns. Boz is so close to the outside, releasing there. Josh will find an advantage, move back up into 2nd place. Boz very low on that line, means he has less speed heading into the dirt than Josh. And that does, as you can see, continue to grow that gap around the final couple of corners. But this end is not automatic. It is eminently failable. Will anyone fail it? Epos off in the distance makes it. Josh doesn't even make it to the finish line before he fails, but he will make it through in 3rd place as Wizzy picks up 4th.
Yeah, -10. So Epos with that, taking back the match leader role, but still, it's in that situation, Wizzy just I guess, having a bit of a bad round, right? I'm just going to copium for Wizzy in this one. I believe he's going to break the cycle and, make this a match where we're not guessing for, oh, it's just going to be second place. Because for the time being, Wizzy is still doing a phenomenal job. It's just been, just a bad one. Just a bad one. Hey, it's fine. We'll take care of it. Bospus and Josh also still fighting for third place. But who knows? Maybe one of them will be able to stick around, right? We've seen these last chances go quite long, making some of our matches. I mean, how often have we seen a match go to map 7, right? That's been the day we've been having, and you know what? I don't think this match is going to be an exception for situations we didn't expect.
Yep. Speaking of things that we didn't expect, although maybe this one could have been predicted, we are getting information from other matches that Stuffed has set a new division record over on Arrogate, improving on Epos's point 2 to get a point 1. That is from a trustworthy source, as Akros, who's currently playing in that match, has come to Twitch to tell us that. Thank you, Akros.
I mean, it's essential.
Maybe focus on the match like a little bit, But hey, who am I to say that, right? Do you, brother? As this is a relatively close round between Josh and Bozbez, as there's less than a tenth between them. Epos is, of course, off in the distance, as he so often is, but we'll get to the finish line with very little separating these two. Looks good from Josh. It's pace from Josh, who will snipe Bozbez at the finish line, picking up a second place as Epos picks himself up a match record.
I'm not sure if it was Josh just unlocking the boosters, if it was Bospez having a little bit of a clip there towards the end, but it just seemed like Josh shot forward, and that was all she wrote, picking up second place and just stopping Bospez from, keeping that third place with, still in third for now, but not as much as he would have liked, right? 4 points just between the two players. Wizzy, though, once again, a -10. Will mean that the gap for first, right, that fight for first is getting a bit more precarious. Epos getting quite some breathing room for now. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. I mean, we already knew that. We already saw that. And I'm curious to see with Josh having a bit of an awkward line right there, what the rest of the players will be able to do about this fight at the top.
Yeah, it looked like Josh just completely no-sliding out in that corner, will end up a long way down on the rest of the field. He might be joined by Wizzy, and he will in fact overtake Wizzy through this corner. A lot more speed on the grass, exiting with a lot more speed off the grass. And Epos and Boz, the two players from Blue Jays, continue to fight off in the distance, which is usually where you see Blue Jays fighting, to be fair. It tends to be in the air, and I don't know about you, Boney, but I'm usually on the ground.
Yeah, I tend to keep my feet on the ground indeed. Ooh, uncharacteristically from Epos, a mistake. But I mean, where you could say, early mistake and just make up for it. No, that was right before the last checkpoint. And with that, Bospez makes away like a bandit, picks up first place away from Epos. And even with the mistake from Epos, that's still second place. Josh and Wizzy simply too far away. And as I already said during a previous match, it's not, good and great players. It's about recovering from mistakes. And, am I surprised that Epos just did that? No. But at the same time, it's still impressive.
Yeah, and look, Epos is now on the same points total as he beat Grenadi and Massa on last week, which, I just want to use that to highlight how well he performed in that match last week as well. He said after last week's matches, when we got him on for the interview, that this week he was a little bit less nervous about the matches, maybe, and so wasn't going to be coming in quite as prepared as he was last week. But with that said, I mean, he's still looking absolutely dominant in this tournament so far, and he's looking still dominant in this match, but Wizzy could start to catch back up to him a little bit in this round. Big mistake from Epos early has left Wizzy in the clear, and a -0 here, a -10 for Epos. Closes the gap back down to 10.
Yeah, Wizzy there as well, finally making it around that dirt bend. He's been hitting the same wall two rounds in a row, and very much costing him a lot of points, right? It's been causing him to, at this point, be -30 thus far on this track. But for now, looking to stem the bleeding, has first place with Bospez right on his heels, looking for any sign of weakness, has maybe found it here through this last turn. Is that going to be enough to do it? No, a clip from Bospez will allow Wizzy to give him the -0, and not just that, Bospez going from a potential first place back to fourth. What a massive blow that is.
That final section, it's so precise, and Boz, he was carrying so much speed into it. Unfortunately, just pulled the mouse right a little bit too early, ended up ever so slightly in the wall, and then lacked the speed to make the finish altogether. Now, the good news, for us, I guess, is that Wizzy got a -0 and did close the gap back to EPOS a little bit. Unfortunately, Boz also got overtaken by EPOS, so the gap wasn't closed as much as we'd hoped for a dramatic finish to this match. And I think we can still expect EPOS to turn things on at some point later if he feels the need to. For the time being, the fight between Bozbez and Josh remains close. 21 points for Bozbez to Josh's 16, and we're still looking for Josh to try and push through for third. His playoffs chances, they're very much on the line.
Yeah, it's, I mean, 5-point differential would just mean, okay, even if he does end up in last chance first, that's still just holding out for a round or two, right? Just to get Bozbez, hopefully for his sake, in a situation where he's able to knock him out of the match. We've already seen it happen between Josh and Richie earlier on, right? Where Josh was unfortunately the one who took the brunt of the fall onto that sword. So I wouldn't be surprised that, you know what, two can play at that game, and well, in this situation, he's looking for Bozbez to be that target.
Well, we're heading into the last map of the pack. Not the last map of the match, but let's get ready for it. We are going to bring it all the way home on Reshiram.
You know how we roll. Straight up madness, you know how we roll.
All right, our final map here of our Battle of the UK. It's going to be Reshiram. 4 rounds on the board once again. I mean, you can look at the top of the scoreboard as well. It's pretty much in order from first to fourth place. Apples in first, Wizzy in second, Bozbez in third, and Josh in fourth place. Definitely no one just out of it just yet. It's just Bozbez and Josh at the moment. A bit of a danger zone, but hey, it's looking like a bit more danger for Bozbez as he is the first to falter.
Yeah, a little bit scary for Boz. Josh is looking awkward through these jumps as well. Who survives the turnaround? All of them do, but Boz is carrying the speed, and he manages to sneak his way back into third place. All 4 of these players, as you'd expect, going for this new line, quote-unquote. Although Bozbez missed the checkpoint. We got it! Bodhi! That was what we were talking about. That's the risk with that checkpoint, is that you go too low and you don't get it, and Bozbez had to do the circle of shame. He had to do a U-turn and head back up the hill to collect it.
Hello, Circle of Shame. I feel like that is something. Usually players just respawn. I disagree. Circle of Shame is the way forward. If you go for the trick, you gotta commit. And you know what? Props to Bozbez for committing to it, bringing us this Circle of Shame, as you've dubbed it. Wizzy, in the meantime, beating Epos to the line, making sure that he retains his 47 points, picking up the match record for the time being. But 107.2. Not the fastest time, and I think in a lobby like this, that's going to last for like one more round max.
It really will. It's a little bit scary right now. I also, credit to Stuffed. I want to give him a shout out as well. Epos got a lot of these division records last week as he was busy tearing through the members of Big. Stuffed has reclaimed a lot of them today, and he's only halfway through his second match of the day as well. And all of those world records as well. Stuffed's improved a lot of them during the week. He has most definitely been on the grind. And looking ahead to playoffs, that Epos Stuffed's battle, the fact that Epos won it the first time around, I don't think there's any guarantees heading into the rematch.
No, it's I think to a certain extent, you know, looking for that revenge, for that retribution, if you will, on Stuff's side, and we know he is capable of it, and it shows in his performance increasing as well throughout this day. I think yeah, it's I'm looking forward to that finals, definitely. But we're not quite there just yet. I mean, Wizzy also seemingly wanting a piece of the pie and is cruising to you know, put himself in a favorable position for the playoffs for now, though. Unable to beat Epos to the line. It's going to come down to this wall ice slide, and it is Epos faltering, and Wizzy once again getting away with it. Just, you know, a little shot right there to keep Epos away. No, I'm going to take it first, and another -0 for Wizzy, and Epos slowly but surely losing points, still in first place, but that advantage that was built up from Heartleap is somewhat diminishing now.
Someone's got to check the tapes. I do not know how Epos lost 0.3 in that turnaround because he
I think he
survived.
I don't
But
know.
he must have released. Yeah, interesting, because it didn't look like Wizzy got it particularly cleanly either. He was very sideways coming down off the wall. But hey, Epos got it even less cleanerly. That's, yeah. Good words.
Sometimes that's enough. Hey,
Yeah.
look, you're not gonna, complain about, like you find a free, hey, $20 on the floor. Hey, great,
True.
I'm gonna complain about it. Hey, I'll take it. And that's pretty much what Wizzy did right there. I mean, it's not just, I can imagine them just having a good time knowing that, it's just a lobby full of friends. But at the same time, you're still wanting to, prove something, to beat something. And it looks like Epos is the one to do well, not the circle, but
he did full respawn at this time.
Yeah.
That's, should have done the circle of shame maybe, but did respawn instead, which, hey, fair enough. He is out of this round completely and 100% gone from this one. It was interesting watching that checkpoint. Epos was low. Bozbez, the player you've just seen flying backwards across your screen, who is now reversing to explore the map, did go very high on that checkpoint to guarantee he was not repeating his earlier mistakes. And Wizzy has won another round here on Reshiram and is going to be ahead of Epos.
Yeah, it does look to be going that way. With Epos, well, there you go, crossing the finish line. Bozbez taking a DNF, doesn't really matter. He was on a singular point, so guaranteed last chance in that regard. Just could have been prevented if not for that jump scare that we experienced just now. Apologies for those who had a drink in their hands and just, covered themselves.
This is genuinely suddenly an incredibly important round. All of these rounds now are. Josh needs third, I think, to lock playoffs. He's probably going to need third. He needs to perform as well as he can. And he's in a double last chance situation against Bozbez, our number 2 seed from last season. And Josh is currently 4th, but all 4 players are still alive. Who is the first player to falter in this round? Who's going to make the mistake?
All to play for. And for now, Josh is the one in 4th place. But I mean, look at the differences between these players. May come down to this checkpoint. Players going past it. Everybody does hit it. No circle of shame will be involved this time. And it's Bozbez in the lead, not just surviving, but thriving in this last chance situation. And Josh with a mistake. That may be it. I think it's over. Unless...
That could be it. That clip could have been the end of Josh's playoffs hopes for the season. We'll wait and see. It might be in Richie's hands now. Josh is still just hoping for a mistake up in front. This is a failable end. Someone could catch too much airtime. Somebody could crash out. I don't think they have, though. Wizzy straightens out. Epos and Boz are in a close race. Epos sniped at the line, and Wizzy takes 3rd, and Josh crashes out in 4th place. Josh is now praying that results fall his way in other matches.
It's he did what he could, right? He played as much as he could within his capacity, as you say. It's now just coming down to what happens in our other matches. But our first defaulter is going to be Josh. Bozbez will be in last chance, but for now, winning that duel. Still though, Epos and Wizzy keeping things close, right? That fight for first is still very much on the table, and may not be guaranteed that Epos is going to walk away with first place for the time being.
Can we pull up those other match current results very quickly? Just have a quick look at match 4, where Nico and Ender, who are both looking to chase down Josh, are getting close to Richie, who started to let it slip, and Ender has 3 of those match records, and Josh's place in playoffs is under threat. It is very, very scary right now. We have the rest of this match to go. We'll see what happens when that match wraps up, because we only have a couple of maps left. And right now, I mean, hey, Epos, he's going to the upper bracket. Wizzy is still fighting for top 4. He has 1 match record after walking away with the match record on that last map. Can he try and sneak something else away from Epos here? Potentially even beat Epos out in the match, because if he can pull that upset off, I think his top 4 is almost locked.
Yeah, that would seal the deal, I believe, right? That would be 13 points in this current situation, having the match record. I believe on Hartley. No, he just got that on Reshiram. And we're not going back there anymore. So that is guaranteed. That is locked in. There would be a very, very interesting situation if somehow we end up back on Reshiram. But no, Arrogant is where we will make our way back for now. Warm-up is just rounding out. Epos on 45 point, Wizzy on 40, and Bozbez for the time being looking to hold on for dear life as he is on last chance in
This
third
is
place.
bad for Bozbez because his match record is on Maharaga. Epos, I'm fairly confident, is fully capable of taking that away when we head back to the map. And Bozbez is currently sitting in exactly 4th place. He's one of the players that Wizzy is most likely to knock out of that position. Now, Wizzy is 5 points behind Bozbez overall, but beating him and taking 2 match records, that's a difference of 5 points. So, I'm just saying, Bozbez needs to hold on for dear life in this round. He's currently in 3rd place, and things are getting real spooky.
Yeah, I mean, the release is right there. Unfortunately, dropping him down even further in the rankings. Believe he did hit the wall right there with Epos and Wizzy both getting the bug slide down neatly. It's looking more and more like this is lights out for Bozbez. He only needed the 1 round to, keep Josh and kick him into 4th place, but Bozbez is going to have to settle for 3rd if no failure happens on the side of Wizzy and Epos. Going to come down to this finish once again across the engine off section. They go up, they go down, and across the finish line, both players go. No changes and no last chance remaining for Bozbez. It's going to be 3rd place for the, well, pretty much the English player, which I can say for pretty much all positions.
Massa has finished his match. He's come 3rd. I genuinely think that Bozbez's place in the upper brackets of the playoffs now depends on, first of all, if Wizzy can beat Epos, then it's over for Boz. He will not make it into the top 4. But I think it might be dependent on if Wizzy is able to take Bozbez's match record away on Maharaga and also keep it away from Epos. I genuinely think that's the position we're in.
It could very much come down to it. Then.
Oh.
The lag on my end. Apologies. Yeah, I'm back.
We're
I'm
okay.
Back. I'm
It's
here.
okay. It's okay. He's alive.
It's warm out here in Dutchland, and I'm sure my PC is just having a bit of a fritz, right? Just trying to cool down a little bit. But no, I'm back. I'm here. I'm watching Epos. I'm watching Wizzy. I'm watching the bug slide, and Wizzy seemingly having a bit of a better line. It's not going to matter too much in the grand scheme of things for now. Both players, right, losing points 4 to 8, and with the point differential being 9. There is definitely a route, right? There is a route for Wizzy to get into 4th.
But I think he's just got to send it on Maharaga. Boney, I'm deadly serious. I think it comes down to Wizzy playing time attack on Maharaga.
You may be right. You may be right. I mean, it's not going to be
what an insane position to be in. Okay, first of all, he's going to survive as far as Maharaga, and ideally, he'd survive in a way that puts him in a position to get all 4 rounds on Maharaga to give himself the best chance possible of taking that match record. But Bozbez's fate lies in Epos's hands right now.
Has to rely on his teammate in a bit of a different situation than he may have anticipated. But, that is league play, right? That is how it goes. Obviously, this is all led up to this moment. The 4 matches that have been played beforehand. And, it just sometimes comes down to just a couple of rounds, as it does many, many times. For now, though, Epos, Wizzy, no changes in position. It's looking like a bit of a repeat from a previous round. And, this being a 1v1, it really very much could come down to just a singular mistake. But I think this is just a pace map for the time being.
Yeah, but I mean, ultimately it does still matter in the sense that any round Wizzy can beat Epos here probably gives him more chances on Maharaga. And again, that's gonna be important. We just gotta keep an eye on those timers on the left of the screen once we get to that map. But for now, I mean, Epos has been so dominant on Arrogate the entire way through. Now, he has lost his division record to Stuff, so again, that's maybe a little bit of a hint to how wonderful that future battle is going to be. But in general, I mean, this is definitely one of the maps where I think Epos and Stuff have both looked leagues above everyone else. And he'll pull ahead of Wizzy, who, it has to be said, has still put up a good fight on this map. But this is not the true pace of Epos on Arrogate.
No, I mean, when we first got around to Arrogate, this was pretty much similar to what we saw, right? It was Wizzy just trying to overtake Epos, keeping him honest, keeping him, within pace, and only beating him to the line once. So I think he very much has his sights set on Maharaga. If there is a mistake on Epos' side, hey, I'll take it. That's going to be great, but for now, just play it out, right? Make sure you get mentally ready to challenge him on, the funny yellow map.
Yeah.
He is wearing the
Whatever it ends
colors,
up
to be
being.
fair.
Yeah, he's got the right colors. This is the blue map. Epos
Ooh,
does
he's
well.
blending
We
in.
go to the yellow map, and all of a sudden, all Wizzy has to do is do well. Boney, I need you to check my maths on this, because Bozbez
no.
is sitting currently on 44 points. He'll get the points for third place. Wizzy is on 39 points. That's 5 points behind. I am right? If he beats him by a single place in the match and has 2 match records to 0, that's 5 points, and then he wins the head-to-head because he's just beaten Boz in this match.
Yeah,
Right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm right. This comes down to times on Maharaga and Wizzy
You're
managing
right.
to take the match record. That's dumb. That's insane. I love it. It's so good.
I mean, it's not something he imagined when he was just driving match record on there, but
That was an absurd time by Epos. He just drove a 112.2. What the hell, brother?
I mean, look, you already had match record, all right? Calm down. I love the nice time in brackets.
It's pretty solid. I also want to be clear, just in terms of other people that could impact that top 4, there are none. Next question. Which, okay, fair enough. Massa was 2 points behind Bozbez going into this round. Both of them came third in their match. Massa, I believe, did not pick up any match records, and so will not be overtaking Boz in those leaderboards, and so it's guaranteed he'll be finishing outside the top 4. It just comes down to this map. It comes down to Maharaga, and it comes down to Wizzy managing to beat Epos to the line in rounds and also get the match record.
Yeah, it's in that sense. Losing, Epos is gonna, in the best situation possible, lose 32 points, right? 4 rounds, -8, would put Epos on last chance and Wizzy on last chance. Last chance is guaranteed for Wizzy at this point. He's gonna end up in that first, but that doesn't matter. He is from this point on basically in last chance. He just needs to hit first. That's it.
I gotta tell you, I haven't seen it often enough this season. I need a break before we get into this. Give me, Deployer, I need that map video. One more time, show me Maharaga.
Oh my god. Let me show you what I got. Oh my god.
Is that bullshit?
I think not. Let me show you what I got.
Hey, yo, who made it?
I think God. Oh my.
Who would have thought the funny yellow map, right? The one we've been talking about so much, hoping to see come in to actually be the decider, to see who comes into that top 4 right for playoffs. It's very much a chance for Wizzy right now to make his journey in that playoffs much easier. The only challenge, and kind of a big one, is Epos, right? Beat Epos to the line 4 times in a row. And, then we'll see how you do on Hard Leap. But for now, Epos does have the lead. And not just that, as you mentioned, match record. The match record currently held by Bozbez is essential to Wizzy getting into top 4.
Yeah, he's behind Epos, and straight up, any round Wizzy is behind Epos, he can't get match record, but he is now in front of Epos. What kind of pace is he on? I don't think Epos is catching him again. We could wait and see. This, in and of itself, as soon as Wizzy takes the match record from Bozbez, that's it. It no longer matters what the finishing positions are in any of the other rounds. Wizzy is heading to the top 4 in playoffs. What kind of pace is he on? He's heading to the line. I think he's off the pace. I don't think this is quick enough. We're going to see when he gets there. It's a 109.4. He was 0.8 off. We go again.
Exactly. Bozbez for now safe, but definitely not out of the woods just yet. I mean, Wild fans for the time being, I mean, they're the hopium, the coke, whatever it may be that they are consuming right now are, it's working, right? It's doing what it needs to do. Wizzy was looking like losing another -8 right there. Fortunate for him, Epos with the mistake did allow him to get at least that -8, but still looking for a better time, looking for a faster time, looking to beat a 0.6. Bozbez right now probably, I mean, while playoffs necessarily isn't out of the the works. It's really just that advantage that you gain. That's the big differential right now.
Yeah. Again, just to be clear, if Epos is ahead of Wizzy, there is literally no way that Wizzy can get to the match record. So this isn't great right now for Wizzy because Epos is winning and Epos is looking like he's on a great run so far in this round. Wizzy 4/10 behind. You have to feel that anything that's 4/10 behind whatever Epos is cooking might still be fast. Probably not going to be fast enough in this round, which means Wizzy likely to get one more bite at the apple. Unless, of course, Epos simply destroys the match record in this round and puts it completely beyond reach. That is the question as we round the final corner. One downhill to go as Epos heads to the line one more time. What's the time? It's a 108.6. Oh, it's gotten harder. It's gotten harder.
The bar has been raised. Epos just taking more and more points along the way, as if his position wasn't okay enough already. He decides to take that point away from Wizzy. And I mean, Wizzy not only on last chance, also having to deal with a harder match record along the way. He just needs to let all the synapses fire away, all the focus on the race. And for the time being, with a faster transition to our first couple of checkpoints, who knows? This may be it. This is it. This is it. I've called it. It's happening. We just have to watch.
Yeah, Wizzy's in the lead. And just to be clear, for everyone who's watching, you're right, playoffs is top 8, but the top 4 start in upper bracket. And right now, I don't think that's gonna be Wizzy. He's crashed on out. Epos is on the glory run home. He has defended his teammate from a late season surge by Wizzy. And by a single point, by a single match record, Wizzy is going to miss out on the top 4, an automatic placement into the upper bracket. Oh! It's okay. Listen, even if if Wizzy wins this round, he could still beat Epos in the match, but he's still a long way down. I don't think it's happening. I still think Epos wins the round.
It would be quite devastating mistake on Epos' side.
It would be very funny. It would be very funny if Epos crashed the finish line here. I think he's safe. He soars to the line, and it is Blue Jays on top as they place 2 players in the top 4 heading into the playoffs. Wizzy will come home. He'll miss the safe in, which is just objectively very funny. But GG's to Wizzy, who's still had an absolutely fantastic performance here in Season 2 of the Beacon World League. He can be happy with what he's done. He'll still get his shot in the playoffs. But he came so close, tantalizingly close, Boney, to that top 4.
Yeah, I don't think we expected this to be as close as it was. The result may have been what we expected, but the route, the journey that we have taken along the way, I don't think anyone could have hoped for. And I, for one, am happy to be a part of it. Wizzy still moving on to playoffs, obviously. Not in the position that he may have liked, but hey, still very, very good performance. Good, good tidings for whatever comes next.
Absolutely. And Boney, that's it. Goodbye. Thank you for your time today. We're going to head back to the analyst desk and, we'll talk to you next week. Carl, Neil, I was losing my mind. I hope you were enjoying watching that as well. I realized halfway through that match what was on the line and what needed to happen on Maharaga. And I have to say, Neil, Wizzy gave it a good effort on that map. Neil, you are fully muted. You pulled the babs. You pulled the babs.
Very good professional.
Carl, ignore that. The question is now for you. We can't let Neil talk after that.
Yeah, well, Wizzy gave a super good fight to Epos actually, but I'm wondering how serious they were, because they were probably all 4 friends into the match, so maybe they took it a bit lightly. Anyways, we'll check that with Wizzy. But Wizzy gave a fair fight to the best player of the tournament, which is super good.
Yeah, very, very impressive indeed. I mean, you say it was 4 friends. I mean, they ended up knocking Josh out of playoffs in that match, so I think they were taking it relatively seriously. I'm looking at the table. We'll talk about that more later. But with the way things played out, there was blood drawn, Neil. Whether or not they're friends, things did not necessarily shake out how they all would have wanted.
No, for sure. I think Josh is going to be pretty upset with the results.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think he did it to himself there. And Wizzy just came out of nowhere from being in the bottom half of the group from the beginning to where he is now. It's really pushed hard, and especially with focusing on World Tour and Beacon at the same time, they're not all easy maps, so good comeback.
I am so excited for playoffs. It's going to be excellent. Yeah, we can head very quickly over to the match results as well, just to see what happened in the rest of that round. Richie did end up winning that match. But hey, Neil, those match records, Ender picked up 3 of them. He's beaten Josh by a single point to the playoffs.
Yep, that was so tough. That was so necessary. I was expecting Nico to have a couple as well, and it's just such an unfortunate way to end. Such a good season from Josh.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Carl, I haven't really asked you this today. I think this is one of your first times, really seeing the Beacon World League. How are you enjoying the match records and how much they've affected the final standings here?
I think it's really good. Like I said, the reverse cup mode is really good for the players, and also the production is insane. Like every time I was asking a question, I just had to open my eyes and I had the answer in front of me. So production has been really sick. And yeah, I kind of like the fact that you give a point to the fastest player in the match. I think it's pretty good, and it can change the strategy that you go for.
Yeah, no, it definitely does. And I can't wait when we have Wizzy in here to double check with him about if he knew what the stakes were as he headed into that last map, because it got close. And we are, in fact, joined by Wizzy for an interview. Wizzy, congratulations on your second place. And now I do need to know, right? Were you aware that if you got the match record on Maharaga, you would have made it into the top 4 in playoffs?
No, it's safe to say not at all. I didn't expect, to be honest. I was looking into the standings going into this weekend. I didn't even think that was a chance, to be honest. So no, I was absolutely clueless. I was just trying to do the best I could. No, I wasn't, to be honest.
Yeah, so just so you're aware, you did ultimately miss. You have missed out on top 4 by a single point to Bozbez, who you would have tied with if you'd taken away his match record on Maharaga. So that's what I'm referring to. Unlucky, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, classic. You can't be. You have to make it close for the fans. But no, I'm joking.
Yeah, absolutely. Wizzy, I'm not going to monopolize your time. I'm going to open it up to Carl and Neil, see if they have any questions.
Yeah, I do. Hi, Wizzy. Congrats, first of all. You gave a fair fight to Ipas, which is kind of impressive the way he played last week. How was the match? And basically, like, you played against 3 friends, I guess. So was it serious? Was it super professional, or how was it?
I mean, thank you, Carl. But yeah, it was kind of half, to be honest, because obviously, you're fighting against friends, so there's always going to be a bit of banter, maybe in the in-game chat, maybe.
Yeah.
But which probably was a bit obvious, but we just were enjoying our time. But also, there's the other aspect, isn't it? You want to beat each other. Sometimes friends can be the biggest rivals as well. So there's also that kind of aspect. So it was just a bit of half, but the match itself was enjoyable. So, yeah.
Nice.
Well, that was great, Wizzy. Congrats again. Unfortunate that you didn't make the top 4, but you're still in playoffs and you can still make a comeback. So I wanted to ask, you started this tournament and you're focused so much on World Tour at the moment. Did you even think when you started Beacon that, top 4 would be possible? Or even being this close to top 4, you finished 5th in the league standings right now. Did you think it was possible? Because at the start, it was looking pretty rough, It was tough to even get top 8 with the competition that was there. So what do you think about that?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, thanks, Neil. But I think this, but I mean, I didn't think I'd get top 4, to be honest. The level was crazy. A lot of really good players returning, and also new players joining the league as well. So I knew it was going to be really hard, and like you say, I was trying to do World Tour as well, and a few other things on the side, so it was just a bit harder to kind of juggle everything. So in the first week was a lot harder, just because, I mean, I had Steffs, so GG, but, but, in terms of Nick Solica, he played sick. He played so good. I didn't, and even that would have been just a small difference. If I'd put maybe a little bit more time into that and maybe a little bit less time into World Tour, then maybe I'd be top 4. Who knows? But yeah, I mean, it was just trying to balance it as much as I could. And to be honest, top 10 was the original goal, if I'm honest. So yeah, just to retain the spot in Div 1 to secure the spot. So yeah, the fact I got top 8 is really good for me personally. So.
Yeah,
That's
well,
good.
look, Wizzy, you're saying the top 8 is really good, but I think at this point it is clear, at least to, I think, most of us here on the desk, and probably most people watching, the top 4 feels like a realistic goal for you. So I do have to ask, what is the ultimate goal at this point with the performance you've had up to now?
I would like to get, I think, well, considering the performance, I would like to get top 4. And that is a would like. We'll see. But
it's not a prediction. It's a hope.
No. It's a hope. Yeah, exactly. I mean, top 4 would be great. I got top 5. I think it was last time. No, I got top 4 last time. Top 5, sorry. So maybe I can get top 4. That'd be fantastic. But again, we'll see how things go. Obviously, I'll be trying to train for it as much as I can. I'll probably stream a bit of it as well because I enjoy it. But to be honest, yeah, top 4 is the fantastic goal. But otherwise, maybe a top 6 I think is reasonable. A good aim, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that of course will be next Sunday, the Beacon World League Div 1 playoffs. And Wizzy, you'll be there. Thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast for the interview. Is there anything final that you just want to shout out before we let you go?
Thank you, Noah. I just want to say
I appreciate. I thought I wasn't going to get it, Wizzy. I was paying attention.
No, I like to show appreciation to anyone.
Thank you.
No, no, I just want to say, massive thank you to the production, to everyone, to you gentlemen as well. But yeah, anyone involved in the Beacon, it's a fantastic league. The professionalism is through the roof. It's fantastic to see, and yeah, the maps are also really good. That includes your map, Intax. That does include your map. Look, anyone saying that it's not, it is a good map. But no, yeah, thanks everyone for watching, and yeah, best of luck for everyone else continuing to play. So, and also big shout out to Wild. To Stiffs as well, and to Nico, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know the schools, but I don't know if he made it in or not. But he's a really good guy. Yeah, I just wanted to shout him out, to be honest.
Yeah, that's completely fair, and that is lovely. Thank you very much, Wizzy. And again, best of luck next weekend. We'll let you go there, but audience, we're not letting you go anywhere. We're going to take a very short break, and we will be back to wrap things up. Have a last chat with Carl and Neil about how league play has gone and how we're set up for the postseason as well. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon. League play is over for the Beacon World League Season 2 with an asterisk. Couple of Div 2 games left to be played, but as far as I know, I don't think they change how things look at the very top of that scoreboard. Before we get into looking at those scoreboards totally and seeing how the entire league shook out, Randomize, I want to come to you first because we haven't seen you in a little while. First of all, how are you feeling, and how do you feel about how league play has gone as a whole?
Health-wise, I'm feeling a little bit better. For anyone who didn't know, unfortunately, I was battling COVID all week, but somehow survived one casting gig today.
But harder than you think.
Yeah, it definitely is. But you know what? We live and prosper. We do what we can. But honestly, today the matches were amazing. The one match that I got to cast, I'm kind of glad we don't have caster cameras, because I think half the time my hands were like in my hair the whole time, which is why my hair is a little messed up from that game. I never fixed it from that match. And then watching the other matches, like watching Charles play, just every time he makes a little mistake, I get a little scared. So again, hair just starts going wild. But these matches were honestly so much fun to watch today. It was nice to sit back and just relax and enjoy the show for once.
Yeah, no, I know that feeling. And before I ask Neil and Carl any questions, I do actually want to pull up the Div 2 table, just so that we can have that as we ask a little bit about it. And I am going to ask you first, Carl, because I believe Charles has guaranteed himself a top 2 spot at this point.
He still has 1 match to go, yeah.
He still has 1 match to go, but he is 11 points clear of anyone who could catch him, which is Dark 62, because he'll definitely get ahead of Jacka. He's definitely ahead of Noisia. And Dark can technically make 11 points up, but I think would need to get 16 points, a win in all 4 match records, and Charles would need to come last. And if I'm being totally honest, I don't think that's going to happen. So I think we'll say that Manta and Charles have won the division, and that Noisia is locked into that top 6 as well. And with that in mind, Carl, given how many years you have played with, I think, very little NCSA representation on the big stage, how does it feel to see, I mean, so many NCSA players doing well in competition?
It's really great, not gonna lie. With all the regional tournaments we've had, I saw the progress from a lot of players, and seeing Charles right now, like dominating with Manta Division 2 is really, really great. I mean, Charles is the star here, so I'm really proud.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Charles,
I'd like
look,
to
as we
make
say, game in hand. Sorry, Neil, go on.
I'd like to make a point there. Like, yeah, we have players coming in from NCSA, but look at the analyst desk. We have 3 people from NCSA, and you are alone right now. So you better watch what you say out here.
I'm getting threatened. Okay, to be fair, I think based on the NCSA streams I've done, and Randomize, you can back me up here, I am already beefing with Kentucky in my understanding of the situation. So
yeah, I would say Nua is like an honorary NCSA. The amount of casting he did for all of our events, he gets to hold on to one of the NA flags or NCSA, whatever flag you want to choose, you can flag it.
I appreciate it. I am looking forward then to the promotion relegation tournament, and I think this is maybe as important for the Div 2 players who are looking to claim that spot. And I think looking at the top of the table there, Randomize, Team Eterna, Manta has managed to book his spot, but Jacka looking potentially like a legitimate threat. I think if he can up the pace slightly, the consistency is already there, could suddenly start to threaten a lot of these players coming into it from Div 1.
Yeah, I would say Jacka. I honestly, with the competition how it was, the currently with the top 4, I could say any of them really could have actually, if they just had a slightly better qualifiers, they could have actually been in Div 1. It felt like there was this big. How do I put it? There was a lot of elbow room with the top 4 compared to the rest of the crew. Not putting anything against someone like Dark, who's certainly capable of like a Div 1, but there was a good feeling of like room for the top 4, because they've just been showing what they can really do. And you know, when it comes to the promo relegations, I'm kind of antsy to see that happen. Obviously, we have to wait for the few matches that need to be made up tomorrow, but once those matches are done, I am very antsy for the promo relegation, because I feel like it can go in so many directions, and one of the players that are in the promo relegation, unfortunately, is a DG player, and so that's what makes me a lot more nervous.
Yeah, and hey, I think it's about time then we pull up the final Div 1 standings. No matches remaining to be played in this division, which means it's locked in. We do know the 8 players heading to playoffs. Unfortunately, as we mentioned, Josh ends up missing out by 1 point with 2 last places today. Neil, that's a rough end to the tournament, frankly.
It is. I mean, so unlucky with Josh, but there are some plus sides here, right? Ender making it in, the French are happy. Nico pushing that 3rd place does help, because otherwise he would be in promo releg instead of Richie. And Paco, after just not being trained for 3 play days, just this weekend, just like,
he did just wake up today.
I forgot I played this tournament. I have to do something for this. And he made it into promo releg. He won't get demoted. And I think he'll be trained for that, and he could even keep that Division 1 spot for himself.
Yeah,
So.
going to be very interesting, I think, watching a Kroos for me, who was one of the 2 players last season alongside Tween who earned the automatic promotion spot into Div 1 for this season. How he looks heading back down to Division 2 for next season, because he's a good player, had some solid matches up here, but Div 1, I think, more than anything else, Kroos' performance has shown, Carl, that it is a different beast, especially this season.
Yeah, well, when you face players such as Epos or stuff, it's a different level for sure. But yeah, I haven't followed the Kroos. I know that he's super fast, but I don't know how trained he did for this tournament. So maybe he just didn't care, and he's just happy to go in Division 2 or not. But if he did, then it's really good experience to play against those guys.
Yeah, before we move on to talk explicitly about the Div 1 playoffs, then I do want to get one wild prediction about the promo relegation tournament from each of you. And I'm going to ask you, I don't even need both players, but I'll take them if you can give them. Randomize, I'll start with you. Who do you think is coming through that promotion relegation tournament and locking in? There's 2 spots available, 8 players going into it. Who are one or both of the players that'll make it through?
Well, seeing pretty much as long as Manta and Charles, I mean, Manta is in. Charles.
Manta is in.
Like you said, he literally has to get last place tomorrow. That's not going to happen. So he's
and Dark needs to win the match with, I think, 3 or 4 match records at the same time as well. Which so Charles and Manta, they're in, absolutely.
So between Jaka, Noisia, Dark, and Demo, I'm gonna say that we're gonna get 2 promos, and it's gonna be Jaka and Noisia. I'm saying it now.
Okay, just to be clear, that means that you think, and Neil, feel free to give out to Randomize for this. It means that Randomize thinks that Nixotica is going to be eliminated out of the promo relegation tournament.
I think you're just underestimating your own players right now, Randomize, and we have to talk about this after the stream, because...
Listen, it's hard because I'm a manager for both DG and Air. So, like I'm demoting one of my players, but I'm promoting another one of my players. So it's very hard to make that kind of call. I'm trying to be as unbiased as possible, okay?
That's fair.
Yeah. Neil, how are you feeling about that promo relegation tournament? Any predictions for me about who's going to make it through?
Yeah, honestly, I mean... my names will always be Paco and Exotica. I feel a little biased because Paco is my teammate in 4 Wheels and Exotica is my teammate in DG, and I think they're both very good players, especially with this format. And Exotica suits this kind of reverse cup mode, consistency coming in, and Paco is just a demon when he wants to be. So
yeah. I think it's completely fair to look at Paco's performance throughout this tournament and say he did not train for 2 weeks and then trained a little bit for week 3 and simply secured his spot in the promo relegation tournament, which is insane with the quality of Div 1. That is something that he was able to do. So, Carl, I'll ask you the same question. How are you feeling about that promo relegation tournament?
I'll go with the players I know. I won't go with the training aspect, but, well, can I see again? Is Richie in it?
Taking a quick look at Div 1, Richie is the last player from Div 1 who is in it.
So I'll go with Richie and Paco.
Okay,
it's a
that's
safe
fair.
bet. Yeah.
Yeah, which would mean a drop in the amount of NA talent. But then, Carl, you just have to qualify for Div 1 yourself for Season 3 to get those numbers back up. It's only fair.
I'll get in for NA.
We appreciate that.
Write this down.
The last thing we got to do before we head off for the end of league play is take a quick look at this playoffs bracket, because we are locked in. We know who our top 8 are. The top 4 starting in your winners bracket final: Epos, Stuffed, Grenadi, and Bosbays. And the lower bracket semi-final: Wizzy, Massa, Tween, and Ender. Of course, the format here is the top 2 from any match advance on into the next match. The bottom 2 from the winners bracket final will drop to the lower bracket final. And then we get to the grand final, and it is going to be... hey, Randomize, probably Epos and Stuffed joining 2 people from the other 6 fighting it out.
Oh, 110%. I wouldn't bet any other way. I'm not really a betting man, but if I were, Epos, Stuffs will be in the grand final for sure. And I'm going to throw it out there and say that we're going to have a little bit of an upset. I really want to see Wizzy make it the grand finals, but part of me kind of feel like it's going to be the bigs that are going to join them in the grand finals.
Interesting. Carl, I want to know how you feel about this, because, you know, we saw Wizzy today. He's definitely on a bit of a tear, but like I get the feeling almost that he could beat a lot of the, well, not a lot of players. He might be equal against Grenadi. We've seen him beat Bosbez. I think Wizzy might be the favorite coming out of that lower bracket semi-final.
Yeah, I think so. I would go with Wizzy, and Tween. It's a hard pick. Wizzy and Tween. And winner bracket final, I think it will be a fight with Epos and stuff, like the ego driving fast type of players. So one of these will crash because he couldn't face the other one. So I'll go with Grenadier finishing second out of that match. So I'll go Epos Grenadier, winner bracket final, and then Stuff will qualify back in the grand final to win it all. Yeah, that's the worst take I've ever done, but it's my take.
That's a guaranteed a take that nobody else will steal from you.
Tell this guy to just stick to playing, please.
Okay, Neil, let's hear what you've got for us in terms of a storyline for these playoffs, Neil.
I say that, but I very much agree with Carl here. Lower bracket semifinal. Wizzy and Tween are the people that are always smiling. Even if you lose, they're always smiling, they're always motivated. Tween playing Div 2 and Beacon, now in Div 1, he kept playing, didn't give up, and that's what we're going to see here. We're just going to keep seeing more training from Wizzy and Tween, and they're going to win out the lower bracket semifinal. To join them in that lower bracket final, Bozbez was 100% being there, and I think Granadi comes down there as well. Or we could see like a little stunt move from Epos or Stuff to just get that extra match practice in, and I see that more from Epos than Stuffs. I see Stuffs just trying to get into the grand finals and just play how he's playing, and then grand finals is, well, I hope Epos takes it, but I guess it's all to play for at the end.
Yeah, that is perfect. Neil, I do love to end on a question here on the Beacon World League broadcast, and you've kind of preempted the question I was going to ask just there, because as much as I think it comes down to two players, Epos and Stuffs, and we all agree that, I do want to know now, before the playoffs begin, 1 week out, one word answer is all I need from all of you, whether you think Epos or Stuffs is the player more likely to win Season 2 of the Beacon World League. And Neil, you kind of gave it away, so we'll start with you.
My heart will say Epos. I think by what we're seeing performance-wise, Stuffs is the better answer, I think.
Ooh, interesting. Randomize, you agreeing with that?
Nah, I gotta go with my boy Epos. I love the guy, and since we're both beatboxers, he's 10 times better than me. I'm just gonna go off that. That he's the beatboxing whiz is gonna win.
All right, Carl, you get to break the tie.
Yeah, listen, I would go with Epos every day of the week, but for the sake of the prediction, I need Stuff to win. I need Stuff to go in the loser and to win it all.
Okay, that's fair. And also, I think, just for the sake of Stuff's winning something this season, then I guess as well. At least he won the prediction on desk.
Yeah.
That's about going to wrap it up. Of course, that's only the take that we have here on the analyst desk. If you want to have your own take, share with your friends, however you want to do it. eCircuit Mania will be putting up a pick'ems later on today for those playoffs brackets, so you can get in on the fun over there from home. Thank you very much to the two guest analysts who have joined us today, Neil and Carl. Let you both say goodbye. I'll start with you, Neil. What do you got for us?
No, I'm just thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure to be with this 0-time world champion Carl Jr. It's great. I love the organization.
Lying on desk now.
No. In all seriousness, organization is great. Production is great. You guys are seamless with all these transitions and everything. You guys have created a tournament that is probably the greatest we've seen in Trackmania 2020, and map levels are great. And I just hope you guys keep pushing this forward, and I hope I can be part of it as a player or an analyst in the future.
Hey, absolutely. We'd love to have you back. Carl, you don't have to be that nice to us, but is there anything else you want to say before we let you go?
I'm not gonna lie, the production, I didn't watch a lot of matches, if I'm being honest, and It's the first time I really watch everything, and the production has been amazing. Like, just the pick and ban, I've never seen it that well in my career, let's say it like this. So it's really, really insane, and just the production, it's fluid, I don't know if I can say it in English, but like it's really good. It has been really good, and thanks for having me.
Thank you again for coming. It has been an absolute pleasure to have both of you on. I hope we get to work again in the future. Randomize, I know we'll get to work again in the future because we are 1 week out from the playoffs and, of course, the promotion relegation tournament. Those will be kicking off next weekend. The promotion relegation tournament on Saturday, and then an unusual Beacon stream on a Sunday for the playoffs as we will wrap up Season 2 of the Beacon World League. Keep an eye, as usual, on the socials. We may have a little treat, a midweek podcast to look forward to the playoffs, just so that we can keep you all interested. So as always, there's the Twitter, there's the Discord. Nightbot will lead you to both of those links. A very big thank you to all of us for joining us today. We're looking forward to seeing who can take it all next weekend, and we hope you'll join us there.